Chapter 450. Li Zhaoda sighed. Because their methods are cruel, he said, they often use small crimes to commit major crimes. Whenever they encounter a case, they are afraid that it will not be big enough, and they are afraid that it will not be broad enough. Nobody knows whether or not the next moment the steel knife that is used to kill will fall on their head. These people enforce the law for the country, but in reality they have become the biggest destroyers of the law. The ruthless officials tried in vain to solve all problems with harsh punishment, but they completely neglected the root and ignored the actual contradictions. They did not think about how to solve these problems, but used violence and torture to forcibly maintain the situation they wanted. Even if it had a little effect, the backlash would be 100 times more serious. When the ruthless official Yang Yannian was the governor, in order to establish his authority, he gathered all the prisoners on death row in the county government and executed them. Blood flowed for several miles. Thereafter, in the areas under his jurisdiction, anyone who committed a small crime was executed. For a time, there were no more robbers and the people were almost at peace. However, a few years later, even more people took the risk out of desperation. Robbers swarmed up and became more and more violent. In the end, robbers simply turned into mass rebellion. The common people said, "Better corrupt officials than cruel officials." Why is that? Because although corrupt officials seized wealth and ran amok, they were not as brazen as cruel officials. Against corrupt officials, the common people could at least expose them. Against cruel officials, the common people could only keep their mouths shut. They dared to be angry but did not dare to say anything, or even did not dare to be angry. Today's cruel officials are even more unbearable than the cruel officials of ancient times. In order to please the emperor and establish political achievements, they do anything. In order to amass wealth and seize power, they also do anything. Knowing the past can serve as a mirror to the present. The cruel officials of ancient times, compared to today's cruel officials, are many times more noble. To the country and the people, they still do more harm than good. Today's cruel officials do more harm than good. Ever since I became the Prime Minister, I have deeply felt the harm of cruel officials. Attacking cruel officials and restoring clarity to the court is what I have always done. Princess Taiping smiled and said, "What the Prime Minister said is very true." Taiping deeply agrees. Ever since Zhu Xing was executed and Lai Junchen was demoted, the cruel officials in the court have ceased their banners and drums, seemingly no longer causing harm. But they are always waiting for an opportunity to make a comeback. A few days ago during the joint trial of the 3 law departments, they were restless because of this. To prevent them from rising from the ashes, the Prime Minister's responsibility is great. Li Zhaoda said, "This old man has always taken it as my duty to crack down on cruel officials. I wonder if Your Highness has any good ideas on how to crack down on cruel officials?" Princess Taiping said with a smile, "I am just a woman, what kind of brilliant opinion can I have?" But, the newly appointed Minister of Justice, Yang Fan, since taking charge of the Ministry of Justice, has made great contributions in bringing order to the Supreme Court and the Imperial Envoy Station. His actions coincide with the Prime Minister's thoughts. Li Zhaoda nodded and said, "Yang Fan, huh? This old man has also paid attention to him before. Unfortunately, his brilliance was short-lived. Now, he has become an ordinary person in the Ministry of Justice and has no achievements." Princess Taiping sweetly said, "Prime Minister Li is wise and far-sighted, but there are also times when he makes a mistake. You must be busy with state affairs, dealing with thousands of affairs every day, that's why there are some omissions." The reason why Yang Fan was showing his ability a little bit now, pretending to be obscure, was only because he was only a doctor of the Ministry of Justice, and above him was his immediate superior, Kui Yuanzong. Kui Yuanzong is timid and afraid of getting into trouble. He has been restraining Yang Fan in every possible way. Even if Yang Fan has 1,000 skills, I am afraid he can't use them. Li Zhaoda's eyes revealed a hint of a smile. He said, "Yang Fan is still too young. There must be someone at the top to control the overall situation. Otherwise, won't he become a runaway wild horse? If he really causes an unmanageable mess, who will clean up the mess for him?" But, Kui Yuanzong is indeed lacking some drive. He is in the Ministry of Justice, but he likes to be overcautious and indecisive. This is very inappropriate. Princess Taiping lightly shook her horsewhip and said in a free and easy manner, "That's right. Right now, the position of the Minister of Justice has been vacant for a long time. Minister Kui is also an incompetent person. I think it is time to change the person in charge of the Ministry of Justice." Li Zhaoda lightly knitted his brows. He slowly said, "But Kui Yuanzong did not make any big mistakes as an official. Where can we change him?" Princess Taiping said, "If he did not make any mistakes, then he has performed a meritorious service. With Kui Yuanzong's qualifications, he can be promoted to Prime Minister, right? Prime Minister Li is in charge of the Political Affairs Hall. I believe that if Kui Yuanzong is promoted to Prime Minister, he can do more things by Prime Minister Li's side. As for the Ministry of Justice, if we can change a person who is willing to work and let his subordinates do the work, it will be a good thing for the country and the people." Li Zhaoda's eyes slightly flashed. He asked, "Then, in Princess's opinion, who can be the Minister of Justice?" Princess Taiping said, "Prime Minister Li assists the Emperor and controls the officials. The choice of the Minister of Justice should be decided by Prime Minister Li." Li Zhaoda stroked his beard and smiled. He slowly said, I feel that the current Minister of Justice, Dolu Qinwang, has a steady temperament and can be of great use. Unfortunately, his qualifications are not enough." Princess Taiping said, "The so-called qualifications are all created by people. Everyone thinks he has the qualifications, so naturally he has the qualifications. If Prime Minister Li is interested in Dolu Qinwang, although I am not in the officialdom, I still have some connections. If Prime Minister Li makes a suggestion, I am willing to help Prime Minister Li wave the flag and shout the battle cry." Li Zhaoda hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Old man's painstaking effort is all for the people of the world. If Princess can facilitate this matter, old man will really thank Princess's benevolence on behalf of the world." Princess Taiping smiled and said, "I do not dare to accept Prime Minister Li's thanks." Taiping thought that the current Ministry of Justice does not have enough officials. Since Prime Minister Li wants to use the Ministry of Justice to take the lead in cleaning up the country's laws and regulations, the Ministry of Justice must have more astute and capable officials. In my humble opinion, if Dolu Qinwang becomes the Minister of Justice, he will need an assistant minister who can cooperate with him in order to avoid repeating the mistake of the left and right ministers fighting for power. As far as I know, the left remonstrating official Dao Wenjie is familiar with the law, astute and capable. He has a calm temperament and treats people generously. If he is appointed as the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, I believe he will bring out the best in Dolu Qinwang." Li Zhaoda let out a softer sound and said in a low voice, "The left remonstrating official Dao Wenjie? Old man knows a thing or two about his character. If this person becomes the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, old man thinks he can take on this heavy responsibility." Speaking to this point, the two of them looked at each other and smiled, with a tacit understanding. Just like that, an important appointment was completed on horseback. The Deputy Imperial Censor Wn Guojun rode an old horse, walking lazily at the side of the procession returning to the city. Right now is not the time for the Imperial Censor to show off. Riding an old horse will make it appear more low-key. Not far ahead, Yang Fan sat tall and straight on a date-red horse. Wn Guojun stared coldly at his back and said to Wei Suizhong, who was riding beside him, "How is it? You still haven't found any evidence against him?" Wei Suizhong was originally a ruffian in the streets, but was promoted by Lai Junchen. Even though he is now an imperial censor, his ruffian nature has not changed. Just now, when the court officials sent off General Shui from the capital, he could still pretend. Now that he is riding on a horse, his waist is slumped and his shoulders are slanted, there is no trace of an official. He used his horsewhip to rub his head and said in distress, "I have arranged for a few imperial censors who understand the law to look for mistakes in his official duties, but Yang Fan is not doing anything at all. That Chen Dong has always been careful in his work, and now he is even more watertight. It is even more impossible to find loopholes in his cases. This person has been working in the Ministry of Justice for half his life. Will he let us find any evidence against him?" Wn Guojun thought for a moment and said, "Then what about his personal integrity? Is there nothing wrong with his moral integrity? Hasn't he been with Princess Taiping recently? Wei Suizhong spread his hands and said, he really hasn't. These days, he has been going in and out of some nunneries and temples with people from the Luoyang prefecture. Didn't you say that this matter involves Prince Wei and Prince Liang and told us not to interfere? I didn't pay much attention to it. These 2 days. I heard that he has been going to some nunnery, but there is no one from the Luoyang prefecture accompanying him. Wen Guojun frowned and said doubtfully, he doesn't want the company of the Luoyang prefecture, but goes to a nunnery alone. What is the meaning of this? Wei Suizhong chuckled and said, who knows? Could it be that he found some pretty nun in the nunnery while working on a case and wants to seduce her? Wei Suizhong was just joking, but Wen Guojun's eyes lit up and said, Brother Wei's words might really be true. This person has an affair with Princess Taiping, so he must be greedy for riches and is infatuated with women. What is he doing in a nunnery alone? That doesn't make sense. What you're saying is more reasonable. Wei Suizhong's interest was also piqued. Could it be that there was a little nun in the nunnery who was so beautiful that this young Langzhong, who had already broken the flower of Luoyang, was infatuated with her? He immediately said excitedly, if that's the case, I will send someone to keep a close eye on him. If I have time, I will personally go and watch him. Princess Taiping's carriage was also mixed in with a large group of royal relatives, slowly making its way into the city. From Shili Pavilion to the city gate, there is still a considerable distance. The long line of people and carriages to see her off stretched on the official road for several li, moving slowly. Behind Princess Taiping's carriage was a ox cart. 2 large green ox carts had shiny fur and 2 plates of thick and strong horns on their heads, looking very majestic. The curtains of the carriage were drawn down, so no one could see what was going on inside. Today, there were all kinds of people who came to see Xue Huai off. Many of them were not familiar with each other, so no one knew who was in the carriage without an official banner, and they were too lazy to ask. The person sitting in the carriage was young Master Jiang, and beside him was Sichu Liang. Lu Boyan did not follow him out. Even though old man Lu's martial arts were superb, he was old and did not have enough energy. On top of that, he was injured. Even an Iron Man would not be able to endure the long journey from Chang'an to here. At this moment, he was resting in Princess Taiping's residence to recuperate. Bamboo curtains were hung on the carriage. From the inside, one could vaguely see the pedestrians outside, but the people outside could not see the passengers inside. At this moment, young Master Jiang was sitting upright in the carriage, staring at the back of young Fan, who was sitting upright on the horse in front of him. His eyes were cold. If looks could kill, young Fan would have been riddled with holes by now. Chapter 451. Young Master Jiang stared fixedly at young Fan. After staring for a while, he lightly sighed, leaned his body on the seat, and slightly closed his eyes. Sichu Liang coldly looked outside, slightly leaned forward, and asked in a low voice, "Do you want me to go kill him?" Young Master Jiang indifferently said, "What's the point of killing him? This young master never does pointless things." Sichu Liang said, "But, Nu, because of him." Young Master Jiang suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze was cold, and Sichu Liang immediately shut his mouth. Young Master Jiang coldly glanced at him, then slowly closed his eyes, and indifferently said, "A man cannot stand without his word. This young master's words carry enormous weight, I will definitely keep them." Sichu Liang lowered his head and said, "Yes." Sichu Liang agreed, but his eyeballs slightly moved. Young Master Jiang was not the only one who liked Nu. Young Master Jiang had always been a clean freak, and his eyes were at the top of his head. He did not realize before that he had already deeply liked Nu, and even if he did, his love was a bit different. He would be satisfied as long as Nu stayed by his side, or he liked a kind of spiritual love and satisfaction, and any physical contact was dirty to him. However, there was actually another person who liked Nu, and that was Sichu Liang. Back then, when he accompanied the young master to the empty village filled with disaster victims, it was him who followed the young master's orders to carry that skinny, light as a feather girl onto his horse. At that time, he never thought that there would be a day where he would be so infatuated with her. However, he had served the young master since he was young, and knew how deep and strange the young master's obsession with cleanliness was. However, the young master was actually willing to let a Nu serve him by his side. This was unprecedented. Just based on this, a Nu could only be the young master's exclusive property, even if she was only kept by the young master's side as a maid. Sichu Liang, who had served the young master like a god since he was young, did not dare to have any extravagant hopes for a Nu. However, he never would have thought that a Nu would actually like that stinky brat named Yang. A Nu belongs to the young master, even I don't dare to have any delusions about her. How could this young guy get her heart? Thinking of this, Sichu Liang's heart burned with jealousy. Right now, Yang Fan was right in front of him, and it was because of him that a Nu jumped off the cliff, and her corpse was stuffed in the stomach of a beast. Looking at his straight back, Sichu Liang's heart was filled with killing intent. A Nu is dead, this person also deserves to die. In the middle of the night, the little nun entered the temple, hugging the small wooden fish in her arms, her eyes brimming with tears. She scolded her father and mother, saying that she had no hope in her old age. At the second watch, Big Sister came to burn incense. She was really beautiful in red and green. She was hugging her son and kept calling him mother. Yang Fan was sitting cross-legged in the nunnery, with a cushion under his buttocks. He was humming a few lines. Suddenly he felt strange and said, "Hey, little Shatai Yuan Jing, why do you think this big sister came to burn incense on the second watch of the night? The temple is closed at the second watch, and she is a woman with a child in her arms. Hey! Hey! Don't go!" Little nun Yuan Jing was so angry that she pouted her lips and stomped out of the nunnery. Yang Fan shook his head and sang again, "In the third watch, I dreamed that a little scholar came. My left hand was holding the scholar's umbrella, and my right hand was holding the scholar's clothes. When I woke up, I saw I was alone." In the fourth watch, the little nun went to her morning class. She knocked on the wooden fish and chanted a mitapur. In the abbot's room, the ding-ding nun, who had been troubled by Yang Fan, tried to persuade the little nun Jing Lian, cultivators can't be jealous. The happiness of all living beings is our happiness, and the joy of all living beings is our joy. You can't have greed, hatred, or jealousy. Tin Ano blinked at her and said hesitantly, "Master, didn't you say that I need to have a Buddhist heart and not be moved by the 6 emotions before I can enter Buddhism? Now Yang Fan is my external demon. If I am not moved, won't I have a firm Buddhist heart and Zen nature? Master should be happy for me." The ding-ding nun nodded repeatedly and said, "Happy, happy, of course I'm happy. But, ahum, your jealousy. I'm not jealous. I'm only devoted to Buddhism." That's right, that's right. However, everything has a cause and an effect. Yang Fan's appearance here is the cause that you created. That's why you've created such an effect today. Of course, you have to eliminate your karma. How do you eliminate it? You should renounce asceticism immediately and go back with him. If you are devoted to Buddhism, even if you can't serve Buddha in this life, it will be beneficial for your cultivation in the next life since you have sowed good karma. Ding-ding nun counted her rosary beads. In order to coax away this good disciple who she thought was the most intelligent and was ready to pass on her mantle, she painstakingly explained, "Jinglian, don't deny it. It's because of your resentment towards Yang Fan and jealousy towards the Yang family's wife that you decided to sacrifice yourself to become a monk. In this way, you can't become a bodhisattva because this is all your karma. If you don't eliminate your karma, how can you become a Buddha? You have to eliminate your karma first. How do you eliminate your karma? Of course, you have to form a good karma with him. If you do that, you have to marry him. If he is happy, your karma will be eliminated. The Infinite Life Sutra says, don't be angry or jealous." The ding-ding nun was almost driven crazy by Yang Fan. She was well versed in Buddhism and knew some Buddhist monks with high status. However, when she finally asked someone to complain to the Luoyang government, they ignored her when they heard that it was Yang Fan. She then went to the temple to complain. When the temple heard that it was someone with Abbot Huaiyi's decree, they almost threw her out. There was such a young and handsome man sitting in the nunnery every day. Not only did he attract the attention of the Buddhist monks who came to offer incense, they also gossiped about him. Seeing that the young and weak nuns in the temple were somewhat half-hearted, how could the ding-ding nun not be anxious? RNU wanted to exorcise the devil and settle her Buddhist heart. In the eyes of the Ding-Ding nun, the little nun Jinglian was the devil of the tranquil nunnery. She must be exorcised. The Ding-Ding nun was eloquent and chattered, "If you drive young Fan away, will you be able to focus on cultivating Buddhism? No. Then you will have obstacles on the path of body. Not only will you not be able to cultivate Tao, you may even fall into the three paths. Then what should I do? You have to change from the point of view, from the point of view, from the point of view of the heart." "All right, disciple, we'll think about it." Tin Ano was dizzy from the Ding-Ding nun's words. She had no choice but to agree hesitantly. The Ding-Ding nun saw that her tone was a little relaxed. She couldn't help but feel happy. She quickly put her palms together and said, "Amitabha, it's best that you can consider this matter carefully. If you can step out of Buddhism, then you will have truly stepped into Buddhism. You will have the nature of Buddhism and cultivate your Buddhist heart. With such a solemn and perfect state, you will be praised by all the Buddhas, protected by bodhisattvas, and praised by the demigods and 8 tribes." The Ding-Ding nun never realized that she had such eloquence. She had talked so much and finally managed to persuade Tin Ano to relax her guard. How could she not praise her? Tin Ano put her palms together to thank her master. Just as she walked out of the meditation room, a few old nuns sneaked in. They asked the Ding-Ding nun impatiently, "Has Jinglian made up her mind to leave?" The Ding-Ding nun said, "Jinglian has agreed to consider it carefully." The old nuns put their palms together and chanted the name of Buddha, "Namo merciful Bodhisattva who saves the suffering." In the west room, Yuan Jing and a few other young nuns were preaching to Tin Ano who had just walked in. Yuan Jing said, "Jinglian, you can't easily agree to him. Even if you have decided to return to secular life, you have to delay him and pressure him. Otherwise, he will definitely look down on you." "That's right, that's right. He's a man. The easier it is to get, the less he will cherish it." This is what senior sister Yuan Chen, who was forced to become a nun after her husband divorced her. "If you leave with him as soon as he asks, will he take you seriously? Besides, he already has a wife. What kind of status would you have in the Yang family? You have to make him give you a promise." "Well, what you said is very reasonable. I can't easily agree to him." Tin Ano, who had been fooled by the Ding-Ding nun, just wanted to find a quiet place to think. He didn't want to be annoyed by them again, so he casually agreed, apologized to them, and hid in the back of the meditation room. "Hey!" As soon as RNU left, the young nuns excitedly clapped their hands. The little nun Yuan Jing said joyfully, "If Jinglian leaves a few days later, we will be able to eat a few more delicious vegetarian dishes." Another little nun said excitedly, "I have to hurry up and ask her to make a few more sets of clothes for me before she leaves." At dusk, the little nun Yuan Jing angrily walked in front of young Fan. She put one hand on her forehead and said with a straight face, "Monk Wang, it's getting late and the monastery is about to close. You should leave." Usually, young Fan would come afternoon, about 2 hours before the yamen was dismissed. He came to the nunnery and sat there. Whether Tianari Nu was willing to see him or not, he would leave when the sun set over the western hills, regardless of whether Tianari Nu was willing to see him. Young Fan's move was the trick of a strong woman is afraid of being pestered by her husband. In his opinion, there was no hard knot between him and RNU. RNU became a nun because of a moment of anger and sadness. At this time, she was in a dilemma. The process of pestering him was the process of making her heart soften. Moreover, he didn't believe that the old nuns in the temple would not help him if he harassed her every day. In fact, from many details, he had felt that the old nuns in the temple had changed their attitude. It seemed that in order to stop him from coming to the nunnery, the old nuns really hoped that RNU would serve the devil. When young Fan occasionally saw RNU's angry and shy look also made him feel that rather than saying that RNU was still angry with him and hurt his heart, it was better to say that she was helpless in the face of her lover's obsession, or, there was even a little bit of joy in her heart. Young Fan smiled at Yuan Jing with a good temper, stood up and patted his buttocks, and said to the little nun Yuan Jing, "Okay, then I'll go back now. Please send my regards to Miss RNU, little nun." The little nun Yuan Jing pouted and did not speak. Young Fan got up and walked out. The little nun Yuan Jing followed behind him and waited for the monastery gate to close. Yang Fan walked to the courtyard, glanced at the backyard, sighed softly and walked towards the monastery gate. Chapter 452. There was a thick old tree in the side room of the nunnery. Tin Ano hid behind the old tree, her heart pounding. Yang Fan almost saw her just now. Fortunately, she hid in time. Tin Ano pressed her chest and heaved a sigh of relief. She quietly leaned out to look outside. From this angle, she could no longer see Yang Fan's figure. The Tian Ari Nu looked around and did not see any other nuns around. She then leaped onto the wall of the nunnery like a nimble leopard cat. In a flash, she disappeared into the bushes outside the wall. Tin Ano was only afraid of the feeling of being abandoned. She was angry because Yang Fan married her without telling her. If she really hated Yang Fan, why would she pick up the butcher's knife without hesitation when she learned that Yang Fan was in prison? There was still a faint smell of blood on the candlestick in front of the Buddha hall. Yang Fan's confession that day, coupled with his continuous visits to the tranquil nunnery, had softened her heart. Just as Yang Fan expected, she was just shy and reserved as a girl. She could not let go of her pride. In fact, for the past few days, every night when Yang Fan left, she would follow him out until she sent him out of the jungle. It was already late autumn, and the trees were rustling. When the autumn wind passed, the few remaining leaves on the branches would flutter down like butterflies. Yang Fan walked alone in the forest. He stepped on the rustling leaves and bathed in the sunset. The sunset was as red as blood, plated his body with a layer of blood. Yang Fan walked on the familiar path in the forest. His footsteps were light and silent. Suddenly, he lifted his front foot. It was about 3 inches away from the ground, and his body froze there. The autumn wind blew, and a few withered yellow leaves floated down and landed on his shoulder. The desolate branches swayed in the autumn wind, and the yellow leaves on the ground trembled slightly, as if there were countless silkworms beneath them, trying their best to arch their bodies. Yang Fan remained motionless. Perhaps it was only for a moment, but Yang Fan suddenly moved. His right leg, which was in the air, suddenly retracted, stepped, and kicked. His movement was as fast as lightning. The yellow leaves on the ground that had been swept up by the wind seemed to have been struck by lightning. With a peng sound, they splashed up and scattered everywhere. Yang Fan quickly retreated as the fallen leaves exploded into snowflakes that filled the sky. There was a peng sound, leaving half of his sleeve behind. It was shredded into pieces by a ray of cold light, like butterflies flying in the air. Yang Fan flashed, flashed again, flashed 3 times, flashed 3 times, and his figure was already 7 jong away. Every time he landed on the ground and sprang back, there would be a flash of cold light the moment his figure disappeared. Wherever the cold light passed, trees would break, branches would shatter, and sawdust would fly. Yang Fan retreated 7 jong away before he could pull out his saber. As soon as the saber was unsheathed, the cold light wrapped in a whirlwind attacked his side. But Yang Fan was not a tree, nor was he a branch. He would not obediently stand there and wait to be chopped. The 2 cold lights intertwined, like 2 silver shuttles flying back and forth in the air, drawing out silver splendor. The crimson setting sun shone on these 2 rays of cold light, causing the rays of light that filled the sky to be tinged with a hint of blood. The densely intertwined light suddenly separated, and then combined again. The momentum of the 2 lights changed greatly. The saber in Yang Fan's hand swung and closed, suddenly advancing and retreating, as if it had formed a dancing waterfall around his body. But the cold light opposite him was still like a silver shuttle piercing through the air, advancing and retreating, small and compact. Suddenly, the 2 weapons fiercely collided, creating a string of sparks. The 2 people suddenly separated, each like a wild goose leaping back more than 10 jong, and then stood upright. Only then did Yang Fan see the person's appearance. This was a very ordinary-looking middle-aged man, probably only in his early 30s. He looked very much like an honest man who had been working in a shop for more than 10 years. But now he was holding a saber in his hand, a single-edged, narrow, and strangely shaped short saber. The appearance of the saber was very strange, but Yang Fan knew better than anyone how terrifying this strange saber was. If his movements had been slightly slower, he would already be a dead man with his stomach cut open. This person's saber technique was very crafty and strange. Yang Fan's ancestor was a great master of the saber, and he knew the world's saber techniques in detail. Generally speaking, the sword was light and agile, and the saber technique was hard and fierce. But this ordinary-looking person in front of him used a saber technique that combined the lightness of the sword and the fierceness of the saber, and even had a kind of crafty and ruthless edge to it. "Why do you want to kill me?" Yang Fan asked coldly. He didn't reveal his identity, nor did he say any useless nonsense. To deliberately attack him in this place, it was definitely not because they recognized the wrong person or some other inexplicable reason. The other party definitely came prepared, and the person they wanted to kill was him. But Yang Fan really couldn't think of anyone who would use assassination methods to deal with him. Ever since he arrived in Luoyang, he had always been the one pretending to be an assassin. Killing Yang Mingsheng, killing Qiu Shenji, killing Shenke Miao. This was the first time he was assassinated by someone else, and the first time he encountered a troublesome expert who used the saber. Sichu Liang laughed, and only said one sentence, "Because you deserve to die." Then, like a mad dog, he pounced forward again. His appearance was like an honest man who was praised by his neighbors as having an extremely good temper, an extremely gentle temperament, and someone who wouldn't make a fart after being kicked 3 times. But his current actions were like an honest man who suddenly discovered that his wife had been slept with by someone else, and that his child was raised by someone else. He held a narrow and short saber and fiercely pounced forward. This time, he switched to short and fast steps. Yang Fan discovered that every time his feet landed on the ground, it wasn't the tip of his foot, but the outside or inside of his foot. His footwork was just like his saber, similarly unconventional and incomparably dangerous. He closed in with unbelievably fast steps. The short saber in his hand was like raindrops as it slashed towards Yang Fan from all sorts of inconceivable angles. The current Sichu Liang was like a spinning top, and Yang Fan was the center of the spinning top. Or perhaps, Yang Fan was the spinning top, and he was the whip that whipped the spinning top. The two sabers clashed like beans being fried, short and intense. The two of them were spinning rapidly, and the leaves around them were spinning rapidly as well. There were drops of blood in the air, but it was unknown who was injured. Crack! A teeth-numbing sound rang out. Yang Fan's saber and Sichu Liang's saber suddenly broke at the same time. Yang Fan lost the initiative, and it was his first time encountering such a tricky and strange saber technique. He was still not used to the opponent's fighting style, and as Sichu Liang closed in on him, it was hard for him to use his long saber. His body had already received a few saber wounds, but luckily, he was able to protect himself in time, so the wounds weren't deep, and they weren't fatal. However, he was clear in his heart that if the opponent continued to fight like this, he would die without a doubt if he made even the slightest mistake. Thus, he found an opportunity to forcefully clash with Sichu Liang's saber. With a clash and a twist, the two sabers broke. This time, it was Yang Fan who took the initiative. As soon as the saber broke, Sichu Liang was startled. Yang Fan was already mentally prepared, but the moment the saber broke, he had already pounced forward. He lowered his body, grabbed Sichu Liang's leg, and twisted his elbow towards his lower abdomen, causing Sichu Liang to fall on his back. Yang Fan then fiercely pressed forward. Not only was Yang Fan good at saber techniques, he was also good at wrestling techniques. As he pounced forward, the two of them began to fight on the ground, rolling and rolling like two dragons rolling on the ground. If an outsider who didn't know the ropes saw this, the two of them fighting right now would be no different from hoodlums in the alleys. Although the fists hit the flesh and the fight was fierce, it didn't have the demeanor of an expert at all. Would an expert fight like a rolling dragon, entangling and rolling on the ground? However, Sichu Liang, who was in the middle of it, had a hard time saying anything. Yang Fan's ferocious and fierce fighting style seemed to be without any style, but it was actually very methodical. It was definitely not something that a hoodlum could use in a fight. Within the fists, there were falls, and within the falls, there were fists, and within the falls, there were fists, making it impossible to defend against. Although the two of them were entangled together, twisting and turning in the space of several meters around them like two entangled dragons, Yang Fan was always able to cleverly interweave his fists and legs while entangling him. Even if it was a few inches away, the power of the fists was still extremely powerful. Just now, Sichu Liang relied on his advantage and strange saber techniques to open up a few wounds on Yang Fan's body. However, right now, he was being dragged to the ground by Yang Fan. In an instant, he was beaten black and blue, and 2 of his ribs were broken. It was just that he didn't notice in the fierce fight that he had already started to vomit blood. Sichu Liang was better than Yang Fan in terms of fighting techniques and martial arts attainments, but once it turned into this kind of close combat that only focused on speed and power, and Yang Fan was good at wrestling, how could he still be an opponent for Yang Fan? Yang Fan's storm-like punches and kicks made Sichu Liang dizzy and disoriented. Sichu Liang saw that he couldn't go on like this, so he gathered a mouthful of qi from his dantian and forcefully endured dozens of heavy punches. Finally, he caught his breath. He let out a loud roar and coiled his legs around Yang Fan's legs. He bent his upper body and pressed his head against Yang Fan's as he reached his hands into his boots. He still had a saber. He was originally an assassin. If he didn't try to fight Yang Fan head-on and kill him fair and square, so he purposely revealed his tracks to let Yang Fan discover him and instead launched a surprise attack, then Yang Fan would have already become a cold corpse. Now that he had no choice, Sichu Liang finally pulled out his second saber. His 5 fingers reached out, and he grabbed onto the hilt of the saber in his boots. However, the dazzling saber aura only appeared halfway before it forever stopped there. On his chest, a twisted little snake suddenly appeared. That little snake was dark red in color, and it was still dripping blood drop by drop. In just a moment, that drop of blood turned into a line of blood, as if it was the tongue of a poisonous snake that was swaying in the wind. It was a branch, and the branch wasn't straight. The branch was a bit crooked, and after being dyed red by the blood, it blurred its original shape. The branch that came out from Sichu Liang's chest wasn't thick, it was a bit thinner than a pinky, but the part that pierced through his chest was as thick as a chicken egg. The branch was held in a white and beautiful hand, and that hand was slowly releasing it inch by inch. The branch that was more than 3 feet long hung over Sichu Liang's body. Chapter 453. Sichu Liang lowered his head in shock and looked at the bloody branch that pierced through his chest. He then looked at Yang Fan in despair before turning his head with difficulty, wanting to see who did this to him from behind. "You. How are you?" Before he even turned his head, he heard a very familiar voice. Sichu Liang felt as if he was struck by lightning as his entire body froze on the spot. "It's her. It's actually her. She didn't die. It's actually her. She killed me." Every time Tin Ano left with Yang Fan, she would always jump out from the side of the nunnery and sneak out from the bushes beside the Yi River. Luckily, Yang Fan didn't walk very fast, so she could catch up to him every time. Then, she would follow him closely until he left the forest before reluctantly returning to the nunnery. Today, our Nu came from the river. She didn't even walk a few steps before she saw the blade light and killing intent. Shocked, our Nu quickly rushed closer. At this time, Yang Fan had already decisively broken the steel blade and began to fight with the opponent. With just one glance, our Nu knew that these 2 people were definitely in a life-and-death battle. She immediately broke a branch and rushed over. Tin Ano was someone who even dared to kill the emperor, so why would he care who this person was? Since he wanted to kill Yang Fan, then he would just kill him. Our Nu landed cleanly and pierced through Sichu Liang's back. Seeing the bloodstains on Yang Fan's body, she couldn't help but panic. She rushed to Yang Fan's side and asked with a trembling voice, "How are you?" As soon as she said this, her eyes were filled with tears. She was scared to tears. Actually, Yang Fan's injuries weren't that serious. However, even if it was just a scratch, if the bleeding wasn't stopped in time, it would still be dyed red. Not to mention that he was cut by a blade, followed by a series of intense punches and kicks. He didn't have time to stop the bleeding, so the bloodstains were scattered everywhere, making it seem like he was heavily injured. Nu walked past Sichu Liang and hugged Yang Fan. She was so nervous that her entire body was trembling. From start to finish, she did not even look at Sichu Liang. She had been trained as an assassin since she was a child, so she was very confident in her skills. Although the branch was not as straight as a sword, She was confident that she could pierce through the heart of the person who was fighting with her Lang Jun. This person was definitely going to die. At this moment, he had no strength to resist at all, so what was there for her to worry about? As for that person's identity, it didn't matter if he was a noble or a commoner. In her eyes, it was only a matter of whether he deserved to die or not. She didn't care about anything else. Sichu Liang suddenly saw Tin Ano, who he thought had died a long time ago. He was first happy, then shocked, then sad. His expression was indescribably complicated, and it was impossible to describe what kind of emotion he was feeling. He wanted to open his mouth to speak, but his ribs were first broken by Yang Fan, and his heart was pierced by a Enyu's sword. Blood quickly flowed out from his wounds and mouth, and he had already used up his last bit of strength. How could he even shout out a single word? In reality, because his heart was pierced, he had even stopped breathing. It was just that at the moment of his death, his last bit of consciousness was still awake, and he could still receive messages from the outside world, but he was already unable to make any reaction. I'm fine. Yang Fan could still be considered calm during the fierce battle. At this moment, his life and death were already decided. Thinking back to the various dangers he faced and how he almost passed by the gates of hell several times, his heart was extremely shocked. However, seeing a Enyu suddenly appear and show such concern for him, Yang Fan's heart was filled with joy, and all the fear had already disappeared. You still say it's not heavy. Tin Ano began to wipe his tears. Why are you causing trouble everywhere? Look at your body full of injuries, and you're bleeding so much. Yang Fan said with a bitter smile, it's not that I'm causing trouble, I don't even know him. My injury is really not heavy. As long as I apply medicine and bandage it, I will be able to jump around in less than 2 days, you don't have to worry. Yang Fan took the opportunity to hold her little hand, and continued to seduce her. Enyu, send me home, I'm afraid I can't walk back by myself in this state. The more Yang Fan said that his injury was not heavy, the more Tin Ano did not believe it. When Yang Fan said that if no one sent him home, he would not be able to go home, Tin Ano was even more at a loss, and quickly asked, where are your injuries? Let me see. Yang Fan said embarrassedly, injuries? Better not look at, I'll bandage it myself. Tin Ano said angrily, why don't you use it? Can't I help you bandage it? Yang Fan laughed dryly and said, cough, cough. Let's not. My injuries are either at the base of my thigh, or the back of my butt. If you don't mind, then I'll take off my clothes. Tin Ano was angry. Even at this time, you're still talking nonsense and teasing me. How are you injured in those places? Yang Fan said innocently, I'm not lying. How would I know why I'm injured in those places? This crazy killer, I don't know where he learned his blade technique from. His blade technique is very tricky, specifically attacking places that are hard to attack and hard to defend. Who is he? Enyu then turned her head to take a look, and with just a glance, she cried out in shock, Sichu Liang. Sichu Liang's eyes were wide open without any reaction. He was heartbroken. No matter if it was physically or mentally, he was really heartbroken to death. Yang Fan looked at Tin Ano's expression, and then looked at Sichu Liang, who looked very ordinary when he was alive, but looked very horrifying when he was dead, and asked, you know him? Enyu said while stuttering, yes. His someone by young master's side, his called Sichu Liang. Yang Fan lightly sighed and said, so it wasn't me who caused the trouble, it was you who caused the trouble. The sun was setting in the west, and the twilight was even more boundless. Yang Fan tore off a piece of cloth and simply bandaged the wound. Sichu Liang had already disappeared, he was buried in the depths of the forest. The fallen leaves were blown by the wind, and very quickly, the place where he was buried was flattened. Perhaps many years later, when the population of Luoyang multiplied and this forest became houses, people would dig out a skeleton from the ground to prove that he once existed. Yang Fan and Tin Ano first went back to the Tranquil sect. Nun Ding Ding gave the fattest nun's robe to Yang Fan, so the bloodstained Yang Fan also became a nun. Nun Ding 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 received a strict warning from Yang Fan. There was never a woman named Yi Tianai in her nunnery, and there was never a little nun named Jinglian. Otherwise, it would bring her nunnery a lot of trouble. Then, regardless of whether Tin Ano was willing or not, she could only leave the nunnery with Yang Fan. The last ray of the setting sun hung on the treetops, and two beautiful little nuns stood under the tree. One looked a little more like a man, and the other looked a little more like a woman. You can't stay here anymore. Since young Master Jiang's people can find this place, it's not safe for you to stay here. It's better to go home with me, young Fan said after listening to Anu talk about what happened at the peak of Mount Hua. Tin Ano looked at him in surprise and asked, "Do you understand what I said? His target is you. If I stay with you, wouldn't that be harming you? Do you know how powerful young Master is? As long as he wants to, he can definitely kill you." "I don't know, and I don't believe it," young Fan said calmly. "I used to think that if I learned a lot of skills, I would be able to dominate the world. When I grew up and really stepped into this circle, I realized that there are too many things that can't be solved with just a body of martial arts. The so-called relying on a body of martial arts to settle debts of gratitude and enmity, to dominate the world, to be omnipotent, to make the nobles bow their heads is only a story that will happen in the legends of sword immortals. Only those naive children will believe it. I'm not a child. But you've been with young Master Jiang since childhood, just like a child who believes that his father is the most powerful man in the world. His ability has long been rooted in your heart, and you've exaggerated it countless times, but you yourself haven't realized it. Young Fan, I'm not joking. I'm not joking either. As far as I know, he fought with Shen Mu in Chang'an and returned defeated. If he could be invincible with Lu Boyan by his side, then he wouldn't have lost to that guy Shen Mu. That guy doesn't know martial arts at all. If it's a fight, even I can pinch him to death with one finger. How can you pinch him to death with one finger? You're arguing again. I'm saying that martial arts isn't omnipotent. One finger. Of course I can't pinch him to death, but I can poke him to death. Tin Ano took a deep breath and said, "No matter if you pinch or poke me, I'll leave, but I can't go with you. I'll hide to the ends of the earth. No matter how great young Master is, he won't be able to find me. As long as he can't prove that I'm still alive, he won't go back on his promise and attack you." Young Fan raised his eyebrows and said in a deep voice, "Do you think I'll let you leave? I won't allow it." Tin Ano was annoyed and said coldly, "If I want to leave, can you stop me?" Young Fan also said coldly, "Do you want to try?" The autumn wind was bleak, and the sun was setting. The shadows of the two people who were in the starting position were elongated. One was a man, and the other was a woman. In the autumn wind, the man who was in the starting position could be heard saying faintly, "My wound is bleeding again. If you have the heart to do it, then let's do it." Not long after, the man got on the back of the woman, and the two of them merged into one. The two of them slowly walked out of the forest, leaving behind this dialogue along the way: "You don't need to carry me, I can walk. Don't force yourself. Don't talk nonsense. Cough. That stab just now was really dangerous, and I almost became a eunuch. If I didn't dodge fast enough. Even thinking about it now makes me break out in a cold sweat. You deserve it. This is what you get for bullying me." "Did I bully you? I'm innocent, I didn't know anything." "You don't know anything, so you're not bullying me?" "That's true. But according to the law of our dynasty, mistakes, no matter how big, must be forgiven, no matter how small, must be punished. Miss Anu, shouldn't you give me a lighter punishment? Do you think this is your Yamen of the Ministry of Justice? I don't even want to reason with you. Do I need to reason with you? You also know that you're unreasonable. What did you say?" "Nothing. Nothing." Chapter 454. Ever since the case of the three law departments, young Fan had always given people the feeling that he was not doing proper work. But after seeing his abilities during the joint trial of the three law departments, no one in the Ministry of Justice dared to look down on him. They only silently criticized him for his neglect of official duties. But suddenly, one day, young Fan and young Langzhong began to go to the Yamen on time. Not only did they go to the Yamen, but like Pai Erding, Chen Dong, and the others, he always came a bit earlier than the petty officials. When the Yamen was dismissed, he deliberately left a bit later. It was as if he had suddenly assimilated into the most common lifestyle of the officials in the Ministry of Justice. After the great victory in the Battle of the Three Law Departments, young Fan suddenly handed over all the affairs of the Ministry of Justice to Chen Dong and became a hands-off shopkeeper. This matter had once caused widespread discussion in the Ministry of Justice. No one knew what special intentions young Fan had in doing this. It was not until a long time later that everyone believed that young Fan was truly slacking off in his duties. All kinds of strange speculations finally died down. Now, young Fan suddenly became especially dedicated to his work. Every day, he would arrive at the Yamen early to do his work, and every day, he would leave a bit later than the petty officials. Moreover, he began to study the law with Chen Dong, learn how to handle all kinds of official cases, and learn from the more representative cases of the past. These abnormal actions once again caused everyone to speculate. In reality, those in high positions or those with too great of a reputation were always like this. Even if it was an unintentional action, it would be used as a topic of conversation by those who were so bored that they had nothing else to do but talk about nonsense. They were so ordinary that they had no sense of existence other than talking about important people or famous people. The people in the Ministry of Justice discussed young Fan's abnormal actions, but very few people noticed that there was an additional servant at his side. Chen Dong had an attendant at his side. Most of the officials in the Ministry of Justice with the rank of Vice Minister and above had an attendant at their side. Some of these attendants were clever and useful petty officials from the Yamen, while others were page boys that the officials were used to since they were young. The attendant was naturally the official's trusted aide. Young Fan was a new official, so he needed a useful person by his side. This manservant looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. She looked sweet and cute, and she was well-educated and well-mannered. She also had good handwriting. The people in the Ministry of Justice, especially the people in Dr. Chen's room, all thought at first that this manservant was a member of young Longzhong's family that he was used to ordering around. Later, when they saw that he stayed in the detention room at night, they guessed that he was some distant relative of young Fan's, or someone recommended by a close friend. Because of this, there was naturally no one who would seek trouble and ask young Fan what relationship he had with this servant. The people from the other Yamens were even less likely to pay attention to this matter. Seeing that the people of the Ministry of Justice were calm and collected about the sudden appearance of this handsome manservant, they began to imagine the origins of this manservant. No one was surprised by this. This attendant was naturally Tin Ano. Tin Ano was originally not that old, and after a girl disguised as a man, she looked especially young. Therefore, in everyone's eyes, she became a 15 or 16-year-old handsome young man at most. Of course, Anu used her superb disguise skills to make some changes to herself. Otherwise, with her gentle and charming appearance, even with Zhong Changzong's beauty as a model, very few people would think that she was a man. Tin Ano wanted to hide far away, but how could young Fan agree? Moreover, Tin Ano was only saying it casually. She didn't know how much young Master Jiang already knew, and whether or not he would harm young Fan. If she really wanted to leave now, she wouldn't feel at ease. However, she was also unwilling to live in young Fan's house. It wasn't because she was still angry at young Fan, but because they only guessed that young Master Jiang might already know that she was still alive. However, they couldn't rule out the possibility that Sichu Liang discovered something and didn't have time to report to young Master Jiang. If she lived in the Yang family, wouldn't that be the same as exposing herself? Therefore, young Fan suddenly had an idea and suggested that she live in the Ministry of Justice's Yamen. No matter how smart young Master Jiang was, it wouldn't be easy for him to think that after Tin Ano and young Fan reunited, she didn't live in his house, but instead found a job in the Yamen as a girl. Right now, Tin Ano was right under young Fan's eyes, but she was in a state of under the light, which made it easier for her to hide her tracks. Therefore, there was one more servant in the Ministry of Justice, a very likable, but not eye-catching servant. Hihi, you don't say. I originally thought that the law was incomparably boring, and I didn't know how much of a headache it would be to learn it. I didn't expect these cases to be quite interesting, and I read them with great interest. Young Fan held a file and said to Tin Ano with a smile, "There's nothing Anu doesn't know, there's nothing Anu isn't proficient in, I wonder how much you know about the law?" Tin Ano was dressed like a servant in green clothes and a small hat. However, there was no one else in the room right now, so she wasn't as respectful towards young Fan. Her black and white eyes glared at him, and she snorted coldly, "I'm just temporarily hiding here, don't smile at me, I didn't agree to just like that. Yang Fan winked at her mischievously, and said with a smile, just like what? Tin Ano turned her head away in annoyance, and said, I don't know. Yang Fan giggled and said, what matter don't you know? Tin Ano said in annoyance, you think I'm a nosy person, why would I study the law? I don't know what the law you're talking about is. Yang Fan flirted with her for a while, and seeing that she was deliberately changing the topic, he felt great in his heart. He couldn't help but chuckle, and returned to the main topic, and said, oh, this is a case from a few years ago. Look at this case. It was said that A and B were on the same boat, but the boat was halfway through when it encountered a storm and sank. At this time, A and B both fell into the water, and there was a piece of wood floating in the water, half floating and half sinking. Both of them snatched this piece of wood, but this piece of wood couldn't support both of them, and if both of them lay on the piece of wood, it was very likely that both of them would drown. A was strong, and B was weak, so A relied on his strength to snatch the piece of wood. Tin Ano heard a little interest, and asked, what happened after that? Yang Fan said, of course, B drowned, and A was saved. Tin Ano pouted, and said, that's it. What's the point of this? Yang Fan said, the interesting thing came later. The process of these two people falling into the water and fighting over the piece of wood was seen by someone on the shore. After the deceased's wife found out, she sued the court, saying that her husband was killed by A, and wanted A to pay with his life. She said that if A didn't fight over the piece of wood, her husband might not have died, and it was because A pushed her husband away that caused his death. Tin Ano thought about it, and said, that seems to make sense. Speaking of which, this B died in the hands of A. Yang Fan spread out his hands, and said, that's right. But it wasn't A's fault that they fell into the water, it was a natural disaster. As for the piece of wood, it was both of them who snatched it at the same time. If A gave the piece of wood to B, then he himself would drown. If he and B each held one end of the piece of wood, and neither of them let go, then both of them might drown. A also felt wronged, and he argued to the official that he couldn't give the piece of wood to him, and that he should die by himself. I also have a wife and children at home that I need to take care of. If I didn't push him away, he would still die, and I would also die. That would be 2 lives. It's true that I pushed him away, but whether I pushed him or not, he would still die. Why should I be blamed for it? Tin Ano heard this, and said, I used to think that deciding a case was very simple. If he was guilty, then he was guilty, and if he wasn't guilty, then he wasn't guilty. I didn't think that there would be such a head-scratching case in this world. It turns out that being a judge isn't easy. So how was the case decided in the end? Yang Fan originally wanted to tease her, and seeing that she was also interested, he was about to explain to her how Dr. Chen had originally decided this case when suddenly there was a clamor outside. He didn't know what was going on, but it caused the scribes and petty officials of this department to make a ruckus together. Yang Fan frowned, and put down the file. He gestured to Tin Ano, and walked out of the recording room. Standing at the door, he cleared his throat, and pretending to be dignified, he asked, why are you all making a ruckus? Luo Ling hurried over to Yang Fan, and mysteriously said, Dr. Chen might not know, but this Yarman's Assistant Minister Kui has been promoted to Prime Minister. Oh! Assistant Minister Kui has become Prime Minister? Yang Fan was immediately startled when he heard this. The Prime Minister was admittedly awe-inspiring, but now Li Zhaoda's power was growing day by day. Su Wei and the other Prime Ministers all had to listen to him, and the Political Affairs Hall had already become Li Zhaoda's place. Assistant Minister Kui had been promoted to Prime Minister, but he was ranked last among the Prime Ministers. His real power was much less than the current official of the Ministry of Justice. Was this a promotion on the surface but a demotion on the inside? Luo Ling said, that's right, the court has just issued an edict. Saibin official Dolu Qinwang will be transferred to the position of Minister of Justice, and the left admonishing official Dao Wenjie will be transferred to the position of Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice. Heh. Our position of Minister of Justice has been vacant for a long time, and now the Emperor has suddenly assigned both the Minister and Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice. It seems that our Ministry of Justice will be heavily used in the Emperor's eyes. Luo Ling spoke with his head held high. Kui Yuanzong and his master, Chen Dong, were old enemies. Kui Yuanzong was transferred away, of course he was happy. In addition, the Ministry of Justice previously had Kui Yuanzong, who was the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, as well as acting as the Minister of Justice. When the three departments of justice were put together, they all had their own official positions, but the Ministry of Justice had the second-in-command acting as the chief. Imperceptibly, their positions were half a level lower. Now that the emperor had assigned both the Minister of Justice and the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, it was clear that the Ministry of Justice, which was once the most important in the emperor's eyes, had once again become important. Yang Fan thought to himself, this transfer, could it be Taiping's doing? I didn't expect her to really have a way. Yang Fan thought for a moment, then said to Luo Ling, in that case, we should go congratulate Assistant Minister Kui on his promotion. Is Assistant Minister in the Yamen? Luo Ling replied, Assistant Minister Kui has entered the palace. Presumably, the emperor has other instructions for him. Yang Fan made a sound of acknowledgement and said, I know. When Assistant Minister Kui returns to the Yamen, let me know. This official and Minister Chen will go together to congratulate him. After Yang Fan finished speaking, he turned around and returned to the signing room. When the people at the door saw that Yang Fan had not revealed any expression of surprise from beginning to end, they couldn't help but start whispering. Someone said, looking at Yang Longzhong's appearance, it seems like he already knew about Assistant Minister Kui's promotion. Looking at his expression just now, it doesn't seem like he just heard. Luo Ling's master, Chen Dong, was now on the same side as Yang Fan. Luo Ling, who had once viewed Yang Fan as an enemy, now naturally had to protect Yang Fan. When he heard this, his expression tightened and he hurriedly said, nonsense. How could Yang Longzhong have known about the appointment from above? This is called staying calm in the face of danger. This is shrewdness, understand? Chapter 455. It was not unreasonable for Luo Ling to be so nervous. Once it was confirmed that Yang Fan knew about this beforehand, it would be detrimental to Yang Fan if word got out. In every yamen of the imperial court, there was a board with the words honest, prudent, and diligent written on it. This was to remind the officials to act according to these words. The word honest naturally referred to incorruptible, and diligent referred to diligence. Then what was prudent? It was prudence and secrecy. Years ago, there was a time when Emperor Qin climbed the mountain to relax and saw Prime Minister Li Sai's convoy passing by. The scale was too grand and Emperor Qin was very dissatisfied and complained. A few days later, he saw Li Sai's convoy again and found that it had been reduced. Emperor Qin was immediately alerted that someone had reported to Li Sai. He conducted an investigation and did not find out who the informant was. He killed all the eunuchs at the scene. During the reign of Emperor Yuan of Han, someone reported that a county magistrate had killed innocent people. Before the emperor could decide how to investigate, the county magistrate submitted a memorial to defend himself. The emperor immediately found out that someone in court had leaked the information. Once it was verified, it was the deputy prime minister of the imperial censor who had leaked the information to the county magistrate. The emperor immediately ordered that the deputy prime minister of the imperial censor be removed from his post, investigated, and imprisoned. Ever since the Wei, Jin, and northern and southern dynasties, the requirements for leaking decrees were even stricter. Once a decree of the imperial court was leaked, the lightest punishment would be dismissal from office, regardless of how serious the leak was. For some cautious officials who entered the palace for the first time to meet the emperor or handle official matters, when they came out, their relatives and elders would ask them what species of trees were planted in front of the palace steps. They would resolutely refuse to answer. For major events like the promotion of the prime minister and the appointment of the minister of justice, if the emperor had not issued an edict and Yang Fan knew about it, it was obvious that someone had leaked it. Once the emperor found out and investigated, it would be a serious matter. Luo Ling knew the severity of this and hurriedly refuted. However, although the punishment for leaking government decrees was strict, there would always be people who leaked government decrees every year. Those who were well informed and could know the news one step ahead of the others would also become people who could reach the heavens in the officialdom, and they would be respected by others. Luo Ling's rebuttal made everyone even more certain that Yang Fan had long known the news. Someone had already come to a sudden realization. I knew it. No wonder Yang Langzhong has been acting out of character recently. He has been working at the Yamen punctually every day and has been studying the law diligently. I'm afraid, he already knew that the head of the Ministry of Justice was going to be replaced, so he deliberately put on a good show. Yeah, looks like Yang Langzhong already knew about it. I say, don't talk nonsense. What level is this? This is a transfer of officials of the Prime Minister and Minister rank. Didn't you see Assistant Minister Qui's shocked expression when he received the edict from the palace to summon him in? Even he didn't know about it beforehand, so how could Dr. Yang know about it first? Nonsense. That's why I said he's capable. Have you forgotten about Princess typing? Shh. Be quiet, disperse, disperse, disperse. Do what you need to do, don't talk nonsense here. Some of the more experienced officials realized that they were getting more and more out of line and hurriedly spoke up to stop them. The discussion at the door was heard by Yang Fan, who had already walked in. Tin Ano, who had followed him out, also heard it. Tin Ano followed Yang Fan back into the inner chamber with a faint smile on his face. Yang Fan couldn't help but explain, I really have nothing to do with her. Tin Ano curled his lips and said sourly, it doesn't matter if you have something to do with her. You don't need to tell me about this. Once a woman gets jealous, they would be unreasonable. Yang Fan tactfully put down the topic. He rubbed his nose and said thoughtfully, Kui Yuanzong will be transferred to the government hall to be the Prime Minister, Do Lu Qinwang will be the Minister of Justice, and Dao Wenjie will be the Assistant Minister of Justice. It seems that my days of leisure are coming to an end, a war is about to start. Tin Ano sat down on the edge of the kang and pulled out a sharp knife from his boot. He tested the sharpness of the blade and carefully inserted it back. He muttered to himself, starting a war isn't scary. What's scary is waiting for a war every day and not knowing when your enemy will make a move. Sichu Liang is missing. Young Master Jiang lightly paced around the small building with his brows tightly locked. He asked suspiciously, why would Sichu Liang disappear for no reason? Lu Bo said, Young Master, could it be Shen Mu's people playing tricks? Young Master Jiang shook his head and said, no, the person Shen Mu wants to defeat is me. There is no need for him to do such a senseless thing. Lu Bo said, this little thief is sinister and cunning. There is no dirty trick that he can't use. Young Master has overestimated him. Young Master Jiang shook his head and said, he has no choice but to use those cunning tricks on you. He doesn't have an expert like you under him. Could it be that in order to show off his indifferent heroism, he will not do anything and wait for you to come and kill him? However, this matter is definitely not because of him. I have fought with him for so long and I know his character too well. Even if he sends people to Luo Yang, the person he wants to kill can only be me or you, and not Sichu Liang. Lu Bo's white brows furrowed and said, but if it wasn't like that, what else could happen to Sichu Liang? Who can do anything to him? Young Master Jiang also furrowed his brows. He couldn't understand Sichu Liang's disappearance no matter how much he thought about it. However, he couldn't think of where Sichu Liang went or what he did. From the start, Sichu Liang was like a loyal and devoted guard dog. He was loyal to his master, and no matter what his master did to that woman, he could only silently watch and didn't dare to express his feelings. However, if others dared to bully or hurt that woman, he would immediately bare his teeth and let out a terrifying roar. When Sichu Liang was in the carriage, he had once suggested to him whether or not to kill Yang Fan to vent Tin Ano's anger. However, this matter had long been forgotten by him. Even if he remembered it, it was very difficult for him to connect this matter with Yang Fan. This was because he never thought that a dog that obeyed orders would also have feelings that belonged to him and would also have a time when he made his own decision. At this moment, Sichu Liang had already become a corpse under the yellow soil of the desolate forest. His body was being devoured by insects and mosquitoes. From the beginning to the end, his master did not know that he once had feelings, and the woman that he deeply loved also did not know. We need to continue to investigate Sichu Liang's information, and we need to be more secretive about our whereabouts. When our people arrive one after another, We will move out of the princess's palace and find another secret place to stay. Young Master Jiang muttered to himself and made a decision. Our various plans cannot be stopped because of Situ Liang's disappearance. Quickly arrange for me to meet with that Zhong Yizhi. The Assistant Minister of Justice, Kui Yuanzong, was promoted to the Prime Minister. To Kui Yuanzong, this result was something that he was happy to accept. Although the Political Affairs Hall was currently controlled by Li Zhaoda, the Prime Minister was still one level higher than the Minister of Justice. Only by being the Prime Minister in one's life could one be considered as an extremely high official. In the future, even if it was written in the family tree, it would still be an honor worthy of being respected by future generations. Furthermore, this great Jew's Political Affairs Hall, Kui Yuanzong sneered in his heart, this great Zhou dynasty's Prime Minister is simply more diligent than the chives that are harvested from the fields. Today's Li Zhaoda is so glorious, will he not have bad luck one day? At that time, he might even have the chance to become a prime minister. Today's chief official, Li Zhaoda, wasn't he also a junior in the Political Affairs Hall? As for the fact that the great Zhou dynasty's prime minister changing so frequently, it also meant danger to him, but Kui Yuanzong didn't take it to heart. Any official would work hard like the waves of the ocean. As for how miserable the fate of those seniors who fell on the beach was, they instinctively ignored it. All the officials felt that he would be an exception. Kui Yuanzong was satisfied and happily went to the Political Affairs Hall. The new Minister of Justice, Lu Qinwang, and the new Assistant Minister of Justice, Dao Wenjie, also took up their posts. On the first day that the two officials took up their posts, they first met with all the officials in the Yamen. On the second day, they held a small three-person meeting with Yang Fan. In the third courtyard of the Ministry of Justice's Yamen, there was a quiet and elegant courtyard on the right. This courtyard was where Kui Yuanzong's study used to be. The courtyard was very quiet. The miner that had been hanging in the corridor had already left the Ministry of Justice with Kui Yuanzong, who had just been promoted to Prime Minister. Only the marks left by the birdcage on the wooden frame were still impressively visible. There were people standing guard in front of the courtyard door. In the study sat Lu Qinwang, Dao Wenjie, and Yang Fan. Lu Qinwang was a very good talker. When he spoke, he was smooth and did not let anything slip. After all, he had been an official for so many years and often had conversations with the chiefs of the four barbarians and envoys from various countries. As a result, his words were very beautiful. The three of them were not familiar with each other, but under his leadership, the three of them quickly became familiar as if they were old friends. The atmosphere in the study also quickly became harmonious. The former left remonstrant official Dao Wenjie's personality was very different from Lu Qinwang's. This person was serious in speech and manner and was not good with words. However, his words were always meaningful and his thinking was meticulous. This kind of personality had something to do with his many years of remonstrant work. The imperial messengers of the imperial censorate supervised the officials, and the remonstrant official supervised the emperor. He was specifically responsible for giving opinions on the emperor's words and actions. This official was very strange. It was insignificant yet incomparably important. Other than his mouth, he had no authority at all. However, his authority could be greater than anyone else's. All of this depended on whether or not the emperor was willing to listen to his opinions. Wei Zheng had been the remonstrant official in the past. Compared to this senior, Dao Wenjie was naturally much inferior. In the eyes of the Ministry of Justice, these two officials were both newly appointed officials. Of the original officials in the Ministry of Justice, the authority of the Ministry of Justice was the most important. Yang Fan was the left minister of the Ministry of Justice. Aside from these two, he was the most respected official in the Ministry of Justice, so it was normal for him to be summoned to understand the situation in the Yamen. However, no one could have expected that the first, second, and third leaders of the Ministry of Justice's Yamen would discuss matters that were not at all what they had imagined. If the matters these three were to discuss were to be leaked, it would be enough to cause great waves in the great Zhou officialdom. Chapter 456. Lu Qinwang, Dao Wenjie, and Yang Fan were discussing how to completely destroy the ruthless group of officials gathered at the censorate. Among these three people, Yang Fan and Dao Wenjie were on Princess Taiping's side, while Dolu Qinwang was on Li Zhaoda's side. Li Zhaoda and Princess Taiping both wanted to destroy the censorate, a powerful enemy that had been working hard to kill hundreds of officials and attack the royalists for many years. Dolu Qinwang and Dao Wenjie had already received their master's signal, so the discussion between the three went very smoothly. This meeting was actually a detailed division of labor based on Li Zhaoda and Princess Taiping's instructions. The result of the discussion was that in the future, Dolu Qinwang would use his eloquence to smooth things over, play the good guy, and push the Taikai. Dao Wenjie would be responsible for drawing up the specific strategy and action plan to attack the censorate. As for Yang Fan would naturally be the chief thug of the Ministry of Justice, the double flower red rod. Well, in Dolu Qinwang's words, Yang Fan was the vanguard of the fight against evil, the nemesis of evil. Those who were chosen by Princess Taiping naturally had extraordinary skills. Dao Wenjie quickly drew up a meticulous, detailed, and comprehensive plan to attack the censorate. Many of the methods in this plan were similar to the methods Li Junchen had used to collect evidence and attack the officials. It should be known that the methods listed in Li Junchen's weaving scripture were not imagined out of thin air. They were examples of the censorate collecting evidence and attacking their political enemies. Li Junchen had only compiled them into a book. At the same time, Yang Fan also learned from Zhao Yu that young Master Jiang had suffered a great loss in Chang'an. His many years of foundation in Chang'an had all fallen into Shen Mu's hands. At this time, he had already moved to Luoyang, determined to rise again there. In other words, young Master Jiang would be stationed in Luoyang. Because of this, Tin Ano did not dare to hide anything from Yang Fan. She told Yang Fan everything she knew about young Master Jiang. After learning how powerful young Master Jiang was, Yang Fan became cautious. Of course, in view of young Master Jiang's power, it was unlikely that he would openly go against the government. The one he was most afraid of was still Lu Boyan, who was said to be much more intelligent than Sichu Liang. However, ever since Sichu Liang inexplicably appeared, young Master Jiang didn't make any moves, and Yang Fan could only bide his time. At the moment, Anu was hiding in the Yamen of the Ministry of Justice and spending time with him. This feeling was extraordinarily sweet. Whether it was Yang Fan or Tin Ano, they were not in a hurry to change this relationship. This kind of relationship was very special. There was both sweetness and ambiguity, but it was completely different from that of a wife or a lover. Mixed in between love and ambiguity was their working relationship. Yang Fan and Xiao Man had also worked together in the palace before, but now that Anu's identity was Yang Fan's attendant, the feeling was different. In these days, the relationship between the two had gradually recovered. Now, it was the powerful pressure from young Master Jiang that had become a powerful force that prevented them from joining together. Yang Fan did not know what plans young Master Jiang had for coming to Luoyang, nor did he know how much power he had hidden in Luoyang. He could only deal with the changes by not changing. However, on the other hand, after Dao Wenjie's plan was drawn up, there were difficulties in carrying it out. In order to encircle and annihilate a group of powers, they had to take into account the time, location, people, and other factors. It was close to the end of the year. For the people of China, the New Year was a very important holiday. It was not a suitable time to encircle and annihilate the censorate. Once they did so, the efficiency of the various yamen would slow down due to the New Year. This would give the censorate ample time to react. Dolu Qinwang, Dao Wenjie, and Yang Fan had yet to come to a decision on whether to attack before the New Year or after the New Year. However, an accident caused them to completely give up on the plan to attack the censorate before the New Year. This accident was the triumphant return of Master Xue Huai. Xue Huai did not fight. This friend of his was truly a lucky general. He led the army to the western regions in a grandiose manner. However, he was only halfway there when he stopped advancing. This was because his opponent had disappeared again, just like last time. Mo Duo, who led the army to invade Spiritual State, did not know whether it was because of some internal changes, or because he heard that the Great Zhou dynasty had sent out 200,000 soldiers and thought that it would be too risky for him to go deep into the desert alone. In any case, he retreated. Since he retreated to the Great Prairie, Xue Huai naturally had no more battles to fight. Xue Huai would not ask for trouble by going deep into the desert and initiating an attack. For a long time, the Great Prairie had been a natural moat set up by the heavens to help the nomadic people against the farming people. The farming people rarely had the ability to send armies deep into the desert. Before the invention of the stirrup, the Xiongnu cavalry was not as powerful as the people of the Great Prairie. When Emperor Wu of Han attacked the Xiongnu, his country was almost destroyed. Today, Wu Zetian was no match for Emperor Wu of Han, and today, Xue Huai was no match for Wei Qing and Hu Zubing. Therefore, just as Li Zhaoda said when he was bidding farewell to Xue Huai succeeded when the horse arrived. In fact, he succeeded before the horse even arrived. Without firing a single arrow, Xue Huai had made a great contribution. Excitedly, Xue Huai reported to the imperial court, "Mojuo fled as soon as he heard my name. I beg your majesty to allow me to return to the imperial court." Xue Huai's return to the imperial court would not have any effect on the Ministry of Penalties' plan to encircle and annihilate the imperial envoy station. However, after the news of Xue Huai's great victory reached Luoyang, Empress Wu Zetian suddenly had an idea. She thought that since the army had already set out, there was no need for them to go back and forth and waste resources. It was better to have the army continue the campaign but change the target to recapture the 4 towns of Anxi. After several years of preparation, the imperial court had made preparations to recapture the 4 towns of Anxi in terms of supplies, armor, arrows, and training of soldiers. If not for the sudden invasion of the Turks, Wu Zetian would have also planned to use the army. She had planned to send troops to recapture the 4 towns of Anxi after the end of the year, but now, she was simply taking advantage of the situation and pushing the plan forward by a few months. Because of this matter, the imperial court once more engaged in a fierce debate. Some agreed to send troops, others believed that the original plan should be carried out, and still others opposed the expedition. All sides had differing opinions. This was clearly not the time for the Ministry of Penalty to attack the imperial censorate. The imperial court had no time to devote its attention to matters of state and military affairs. Dou Lu, Qin Wang, Dao Wenjie, and Yang Fan discussed the matter and decided to put the plan on hold until the dispute in the court was over. After another round of heated debate, Wu Zetian herself was in favor of the expedition, so the opinions gradually reached a consensus and they agreed to send troops. But the funds and provisions they had originally been raised to attack the Turks and recapture Lingju had been changed to an expedition to the 4 towns of Anxi, and it was also the end of the year, so the finances were somewhat tight. Dou Lu Qin Wang impatiently proposed to the emperor that all officials of the Great Jew above the 9th rank should contribute 2 months' worth of their salaries to the army. Wu Zetian was somewhat tempted, but there was no precedent for this, so she first released this news to test the reactions of the officials. As expected, this matter had aroused the dissatisfaction of the officials. Dou Lu Qin Wang wanted to express his support for the emperor and show off his noble character and unquestionable integrity as an official, but if he took the limelight, it would only be a loss to others. There were some officials who did not work outside and relied entirely on their salaries to maintain their relatively decent lives. Contributing 2 months' worth of salary was not something they could bear. For example, the supervising imperial censor Wang Qiuli had only been transferred to the imperial censorate after Lai Junchen and the other officials of the imperial censorate had been killed, demoted, or exiled. This imperial censor was rather incorruptible and his family did not have much savings. If 2 months' worth of salary were deducted, he would not be able to bear it. As a result, this imperial censor immediately wrote a righteous and stern impeachment memorial, quoting the classics to refute Dou Lu Qin Wang's absurd claims. A large number of officials responded to Wang Qiuli's rebuttal. Seeing that the backlash was too strong, Wu Zetian could only give up on this plan. At this time, Wu Sanxi was still busy with the construction of the heavenly pivot. The craftsmen of the 3 Yang Palace and Xingtai Palace were already on their way to the construction site, cleaning up the ground, drawing up the blueprints, and purchasing the bricks and wood. These 3 projects were extremely costly, but no one suggested halting the construction in order to provide for the army. Wu Zetian herself seemed to have intentionally or unintentionally ignored it. In the end, the military expenditure problem was solved by the Ministry of Revenue. The method they used was nothing more than living beyond one's means. Great General Shui Huai received the emperor's decree and retired, returning to the imperial court. Meanwhile, the army continued to advance westward. The imperial court appointed Great General Wang Xiajie, who was familiar with the situation in the western regions, to be the commander-in-chief. The war to reclaim the 4 garrisons of Anxi officially began. Wang Xiajie was appointed as the chief steward of the martial might army. He was travel-worn as he chased after his expeditionary army. At this time, Luoyang City had already ushered in the New Year's Day. This year's New Year's Day was November 1st. During the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties, the Xia dynasty used the first day of the first lunar month as New Year's Day. At that time, New Year's Day and Spring Festival were on the same day. The Shang dynasty used the first day of the 12th month as its New Year's Day, while the Zhou dynasty used the first day of the 11th month as its New Year's Day. After Qin Shi Huangying Zheng unified the world, he thought that his achievements were not inferior to the ancient emperors, so he came up with an ingenious idea to make the first day of the 10th month as New Year's Day. From then on, the New Year's Day of each dynasty was based on the calendar established by the first unified dynasty of China, the Xia dynasty, with the first day of the first month as the New Year's Day. However, after Wu Zetian established the Great Zhou dynasty, everything followed the rules of the Zhou dynasty. As a result, New Year's Day became November 1st. A new beginning, everything was renewed. On New Year's Day, the emperor would lead the civil and military officials in offering sacrifices to the heavens and the earth. Wu Zetian gathered all the officials of the 5th rank and above in the Wanxiang Divine Palace to hold a grand ceremony to offer sacrifices to the heavens and the earth. Wu Zetian was dressed in a black imperial robe decorated with 12 emblems. She was also wearing a knee covering, a leather belt, a large belt, and many other accessories. She wore a crown on her head, and the 12 rows of crowns studded with precious jewels covered her aged face, making her seem even more dignified. Yang Fan was a 5th rank official, and he happened to be one of the officials qualified to participate in the ceremony to the heavens and the earth. He was also dressed in a solemn ceremonial robe. The entire Wanxiang Divine Palace was filled with a dense mass of people. Following the loud chanting of the great Honglu, they prostrated themselves in worship to the heavens and the earth, listening to Wu Zetian recite the prayers to the heavens and the earth. After the emperor's first offering, it was the crown prince's turn. However, after Wu Zetian recited the prayers to the heavens and stepped to the side, an unexpected scene occurred. Chapter 457. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the Dehonglu walked towards Wu Chengxi. Wu Chengxi was clearly prepared for this. There was no surprise on his face. Perhaps he had already rehearsed the ritual procedure of offering to heaven and earth under the arrangement of the Ministry of Rites. He walked steadily under the guidance of the Dehonglu and walked forward step by step from the civil and military officials and the members of the imperial family. If Wu Chengxi was to be the offering, then what about the crown prince? Even though this was a solemn hall, there was still a buzzing sound in the Wanxiang Divine Palace. No one dared to whisper in this place at this time. This was an instinctive reaction of surprise. The heavy breathing of more than 1,000 officials gathered together to form a wave of air. Princess Taiping's face suddenly paled. She hurriedly lowered her head to hide her shocked and frightened expression. Yang Fan was a 5th rank official. The lowest rank of the officials qualified to attend the offering was 5th rank, so he stood in the last row. This unexpected scene caused his eyes to widen. He looked up at the hall and his excellent eyesight allowed him to see Wu Zetian's face clearly. But he could only see the 12 rows of coronets hanging in front of Wu Zetian. Wu Zetian stood steadily. The 12 strings of pearls and jade hanging in front of her were like a dense curtain that completely covered her face. Yang Fan noticed that the coronets were hanging quietly and motionlessly. Perhaps, Wu Zetian, who was behind the coronets, was using her sharp old eyes to scan the reactions of the officials. Yang Fan took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. He also lowered his head. Is the Empress publicly announcing to the officials and to the world that she wants to change heirs? Or, right, there is still the final offering. Could it be? The Empress wants the Crown Prince to be the final offering? A glimmer of hope suddenly appeared in Yang Fan's heart. The officials also thought of this. After the offering ended, they quietly raised their heads a little. This movement of raising their heads was very slight. But when countless people did the same movement at the same time, even the slightest movement was spectacular enough. The civil and military officials, as well as the members of the royal family, seemed to be led by an invisible thread. After Wu Chengxi retreated, they all raised their heads in unison. Wu Zetian, who was standing high above the alchemy emperor, slightly raised the corner of her mouth, revealing a cold smile. After Wu Chengxi retreated, the Dehonglu walked forward again and began to guide the person in charge of the final offering. On the spacious and large Wanxiang divine palace, which could be said to be the largest palace in the world, countless pairs of eyes followed his figure and moved. Everyone held their breath to see who he was walking towards. The Dehonglu walked step by step and finally reached Liang Wangwu Sance's side. The officials in the court were all dumbfounded. Following the guidance of the solemn Dehonglu, Wu Sanci took large strides and ascended the Pill Emperor. When Wu Sance's clear voice echoed in the Golden Palace, no one looked at him and no one listened to what he said. When Wu Sanci made the final offering ceremony, the civil and military officials all looked at Wu Zetian's son, at the former emperor of the Tang dynasty, the current crown prince of the Zhou dynasty, Li Dan. Some of the people standing at the back could see his back, while others could only follow the direction in which the others were looking. They couldn't see his existence at all. However, the people standing beside Li Dan could see him. Li Dan's expression was calm and there was nothing strange. His throne had been taken away by his mother. The two concubines who had accompanied him day and night and gone through trials and tribulations with him, had been beaten to death by his mother. Now, he was being humiliated in front of everyone and his position as crown prince was about to be lost. But Li Dan's face didn't show any anger or emotion. Instead, it was the faces of the young princes behind him that were flushed with anger. The sacrificial ceremony was not just a ceremony. It was a clear political signal. Back then, when the indulgent Ado ascended to the throne, he announced to the world, "The Ge family will govern, the sacrificial ceremony will be done by me." Even someone like Ado knew that some things had to be in his hands. He could hand over all the affairs of Shu Han to Zhuge Liang, no matter how big or small. But the matter of the sacrificial ceremony to heaven and earth, he had to make it clear in the succession edict. This was his right and others couldn't touch it. Even if he controlled all the affairs, he was only a minister and not the ruler of a country. But the sacrificial ceremony to heaven and earth was different. This was the symbol of a ruler's power. With the end of the ceremony, the civil and military officials, as well as the members of the royal family, retreated. Once they exited the myriad deity palace, they hurriedly walked out. Today's ceremony had revealed too much information to them. They needed to go back and digest it properly. For a time, they didn't even talk to each other. The crown prince's family was the most awkward in this crowd. Ever since the emperor decreed that the crown prince was not allowed to see the officials, his family had actually been placed under house arrest in the crown prince's palace. Other than the servants by his side, no one else could see them. And today, even though they were surrounded by so many officials and members of the royal family, they still felt extremely lonely. Everyone avoided coming into contact with them. When they saw the crown prince and his family walk over, they all lowered their eyes and quickened their steps to avoid them. Li Dan's expression was still calm, but his sons walking behind him were filled with grief and indignation. Li Chengqi and Li Longji were especially agitated. Li Dan had to reprimand them in a low voice and order them to restrain themselves. At this moment, Princess Taiping walked towards Li Dan. Some of the officials saw this, but the only thing they could do was to lower their heads even more and walk even faster, as if they did not see anything. As for the Wu nephews and those who had already sided with the Wu clan, they sneered with disdain. No one knew what the siblings were talking about. They stood on the spacious ground in front of the Wanxiang divine palace for a long time. Li Dan cupped his fists at his sister and turned to walk towards the crown prince's palace. Yang Fan was the first batch of officials to leave the grand hall. However, he had to let the higher-ranked officials leave first. Hence, he was the last batch of officials to leave. When he reached the side of Princess Taiping and Li Dan, he did not walk past them hurriedly like those officials who avoided the crown prince's family as though they were snakes or scorpions. Instead, he paused for a moment. Li Longji saw him and his eyes were fixed on his face. Yang Fan stopped and cupped his fists at him. This is a form of etiquette. Since he has already met this prince of Linzi, it is only right for him to pay his respects. However, in the entire imperial court, after the heaven offering ceremony, only Yang Fan remained to pay his respects. Li Longji did not reveal any expression of joy. He recognized Yang Fan. In his memory, this Yang Fan has a close relationship with the Wu family. Li Longji bit his lips and turned his head away coldly. Yang Fan sighed in his heart and slowly walked past them. Li Dan led his sons towards the crown prince's palace while Princess Taiping walked out of the palace gates and soon caught up with Yang Fan. In front of Li Dan, Princess Taiping appeared calm and composed. But after parting ways with Li Dan, her face was strangely pale. Looking at her erratic eyes, she seemed to be in a trance. When crossing the Golden Water Bridge, Princess Taiping tripped and fell forward with an ayah. "Princess, be careful." Yang Fan shot to Princess Taiping's side and stretched out his hand to support her. He quickly retracted his hand and cupped his hands in salute. Princess Taiping's beautiful face looked gloomily at him, and then she walked with heavy steps toward the bridge. Yang Fan hesitated for a moment, and then he followed behind her. Princess Taiping acted as if there was no one around, as if she did not see him at all. She walked out of the palace gate alone. Xu Haod rushed to the carriage and put down the steps. Just when Princess Taiping was about to board the carriage, Yang Fan suddenly rushed to her side and whispered, "Your Highness." Princess Taiping cast a glance at him and coldly asked, "Yang Langzhong, what can I do for you?" Yang Fan understood her current mood and smiled faintly. "Can I have a chat with Princess?" Princess Taiping glanced at him and plainly stated, "If you are not afraid of others gossiping, then board the carriage." Finishing her words, she took the lead and boarded the carriage. Yang Fan didn't hesitate to board the carriage. Princess Taiping entered the carriage and sat down. She couldn't help but be surprised when she saw that Yang Fan actually followed her. Yang Fan grinned and smiled with a sunny face. "Anyway, the whole world knows what is going on between you and me. Although we are not like that." If it was the previous Princess Taiping, she would have bitterly corrected his words. But at this moment, Princess Taiping's heart was in a mess and she didn't have the mood to correct him. She was silent for a moment and faintly said, "This matter is my fault. The Li clan is finished. Maybe the day the Mother Empress dies will be the day my Li clan will be wiped out by the Wu clan. I shouldn't have implicated you. I will think of a way to cut off all relations with you." Yang Fan said, "Many years ago, I was a little beggar. I left my hometown and went to a very far place. In fact, I just wanted to stay away from my enemies. It would be safer this way. But I never thought that I would meet something there. If I didn't choose to go south at that time, maybe I would still be a beggar today." Princess Taiping's expression suddenly became a little strange. But Yang Fan didn't notice it. He continued to say, "Many years later, I arrived at Luoyang. If I didn't save a person by the canal, if I didn't accept her plan to go to the Luo River to play a game of football, if I didn't decide to rob the execution ground when Ma Qiao was being escorted to the execution ground. If there are many ifs, then I wouldn't be sitting here right now." Princess Taiping slightly frowned and said, "What are you trying to say?" Yang Fan said, "I want to tell you that every step of a person's life is faced with a choice. Every choice, he thinks that his decision is the most correct. In fact, before making a choice, no one will ever know whether his choice is right or wrong. Moreover, no one knows whether his choice will change again. Because there are too many things that can affect it in the future." Princess Taiping sadly said, "Do I still have a choice?" Yang Fan said meaningfully, "What I am talking about now is not your choice, but His Majesty the Emperor's choice." Chapter 458. Princess Taiping repeated Yang Fan's words and gradually understood something. She raised her head and looked at Yang Fan with hope. She asked, "Do you think we still have a chance?" Yang Fan said, "You are confused because of your concern. Didn't you notice that although the Emperor chose the Wu family, he hasn't decided who it will be? There are two people in the Wu family now. One is in charge of the secondary offering and the other is in charge of the final offering. It can be seen that the position of the crown prince can't be decided in a short time. Accidents often happen to things that have been decided, let alone things that haven't been decided yet. Princess Taiping said, but, no matter which one the Empress chooses in the end, the result will be the same for us. Yang Fan said, success depends half on hard work and half on God's will. Before it happens, any accident can happen. Can you imagine a beggar who didn't have clothes to wear and food to eat 10 years ago can live in the temple and become a doctor of the Ministry of Justice today? Princess Taiping laughed and her heavy heart relaxed a little. She joked, you are just a doctor now. You can't live in the temple. She thought for a while and nodded, what you said makes sense. Things that haven't been realized for a day may happen. If I give up now, it will really happen. Yang Fan said happily, it's good that you understand. I will go back now. As for the thing that you said you will help me clear. Yang Fan smiled bitterly and said, thank you for your kindness. But let's forget about this kind of thing. For things that people want to see, it's useless even if they deny it. Some things will become whiter and some things will become darker. It's better to let nature take its course. Oh, Princess Taiping agreed. She didn't know why she felt a little relaxed. Seeing Yang Fan lift the curtain, Princess Taiping suddenly thought of something and asked, why can you never admit defeat? If you persist until the end and still fail, what will you do then? Yang Fan stopped and thought for a while. He said, then, I will just leave. The world is so big, where can't I go? Do I have to hang myself on this crooked tree? Princess Taiping was speechless. Yang Fan's horse was tied to the back of Princess Taiping's carriage. Shu Haod stopped the carriage when he saw Yang Fan coming out. Yang Fan went to the back of the carriage, untied the reins, and got on the horse. Just as he was about to ride away, a clear and pleasant voice suddenly came from behind, tomorrow, I've asked her to go to Golden Grain Garden with me. Yang Fan suddenly turned around and saw that the curtains were gently closed. A soft hand with cardamom on it quietly retracted into the window. Yang Fan's eyes were filled with amazement. Yang Fan was surprised. There was no court meeting the next day. Early in the morning, Shangguan Wanna was taken out of the palace by a light carriage. Wu Zetian knew Shangguan Wan's whereabouts. Wan had reported to her in advance that Princess Taiping had invited her to visit the Golden Grain Garden. Wu Zetian had thought that her daughter would be in a bad mood after the heavenly worship ceremony. She had not expected her daughter to still be in the mood to invite Shangguan Wanna out. It seemed that her daughter's attitude had changed since she married into the Wu family. She was no longer against the Wu family's inheritance. Naturally, Wu Zetian was happy to see this happen, so she agreed. The light carriage arrived at the Princess Taiping mansion. The side door opened, and the carriage drove directly into the back garden of the Princess Taiping mansion. After another half an hour, a luxurious carriage drove out from the side door, hurrying out of the city. There were only 4 guards on the left and right side of the carriage. It was a simple carriage. It was really going out of the city. Princess Taiping's mansion in Jingu Garden was called Zze Garden. Princess Taiping once complained to Wu Zetian that her mansion was smaller than Princess Taiping's mansion and not as gorgeous as Princess Taiping's mansion. So she opened more than a dozen shops in Nan City and asked Yang Fan to help her manage them. She wanted to earn more money. Princess Taiping's words were admittedly to help Yang Fan get off the hook, but it was not without reason. Her courtyard was indeed smaller than that of the noble princess. The noble princess's courtyard occupied an area of 20 mu, while her courtyard occupied an area of at most 18 mu. Her garden was indeed not as magnificent as that of a noble princess, because there were only a few palaces and pavilions built in her garden, preserving the original ecology of this place to the greatest extent possible, so it was full of wild interest. As for the geographical location, Princess Taiping was even more careless. Her garden occupied the most beautiful section of the Golden Grain Garden. The land here was at least 5 times more expensive than the land of the noble princess's courtyard. It was the same plot of land. The name Jingu Garden came from Shechong, a rich man in the Western Jin dynasty. Shechong built a mansion here that was more elegant and magnificent than the royal garden. It was called Jingu Garden. Princess Taiping's Zze Garden was said to be the location of the Jingu Garden built by Shechong. Now the mansion of other rich and powerful families was just a piece of farmland outside Jingu Garden during Shechong's time. Shangguan Wan lived in the palace. It was not easy for her to meet young Fan. But the biggest obstacle to meeting young Fan was the oath she made before. Now Princess Taiping followed young Fan's words and thought of a reason to dispel the taboo in Wn's heart. Young Fan was actually very curious about what kind of excuse Princess Taiping had made up, but he didn't ask Wn about it. It was a very subtle feeling. When he saw Wn, from her slightly strange expression when she saw him, he could feel that he couldn't ask her about it. Princess Taiping did not come with them. She invited Wn to visit Jingu Garden to create an opportunity for young Fan. Of course she would not come with them. Even if young Fan and Shangguan Wn did not care about her, she was here. Wouldn't she feel uncomfortable when she saw young Fan and Wn whispering to each other? So today, the Zze Garden became the world of young Fan and Shangguan Wan. There were not too many buildings in the Zze Garden, but some ingenious designs were made for the river that flowed through the garden. According to the height of the terrain, platforms were built and ponds were dug. The clear stream lingered, the sound of water murmuring, birds singing and fish jumping. It was very elegant. This kind of wild scenery was more beautiful than those man-made landscapes. Occasionally, in the depths of the grass and trees, a few dilapidated stone walls could be seen, which were heavily covered by wisteria. When you got closer and looked carefully, you could see the delicate and beautiful patterns on the stones, which made the stones that had been through the vicissitudes of time maintain a sense of nobility. Therefore, the broken fences and broken walls also had a kind of simple and unadorned beauty. Wn had been here before, and she had a good memory. She knew many stories that had been buried in the piles of old books. Wn nestled in young Fan's arms, pointing at the stone wall in the depths of the grass and trees. She said slowly, "This used to be Shechong's garden. At that time, there were pavilions and pavilions here, high and low, extremely gorgeous. It was said that Shechong used pearls, agate, rhinoceros horns, ivory and so on to decorate this place with gold and jade. Even the toilet was decorated with embroidered curtains and cushions, burning incense, and beautiful maids waiting on them. It was to the extent that an official who came to visit thought that he had mistakenly entered Shechong's inner chamber. Do you see that wall? That is the remains of Shechong's golden grain garden. Sometimes I think that this place, could it be the green bead house where the passionate green bead lady lived? Perhaps green bead lady jumped down from here and died for love." Young Fan sighed softly and said, "Such an arrogant man of the generation, where is he now? All that's left is this broken fences and broken walls." He held Wn's slender waist and looked in the direction of Mount Mang. He said, "Just like the Emperor Guangwu of Han, Liu Xiu, who is buried on the riverbank at the foot of Mount Mang. This generation of emperors, what is left of them now?" Shanghai Wan looked back and smiled. She said, "I told you about Green Bead's deep love. Why are you so emotional?" Young Fan said, "You are a woman, of course you are thinking about Green Bead's deep love. I am a man, but I am thinking about Shechong's glorious life. Especially when I think about the current dynasty's struggle between Li and Wu, the struggle between Wu and Wu, I feel even more emotional." Shanghai Wan shook her head. She said, "Lang Jun is really different. Let's not talk about the emperor's family matters. Let's talk about the dynasties Chinese and Wu. Each of them is white-haired and old, but they still work hard to climb up. They know that the higher the place, the more dangerous it is, but they still refuse to give up. Lang Jun, at such a young age, you are already a 5th-grade official. It can be said that your future is limitless. Why are you so depressed?" Young Fan smiled and said, "Although I am emotional, I am still doing it. I just think that when a person is young, maybe it is for fame and fortune, or maybe it is for ambition, they will fight hard. But when they are old, for the sake of their reputation after death, for the sake of their children, I am afraid they will be more passionate about fame and fortune than when they were young." Yang Fan gently kissed Wn's cheek and softly said, "We are still young. It is the time to be happy. When we have children and have something to worry about, it will not be too late to work hard for our children." When Shanghai Wn heard this, her expression immediately became gloomy. Seeing this, Yang Fan couldn't help but secretly regret his slip of the tongue. Wan was now used by the Empress and didn't have freedom. Her father's and mother's families had been persecuted because they had once opposed the Empress. Although she was only a weak woman, now her father's and mother's families had many relatives. She was like a towering tree that sheltered them from the wind and rain. She couldn't let go of these things. Even when the two of them had a tryst, it was like the cowherd and the weaver girl. They even needed Princess Taiping to build a magpie bridge for them. For a woman, the most important thing in life was to have a man she loved and to have children for this man. If she lacked either one, it would be a regret that she could never make up for in her life. Now, even a tryst was so difficult, not to mention having children. Wouldn't talking about this make her sad? Yang Fan hurriedly laughed and said, "You see, you and I have met. This is a very happy thing. Why do you have to chase after the past and think about the present and worry for the people of the past? Let's talk about the most famous legend in the Golden Grain Garden, Green Bead falling from the building." Green Bead's loyalty and Shachong's deep love have been passed down through the ages, but I always feel that it is not the case. Chapter 459. When Wan heard Yang Fan talk about children, she suddenly felt sad. When would she be able to marry Yang Fan properly? Even she herself was not sure. Occasionally having a rendezvous, there was a kind of separation makes the heart grow fonder. But in this way, she would not be able to bear children for Yang Fan. She was not young anymore. If she waited for a few more years, thinking of this, Wan was very sad. Suddenly hearing Yang Fan mention Green Bead falling from a building, she could not help but divert her attention. One must know that the story of Green Bead falling from a building had made her yearn for it endlessly when she was a young girl. That kind of undying love was both moving and moving. Shanghai Wn could not help but ask, "Langjun, what do you think is wrong with Green Bead falling from a building?" Yang Fan said, "Shachong regarded human life as grass and liked to show off. But when a guest came to a banquet, if the wine was not drunk, he would kill the serving maid. Once, General Wang Dun came to his manor for a banquet. Because he was not good with wine, he refused to drink. He actually killed 3 young girls. Those young girls were delicate and beautiful. They were all people who served by his side all year round. Some of them had even served him in bed and were the people who used to sleep beside him. He killed them as if they were chickens. Did he hesitate at all? Green Bead was only a singing girl. She was no different from the girls who were killed. Because she was especially beautiful, he pampered her. It would be ridiculous to say that he was deeply in love." Yang Fan pointed to the broken walls under the cover of the wisteria. He said coldly, "When people come here and think about the past, they only remember Green Bead falling from a building. Does anyone remember those innocent young girls who were killed by Shachong like chickens? Perhaps the blood that they shed back then is under our feet." Shanghai Wan was somewhat moved. Speaking of which, when she stood here, did she not only think of the love story of Shachong and Green Bead? When did she think of those young girls who were brutally killed by Shachong? This so-called deep affection had been passed down by the later generations and became like a poem or a painting. It actually made people forget what kind of blood had once been here. Yang Fan said, "Shachong is a competitive person. I heard that the rich family used sugar water to boil the pot, so he used candles to cook. I heard that the rich family used red limestone to paint the walls, so he used pepper. When others made cloth for 40 li, he made a brocade tent for 50 li. He was never willing to fall behind." Yang Fan continued, "Where did Shachong get his money from? Did he do business? When he was the Jingju provincial governor, he often sent soldiers to rob the merchants who came and went, using the officials as bandits to amass wealth. Later, he attached himself to the empress, John Anfeng. With his usual style, where do you think his wealth came from? How could such a heartless bandit die so unjustly just because he lost the life of a pitiful woman? Why did he die? It was because his backer, Empress Jo, was killed by Sima Lun. Afterwards, Sima Yun attacked Sima Lun, and after his defeat, Sima Lun used this case to kill thousands of his political enemies. Shechong was originally a member of the Jiao family and was the richest in the world. If he wanted to rebel or secretly support the rebels, what would happen? How could Sima Lun not take this opportunity to get rid of him? With a cold laugh, Yang Fan said, but when the soldiers came to arrest him, he said to Lu Zhu, "I am guilty because of you." How shameless! Shameless! He was forcing Green Bead to die with him, not wanting his exclusive property to fall into the hands of others. Even if he offered Green Bead to Sima Lun's confidant, Sun Xiu, would he be spared from death? Would Sima Lun let go of such a dangerous political enemy for this reason? Green Bead died, but Shechong, who loved her very much, refused to die. He was captured by Sima Lun and executed along with the thousands of officials who were implicated. Based on his usual demeanor, I would rather believe that he refused to hand over Green Bead because he has always been domineering. It has always been him robbing others. When has he ever allowed others to touch his exclusive property? His death has nothing to do with Green Bead. Whether or not Green Bead exists in this world, whether or not he offered Green Bead, as an official who lost his political career but was the richest in the world, his political enemies would not let him go. It is laughable that later generations deliberately ignored the story and made up such a poignant love story. What a romantic story. Those extremely idle scholars are like gossipy women who love to gossip about such things. Shanghai Wan thought carefully. Based on Shechong's usual conduct and the real reason why he was killed, there was no way she could refute. She could only laugh and say coquettishly, "You really don't know how to flirt." Such a beautiful and poignant love story has been reduced to such an unbearable state by you. Yang Fan said, "I am just angry that Green Bead was clearly forced to her death by Shechong. Shechong's death was clearly due to his political failure, but you still want to cover them with a veil of affection." At this point, Yang Fan suddenly smiled. He stuck his mouth to Shanghai Wan's cute ear and whispered, "There is a good man by your side. Why are you envious of other people's love? Why don't we?" Yang Fan's voice became a little lower. When he whispered these words, Wan's face immediately turned red. She lightly hit Yang Fan and said coquettishly, "Only you can think of this. In broad daylight, in this kind of place. I don't want it." Yang Fan said, "There is no one else in this garden, those imperial bodyguards and servants are not here, the sky is covered on the ground, how interesting." "No, no." Wan was afraid that he would use force. She blushed and ran away. Yang Fan immediately chased after her. A moment later, there was a burst of laughter from the depths of the grass and trees. There weren't many buildings in the ZZE garden, but even though there weren't many palaces here, they made the best use of everything and made the most out of everything. For example, this magnificent giant bathroom. When Yang Fan walked in and saw the bathroom, he was stunned by its grandeur. At the beginning of its construction, this bathroom was probably surrounded by a beautiful natural landscape. Therefore, looking at the rugged mountain rocks, lush flowers and trees, and the very natural bathing pool made of stones in the middle, if it wasn't for the roof above them, they would almost think that this was a pool formed by heaven and earth. This building with a bathroom was different from an ordinary house. The entire wall on the right was filled with slanted windows. The windows were covered with silk, and the sunlight shone through the windows, bathing the flowers and plants in the gentle light. From the moment the sun rose to the moment it set, it could shine on the green, plump leaves and bright and charming flowers for an entire day. On the other side of the flowers and trees, there was a huge skylight. After the skylight was opened, the plants on that side that did not like the sun could also receive sufficient sunlight. During the rainy season, the skylight could be opened to let the rain pour down. Above the pool was a dome decorated like a cave. There was plenty of sunlight on the left and right. Being in it, it was like bathing in the open air, but it also had absolute privacy. In this spacious bathroom, there was a tall osmanthus tree. It grew in a greenhouse and was out of season. At this time, it was still blooming with flowers. The bathroom was filled with fragrance, refreshing the mind. Some petals were floating down, falling directly into the pool. As the water rippled, the water looked like it was covered with a layer of snow-white osmanthus carpet. In the white carpet of petals, There were many red and yellow petals that had fallen from other flowers and trees. Under the carpet of petals, there was mist rising in spirals. The water here was running water, and it was not artificially heated. It was a hot spring that had been enclosed in the bathroom. Looking at young Fan's stunned expression, Wana said sweetly, "What do you think? My bath is beautiful, isn't it?" Young Fan was surprised. "Your bath?" Wana said, "Of course. Does Langjun think that this ZZ Yuan belongs to Taiping alone? ZZ Yuan covers an area of 18 mu, of which 5 mu belongs to me. It's just that my place is adjacent to hers and the place isn't big, so I didn't set up my own garden. The wall of flowers that we just passed through is the boundary. This side is already my garden." Young Fan remembered that Xiao Mang, a palace guard, could own 3 shops in Nan City. With Shanghai WNR's status, it was not difficult for her to buy a few mu of land in this expensive land. No wonder the style of this ZZ Yuan was so natural and simple. It was very different from other houses. It was probably all Wan's doing. Young Fan said happily, "Beautiful. This place is really beautiful. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a paradise. Such a big pool, haha. If we don't have a bath together, it will be a waste of God's gift. Wife, take off your clothes." "I don't want to. You wash first. I will go change my clothes." Wana twisted her waist and dodged like a fish. Young Fan chuckled. In a moment, his clothes fell to the ground. There was a splash sound, as if a large stone had fallen into the water, splashing up a large amount of water. The hot spring water was smooth and smooth. If young Fan, who was lying in the water, had skin that was smooth, then it was barely enough. Shanghai Wana had already taken off her clothes in the small wooden house in the side room. A large white bath towel was wrapped around her body. The top revealed her smooth shoulders, the bottom revealed her delicate calves, and her slender feet were bare. Wana held a bowl of medicinal soup in her hand. She hesitated for a moment before restraining the temptation in her heart. She frowned slightly and drank the soup in mouthfuls. Today, Young Fan's words had aroused the thought of giving birth to children for Young Fan. Once this thought was born, it grew crazily and almost completely took over her heart. But she knew that now was not the time. Wana swallowed mouthful after mouthful of the bitter medicinal soup. She secretly vowed in her heart that she would find an opportunity. After making the proper arrangements, she would give birth to a child that belonged to them. If this wish could not be fulfilled, she would not be satisfied even if she died. The hot spring water rippled and formed a white mist. There was a layer of soft flower petals on the surface of the water. The flower petals flowed along with the running water. New flower petals gently floated down from the Osmanthus tree. It was a picturesque scene. Wana quietly walked out of the small wooden house. She saw Young Fan lying on his back on a giant white marble stone that was shaped like a human. His head was resting on a stone pillow, and his eyes were slightly closed. He looked like he was enjoying it very much. She quickly tiptoed and carefully wanted to slip into the water. Although Young Fan did not open his eyes, he seemed to know that she had already come out. As soon as Wana took a step forward, he acted like an old man who had been drooling over his personal maid for a long time and had finally found a chance to steal a bite. He seemed to be lazily and somewhat lecherously said, "Wana, come here." Chapter 460. Wana stood still. She looked like a little girl who had been caught red-handed trying to steal candy. She pouted cutely. Young Fan didn't even open his eyes. He just patted the smooth, jade-like armrest next to him in an ostentatious manner, splashing a few splashes. Wana wrinkled her nose at him but still obediently walked over. Nu's mind was sensitive and meticulous, so she appeared to be a bit tough and domineering. This was an instinctive reaction to protect herself, so she was the only woman who dared to resist Young Fan's orders. As for Xiao Man, she was obedient to her brother Xichou. However, the little girl was mischievous and cute, so it was normal for her to act like a spoiled child and throw a tantrum with Young Fan. As for Wana, she was born into a large family and had been taught since she was a child. She was definitely the model of a woman who regarded her husband as her god. Since she had decided that Young Fan would be her husband, she would absolutely obey him. Even though she knew that Yang Fan was joking with her, and even if she refused, she wouldn't make Yang Fan angry. She still obediently walked over. Wanna climbed up the stone steps like a cat, her hand pressed down on the bottom of the bath towel to prevent it from being exposed. She had just carefully put one foot into the water when Yang Fan suddenly opened his eyes and laughed. He reached out his hand and pulled. Wana fell into Yang Fan's arms with a aya and splashed water everywhere. The fluffy blanket of flowers bounced outwards and quickly returned to cover her dainty body. Scoundrel. Following Wanna's coquettish grumble, the towel wrapped around her body was torn off by Yang Fan and thrown on the stone edge. The water on the towel gathered into a small stream and flowed away. The stream gurgled, high and low, forming a small but extremely beautiful waterfall. This was the Golden Grain Water. The Golden Grain Water flowed out of Guizhong, east through the Golden Grain, and then into the Luo River. The Golden Grain Garden was on the path that the Golden Grain Water had to pass through. The name of the Golden Grain Garden came from this water. This was a waterfall upstream of the Jinggu River. There was an ox cart by the river. The ox cart was sturdy and light, and on the ox cart sat a tall and sturdy coachman. He wore a bamboo hat on his head and was looking around leisurely. Suddenly he saw a donkey cart coming slowly from the opposite side of the road. He immediately jumped down from the cart and waited. The donkey cart was an ordinary village cart, and a scholar in a white robe was sitting on it. This person had long hair that draped over his shoulders, and he wore a wide-sleeved robe. He looked like an ancient Han Jin style, and his appearance was handsome. A black headband made his fair skin look as smooth as jade, and he looked like an immortal banished from heaven. However, the most conspicuous thing about him was his headband. It wasn't tied to his forehead, but covered his eyes. He was blindfolded and brought here on a donkey cart. The donkey cart stopped. The old man driving the cart turned around and said, "Zhong Fengyu, we have arrived." Upon hearing this, the elegant young man on the donkey cart removed the headband from his eyes and calmly tied it on his forehead. Only then did he get down from the cart. The man driving the ox cart quickly stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Lang Jun." The young man nodded and turned to look at the white-haired old man. Although this old man was old, his body was unusually tall and sturdy. Standing by the river, he looked like an old and vigorous pine tree. The old man smiled and cupped his hands, saying, "Zhong Fengyu, this old man will send you here. Because the whereabouts of my master cannot be disclosed, I have neglected Fengyu. Please forgive me." Fengyu was an official position, and this Zhong Fengyu was appointed as Shangcheng Fengyu, Zhong Yizhi. Zhong Yizhi had always prided himself on his demeanor, but after seeing young Master Jiang today, his demeanor and temperament were immediately distinguished, and his arrogance immediately disappeared. Moreover, he was also a disciple of a large clan, and vaguely knew how powerful the forces behind young Master Jiang were. Therefore, he didn't dare to be arrogant in front of the old man who was young Master Jiang's confidant. Zhong Yizhi smiled and returned the courtesy, saying, "Old man, you are too polite. I am very clear about young Master Jiang's difficulties in hiding. This time, I am already very honored to see young Master Jiang's honorable face, so a little trouble is nothing. Please tell young Master Jiang that when I go back, I will act according to what we discussed today. As for the outside of the palace, I will have to rely on young Master Jiang." Lu Boyan smiled and bowed. He watched as Zhong Yizhi boarded the ox cart. His coachman whipped the strong bull and drove it away. Lu Boyan then sat on the donkey cart and turned back in the direction of Mount Mang. After walking for about a mile, Lu Boyan suddenly turned into the woods, and after a while, his figure appeared again. When Lu Boyan reappeared, the car was gone. He was riding on the donkey, and Lu Boyan was riding on the donkey. He walked leisurely on the small road in the countryside, like a hermit in the mountains. In the fragrant and wild bathroom, the sound of running water could be heard from time to time. The water rippled, and the petals gathered and scattered like gauze, faintly revealing the two entangled bodies. Lang Jun, Wana hooked a pair of slender hands around Yang Fan's neck. With each powerful thrust of his, her soft eyes became more and more moist. She wanted to close her eyes and enjoy the feeling of ecstasy, but she kept staring at him without blinking, afraid that she would lose sight of him. She was more and more reluctant to leave him. Every time they met and parted, it made her miss him even more. Suddenly, Yang Fan's half-bent body straightened up from the water. His hands were under Wn's plump buttocks, and he scooped up her wet body. Wana cried out in surprise and quickly hooked her arms around his neck. The sound of hitting and slapping suddenly sounded like rain, followed by a high-pitched scream. The extreme pleasure made Wna's slender neck suddenly tilt up, and her beautiful hair flew up, splashing water droplets all over the sky, shining like stars. Wana trembled, and her slender fingers deeply dug into Yang Fan's strong back, which was like iron. Her two round legs tightly clamped Yang Fan's body, and the part that contained Yang Fan's body fiercely contracted as if it was squeezing juice. With the gentleness and tolerance unique to women, she soothed his pulse. The lingering feeling of ecstasy had not disappeared, and she suddenly slid down from Yang Fan's body as if the last of her strength had been suddenly sucked out. She was soft like a boneless snake. Yang Fan also lay down. Yang Fan lay on her body, and she lay on the smooth white marble couch. The hot spring water was like the waves of the sea chasing after their shoulders. Yang Fan gently stroked her flushed face. After the soul and the flesh blended, Wna's face had a kind of charming flush, and there was a kind of indescribable amorous feeling in her eyes and eyebrows. Yang Fan's caress made Wna's heart sweet. She couldn't help but raise her chin, and her seductive cherry lips asked for a kiss from her man. She was immediately satisfied, and she was kissed until she couldn't take it anymore. She had to lightly hit her Langjuan's shoulder, waiting for him to let go of her, and then she could take big breaths. After a long time, both of them had a kind of feeling of satisfaction and relaxation. So they quietly lay in the water and didn't say anything. They only tightly hugged to express the joy in their hearts. After a long time, Wna let out a sigh and whispered in Yang Fan's ear, "I was so happy just now. I really want to be with Langjun like this for the rest of my life." Yang Fan suddenly frowned and said, "This. I'm afraid it won't be easy." Wna's face darkened, and she forced herself to be spirited. She softly said, "Wna understands. Wana just wants to. Of course, I won't make it difficult for Langjun to do something he can't do. But there will be a day when we can be together forever, right?" "Of course." Yang Fan kissed her cherry lips, and there was a touch of a gentle smile in his eyes. "I said I'm afraid it won't be easy. I mean, it won't be easy to be together like this for the rest of our lives. We have to sleep and eat, right? How can it be? Bad guy." Wana revealed her white teeth and pretended to bite his chest. She angrily said, "You deliberately misunderstood me." Just as Wana said this, Yang Fan's stomach suddenly rumbled. Wana was startled and laughed, "It's only noon, and you're already hungry?" Yang Fan quickly complained, "I heard that my Wana was coming out, and I was so happy. I went out early in the morning to wait for you. I didn't eat much at home, and just now, cough cough, the activity was too intense." Wana blushed and quickly covered his mouth. She playfully hit him, and then suddenly giggled, "Okay, Langjun, you've worked hard. This afternoon, I will show you my cooking skills. Langjun, you haven't tasted my cooking yet." Yang Fan was surprised. Wana can cook. In his eyes, Wana was a talented woman. She had the air of a scholar, and naturally knew how to play the zither, go, calligraphy, and painting. But did she know how to cook? He didn't know that the talented women of ancient times were not like Lin Dayu, who did not eat the food of the world. Needlework, cooking, singing, and dancing were all things that a girl from a noble family had to learn. Wana proudly said, "Langjun, don't look down on me. I know a lot of dishes. But today is autumn, so the food I have prepared are mostly dishes that are suitable for cooking in the wild. For example, roasted camel hump, sliced anchovies, steamed lamb, lamb's arm, bear's white meat." Yang Fan's mouth opened wider and wider, and he said in surprise, "You have prepared ingredients. How come I didn't know?" Wana said, "Men don't think about these things. Of course, women have to think about them. I have prepared these ingredients when we left the palace. They are packed in boxes, and they are chilled." At this point, Wana suddenly covered her mouth and laughed, saying, "That's right, The steamed lamb is from Tongju. It is Lai Junshen's tribute to the emperor. Lai Junchen has wronged you. Today, it is not too much for us to eat one of his lamb. Tongju was later known as Dali in Shaanxi. The land was rich in grain, fertile in water, and fertile in grass. The quality of the hu sheep produced was tender and delicious. But what Yang Fan cared about was not the quality of the meat. Lai Junchen was now serving as a military officer in Tongju. The fact that he was offering a lamb from Tongju to the emperor immediately alerted Yang Fan. Shanghai Wn looked at his eyes and understood what he meant. She softly comforted him, saying, "Don't worry. Lai Junshen's actions are only to attract the emperor's attention, in case the emperor really forgets about him. But the supervisor in charge of receiving the tributes and the royal food in the palace are all my people now. The emperor will eat this lamb, but he won't know who is offering it." Yang Fan kissed her soft lips and smiled, saying, "You really are my good wife." Wn made a face at him and said, "Lang Jun, you are hungry. I will go now." She struggled to get up, but when she moved, she felt her whole body go numb. She couldn't help but let out a cry and lay back down. Yang Fan smiled and said, "Let's rest a bit more. There is no hurry. I just ate a big meal from Wn. I need to savor it before I can eat something else." "You bad guy. You got what you deserve." Wn angrily opened her little white teeth and kissed his chest, leaving a bite mark. The bite mark was like the moon. Chapter 461. The autumn sun was like gold, shining over the forest. The garden in the forest did not have endless walls, only trees planted by hand as the boundary between the manors of different masters. The entire golden grain garden was the garden of the nobles and officials. Usually, they were guarded by their families, so the common people would not enter this area. There was a stove in the forest. The guards brought all kinds of ingredients and made a charcoal fire. Then they were driven away by Wn. Today was the first time Wn served food for her Langjun. In her heart, this was a very important matter, so she would not let others interfere. The ingredients Wn used were all from the imperial palace. Camel's hump, catfish, lamb, and so on were all prepared by the imperial chefs in the imperial palace. They could be used as soon as they were brought. For example, the bear baikai dish used the loin of a bear and deer. The loin of a bear was very tender and fat, while the dried venison was very tough. The two were completely different, but when they were fried and steamed together, they tasted very good and delicious. These ingredients were all exotic. Of course, these dishes were mainly fish and meat. This was the style of the Tang people, and it suited Yang Fan's appetite. It was already an excellent ingredient, and now there was a beautiful lady cooking for him in the forest kitchen. What kind of feeling would that be? This beauty with a scholarly aura was gorgeously dressed. She had tied an extremely playful green handkerchief around her hair. The swaying ribbon, the floor-dragging long skirt, the exposed collar, and the pure white skin had a unique kind of beauty in this autumn forest. However, it was different from RNU's elegant and natural style when she was cooking. Yang Fan could see that Wn was good at cooking, but probably because she didn't cook often, or she was used to having someone help her, now she was busy alone, so she couldn't help but be a little flustered. Unconsciously, there were a few traces of cigarette ash on her cheeks. But in this way, this female scholar of the great Zhou dynasty, who weighed the talents of the world and commented on the country, was like a fairy in the world of mortals, with a trace of amiable and lovely air. Yang Fan did not mean to sit back and enjoy the feeling of being served by a woman of high status. He did not know how to do other things, but he could do things like adding charcoal to the kitchen and controlling the fire. The problem was that when he had the slightest intention, he was blown away by Wn coquettishly. According to the feudal ethics, men were superior to women. A man who cooked was not a good man, but a man who had no future. When a man cooked, it was not only an insult to the man, but also an insult to his woman. It was like a man who was supposed to be in charge outside, but could not do it outside. He could only hide in the back and let his wife come out to argue with others. So, Yang Fan had nothing to do but sit on the side, with his legs crossed, watching the beauty cook and cook. As the smoke rose from the chimneys in the forest, The old man on the donkey was still walking on the small country road, and he was heading towards Golden Grain Garden. It had to be said that WN's dishes were quite delicious. Maybe it was still a little lacking compared to our Nu's cooking. After all, the ingredients she used were not dragon liver and phoenix marrow, but there was not much difference. In our Nu's hands, vegetables and tofu could also become the world's delicacies. However, WN's dishes were really delicious. Even without the beauty looking at him lovingly and acting as the best seasoning, young Fan still felt that the dishes were delicious. Looking at young Fan wolfing down the food, WN was also very happy. She made delicious food for her lover to eat, and her lover liked the food she cooked. It was a kind of happiness in itself. After eating the seafood and mountain delicacies, the last dish was water shield soup. It was light and fragrant. The two of them ate some more soup. Without clearing the plates, they walked hand in hand in the forest. WN, are you going back to the palace tonight? Stepping on the fallen leaves, young Fan said reluctantly. No need. I told the emperor that I will stay at the princess's manor tonight and return to the palace tomorrow. The emperor will be in court in the morning anyway. I only need to get back before the emperor leaves. Young Fan was overjoyed. Really? Then I can spend the night with WN. WN blushed. She bit her lips and nodded shyly. Ha! Young Fan was overjoyed. He clenched his fist and waved it in the air. Then, he leaped forward and somersaulted forward. As nimble as an ape, he leaped 10 feet into the air. Then, he picked a red fruit from the branch and lightly landed on the ground. But he was in too much of a hurry when he picked the fruit, and the branch shook and a few more ripe fruits fell. One of them hit him on the head. Ouch! Young Fan cried out. WN couldn't help but laugh. She bent down to pick up the fruit and threw it at young Fan. Young Fan jumped and dodged the fruit. He made a face at her and said, Hey, it won't be easy to hit me. Is your body very fast? Wanna's childishness was aroused, and she picked up another fruit. She had just thrown it when young Fan twisted his waist and dodged into a cluster of flowers and trees. The flowers and trees swayed, and in an instant, he disappeared. WN didn't believe that he had the ability to escape her eyes in broad daylight. Although she didn't know martial arts, her body was strong and she wasn't a timid little girl. So she quickly chased after him. He really disappeared. WN searched the forest for a while and still couldn't see young Fan. She finally admitted defeat and said loudly, Okay, I admit defeat. You can come out now. The forest was quiet. There was only the sound of the wind blowing through the leaves. WN tilted her head and listened. She called out, Young Fan, Young Fan. Young Fan held back his laughter and followed not far behind WN. He watched her look around but still didn't say anything. WN put her hand to her mouth and shouted, Come out, Young Fan. If you don't come out, I'm leaving. Young Fan smiled faintly, and was just about to leap forward when he suddenly sensed something strange, as if a cold wind suddenly hit him. Young Fan quickly looked over, and saw a white-haired, white-bearded old man suddenly appear in a clump of wormwood grass not far to the right of Shangwon WN. The old man was wearing a cotton robe and had a cloth tied around his head. He looked very much like a mountain villager. Just by standing there, he gave off a feeling of strength. It was an aura that normal people didn't have. His sleeves were rolled up, revealing his hands and a portion of his wrists. His bones were very thick, and the veins on his thick fingers and the back of his palms were protruding, showing that his hands possessed an unusually powerful explosive power. At this moment, he was very relaxed and didn't move. If his beard and hair were flying and his eyes were wide open, even if someone said he could tear tigers and leopards apart with his bare hands, there would be people who would believe it. WN turned around and was about to call out again when she suddenly saw a person appear from the bush like a ghost. It scared her. WN unconsciously took a step back. When she saw that the person was a white-haired old man, she let out a sigh of relief. She patted her chest and said with surprise, Old man, why are you here? WN glanced to the side and found that she and young Fan had been walking and then playing hide-and-seek. Unknowingly, they had walked to the edge of her manor. Not far in front of them was a row of tall and straight trees. Outside was a dirt road that was about the width of a cart. There was a donkey on the side of the road. It looked around and then lowered its head to eat grass. WN suddenly realized and reminded him, "Old man, you have gone the wrong way. This is a private house." The white-haired old man was Lu Boyon. Without young Master Jiang's order, he wouldn't deliberately find trouble with young Fan. But when he suddenly heard young Fan's name here, he couldn't help it. He watched the young master and Enyu grow up. The young master was his master, and he doted on him as if he was his own grandson. As for Enyu, she was such an obedient and cute little girl. How could she not be loved? Not only did he love Enyu, but he had also taught Enyu martial arts. He was half a teacher to Enyu. So, whether it was for young master or Enyu, he had absolutely no good impression of young Fan. Hate was out of the question. At his age, whether it was love or hate, it was not easy. He had already seen many things lightly. But there was one thing that people who had seen through everything would not easily let go, and that was curiosity. When he heard the name young Fan, his curiosity was aroused. He really wanted to see what this young man who made young master sad and made Enyu willing to die looked like. He was still not sure if this young Fan was that young Fan. He originally wanted to ask, but when he jumped in front of WN, he found that there was only WN. With a shua sound, young Fan suddenly jumped to WN's side. The old man's sudden appearance was obviously a kind of martial arts. Young Fan didn't know the origin of this old man, but he felt that he didn't seem to have good intentions. WN didn't know martial arts. Young Fan was worried that she would encounter an accident. He immediately flashed to her side, gently pulled her hand, and pulled her behind him. Lu Boyon's eyes narrowed slightly. There was no need for him to ask anymore. Although there were people with the same surname, but in the same place, the same young, same handsome, same imposing manner, and also a martial artist with the same name, the probability was so small that it was negligible. This young man in front of him was most likely the man that Enyu liked. Didn't Enyu say that he was an official in Luoyang? In this area, very few ordinary people would come. Most of the people who appeared here were either rich or noble. Once the identity of young Fan was confirmed, an inexplicable anger arose spontaneously in Lu Boyon's chest. After he saw young Fan, although he still disapproved of Enyu's willingness to die for this person, he still had to admit that this young man did have the capital to fascinate women. In his heart, of course, young Fan couldn't be compared to young Master Jiang. In his heart, there was no man in the world who could be compared to young Master Jiang. However, young Master was like a banished immortal. There was always a kind of cold and noble temperament that made people stay away from him, unlike this young man who people were willing to get close to. But when Lu Boyon saw him standing together with WN, saw his action of protecting WN, and saw WN's gaze at him, with his nearly 80 years of life experience, how could he not see the relationship between these two people? So, he was angry. Old Lu was angry and wanted to kill. Chapter 462. With 80 years of life experience, Lu Boyon had seen a lot of life and death, love and resentment entanglements. Lu Boyon had an insight into the affairs of the world. He was open-minded, and his cultivation was far beyond the reach of ordinary people. He did not want to participate in those matters between women and children, nor did he want to fight with young Fan because of it. He appeared here because he wanted to see exactly what ability this young man had to make Enyu like him so much, but what he saw was young Fan and this unknown beautiful woman being lovey-dovey and affectionate to each other. Enyu committed suicide by jumping off a cliff for him, and not even her bones were left. How long had it been, and he already had a new love? From the way the woman looked at young Fan, and from the natural contact between them, they must have been together for a long time. In other words, when he coaxed Enyu and made her fall head over heels for him, he already had someone else. Enyu met a liar of love, and that poor girl actually died for such a scum. Lu Boyon's pair of white eyebrows slightly raised, and he said in a deep voice, "You are young Fan?" Young Fan secretly gathered his strength and replied respectfully, "This little one is young Fan, and this old man is?" Lu Boyon said, "Do you know a woman called Enyu?" Young Fan's eyes moved, and there was no need to answer anymore. Lu Boyon saw his reaction and had already confirmed his identity. The old man raised his head and laughed to the sky. While laughing, a big hand with 5 fingers spread out, like a dustpan, slammed fiercely towards Yang Fan's chest. He was fast, but Yang Fan was faster. Yang Fan, who was already alert, had already judged that the old man was going to make a move the moment the old man's shoulder shook, and also judged the part that the old man was going to attack. Yang Fan immediately wanted to make a move first, but with a thought, he gave up on making a move. Instead, he took a step back with a very surprised expression on his face. "Old man, why did you make a move?" When Yang Fan asked, Lu Boyon took a step forward. His right hand changed to his left hand, and without any fancy movements, he still slammed his palm towards the old man's chest. This time, Yang Fan no longer retreated. He also attacked, and even though he moved later, he arrived first, punching Lu Boyon's left shoulder. The old man's attainments in martial arts might be far higher than Yang Fan's, but in terms of speed, he was certainly not as fast as Yang Fan. Even the all-powerful curly beard, the king of the jungle, could not compete with Yang Fan in terms of speed 5 or 6 years ago. Even if a person was once invincible, he would not be able to defeat the enemy of time. Lu Boyon exclaimed in surprise. His palm suddenly stopped, his shoulder bent, his knee bent, and without taking a step back, he only bent his elbow and horizontally blocked Yang Fan's wrist. His speed was not as fast as Yang Fan's, but his eyes were shrewd and ruthless. The control of the heat, the timing of changing moves, and the countermeasures he adopted were all much more brilliant than Yang Fan. Yang Fan immediately withdrew his fist, his upper body leaning back, but his left leg was like a shovel, fiercely shoveling towards Lu Boyon's calf. At this time, he had the time to say another sentence. "What happened to our NU? Old man, why did you make a move? Our NU has already died for you. This old man wants you to accompany her in the Yellow Springs." Lu Boyon's voice was very calm, as if he was sitting on a leisurely chair, gently fanning himself with a cattail leaf fan, and telling stories of mountain spirits and water monsters to his little grandson. But as soon as this sentence came out, the two of them jumped like rabbits and swooped down like falcons. It was unknown how many moves they had exchanged, but Yang Fan was already at a disadvantage. Yang Fan's toes barely touched Lu Boyon's robe, but Lu Boyon raised his leg and dodged to the side, only dodging by an inch, allowing Yang Fan's toes to pass by his trouser leg, unwilling to waste any more strength. Then he took a step forward, his palm shoveling towards Yang Fan's right rib. Yang Fan dodged this attack with a slanting willow, and Lu Boyon immediately changed his push into a chop, chopping towards Yang Fan's shoulder and neck with his palm like a knife. Yang Fan quickly retreated, and the edge of Lu Boyon's palm lightly grazed his shoulder. It was just a slight graze, but Yang Fan felt as if a sledgehammer had suddenly smashed on his shoulder, and his collarbone was almost broken. In the severe pain, Yang Fan's legs bounced and slid back 7 feet. He exclaimed, "Stop, RNU is dead." "Why is she dead?" Lu Boyon sneered. He did not jump, but followed step by step. When Yang Fan's feet landed on the ground, Lu Boyon had already appeared in front of him, and another palm slapped towards his chest. Yang Fan's reaction could not be said to be slow, and his movements were incomparably swift. However, Lu Boyon was like a famous actor who had been famous for decades. His every move, every action, and every line of lyrics could be seen and heard clearly. It seemed to be incomparably slow, but compared to your swift movements and singing, it was not much slower. What was even rarer was that any of your actions, any of your reactions, seemed to be within his expectations. That was why he was always one step ahead of you, intercepting the position where you would attack and dodge. That was why even though his body's reaction was not as agile as Yang Fan's due to his old age, he still seemed to be a bit faster than Yang Fan. Yang Fan was in a very difficult situation. Lu Boyon's attacks had forced him to the point where he did not even have the space to speak. He did not want to say anything more, and what he said just now was just an act. If Lu Boyon mentioned a NU, he would suddenly realize and immediately attack first. That would be the same as telling this old man that he had already seen a NU, or that he had already fought with Sichu Liang, and heard Sichu Liang speak. He had to react as if he did not know anything. Now that his goal had been achieved, He obviously did not need to be long-winded with Old Man Lu. Yang Fan leapt out, and shot out like a monkey piercing through the sky. However, his goal was not upwards, but horizontally towards a clump of grass in front of him. He had already seen Wana rushing over in panic, and was afraid that Old Man Lu would harm her, so he anxiously led the old man away. Furthermore, his shoulder bone had been hit, and the pain was unbearable. Right now, his right shoulder had not recovered its mobility, so he had to dodge first. Yang Fan's thoughts turned very quickly, and his feet moved even faster. Almost as soon as he thought of what to do, his body had already reacted. He was like a goshawk passing through the forest, and like a cunning rabbit, he ran into the grass. In a moment, he had escaped to a very, very far place. Wana only chased for a few steps before she lost sight of him. But Yang Fan did not get rid of Lu Boyan. If Yang Fan was like a goshawk, then Lu Boyan was like the shadow of the goshawk. When Yang Fan was like a cunning rabbit, Lu Boyan was like a goshawk. No matter how fast the goshawk was, it could not get rid of its own shadow. No matter how cunning the rabbit was, it could not hide from the eyes of the goshawk. Old Man Lu's hands and feet were indeed a bit slower than Yang Fan's, but slowness depended on how slow the person was. If Yang Fan needed a day to run from here to the foot of Pyrolite Mountain, and Lu Boyan needed 2 days, then the difference in speed between the two was very obvious. But if Yang Fan needed a snap of a finger, and Lu Boyan only needed 2, even if there was still a difference in speed, then how big was the difference? Old Man Lu was like a ghost that would not disperse. Yang Fan felt a cold and pressing feeling. This was the first time someone had given him such a heavy psychological pressure. He had not fought with the Grand Preceptor before, but his master, Zhongqi, had once taught him moves. When that pair of hammer-like fists waved, he had a feeling that he could not breathe. It was very similar to the feeling just now. But his master did not want to kill him, and this old man was serious, so Yang Fan's feeling was especially strong. This damned old man's martial arts had already reached the realm of great skill. It seemed to be even more brilliant than his master's. His moves were not fancy at all, it was not even the slightest bit pleasing to the eye, but it was the most direct and most effective attack. And every time Yang Fan saw an opportunity to make a clever counterattack, Old Man Lu's fists and feet would be waiting in his path, as if he was feeding Old Man Lu moves. How could such a battle be fought? Bang! Yang Fan hurriedly retreated, and his back hit the tree trunk. The bright red maple leaves fluttered down like red snowflakes. Lu Boyan's large hand was like a maggot attached to a bone, slapping towards his chest again. This old fellow came and went as if he was just casually slapping, but he was always able to seal off all his escape routes, posing a huge threat to him. There was nowhere for Yang Fan to retreat, so he could only rush up. Yang Fan used plucking scallions from dry land and his body soared into the sky, shooting up to the maple tree like a rocket. Lu Boyan's palm slapped the tree trunk. Yang Fan's collision just now made the leaves fall like snow, but the old man's slap didn't even move the treetop. Just now, the edge of his palm had only brushed against Yang Fan's shoulder, but Yang Fan's copper skin and iron bones seemed to have been smashed by a big iron hammer. At this time, when his palm hit the tree trunk, it was actually incomparably gentle. His strength had already reached the realm of being able to control and release it freely. There was a long whistle at the top of the maple tree, and the red leaves on the tree suddenly fell. If the falling red leaves were like snow, then the red leaves at this moment were like a red shower. All the maple leaves on the tree seemed to have fallen in an instant. Yang Fan was mixed in the endless red leaves, man and sword as one, stabbing straight at Lu Boyan. He held a wooden sword in his hand, a sword made from broken maple branches. The red leaves on the tree fell like rain, and man and sword as one. This sword of Yang Fan was extremely powerful. Although he only held a branch in his hand, if he was stabbed in a vital point, it might be able to take the enemy's life. With Lu Boyan's martial arts and age, as well as his status in Jianghu, even if Yang Fan's sword left a wound on his body, it would be embarrassing enough, not to mention a serious injury. Therefore, Lu Boyan quickly retreated. This was the first time that Lu Boyan retreated since the two fought, one chasing and the other fleeing. Yang Fan's spirit was greatly lifted, and he immediately took advantage of the situation to counterattack. The branch in his hand was like a sword stabbing, and suddenly like a knife chopping. The toughness of the branch made it like a whip, filling the air with light and shadow, whistling unceasingly. Under the pressure of Lu Boyon's powerful threat, Yang Fan took out all his trump cards. At this moment, the martial arts that his master had taught him were displayed to the fullest. Faintly, Yang Fan felt that his moves were well integrated, and it seemed that his realm had improved. The fastest way to improve one's realm was indeed great pressure. Hey! As Lu Boyon retreated again and again, he suddenly let out a cry of surprise, and a strange light appeared in his eyes. He widened his eyes and looked at Yang Fan in shock. He did not know what he had seen from Yang Fan's moves, and for a moment, he was in a trance. Chapter 463. Originally, although Yang Fan's attack was fast, Lu Boyon's retreat was steady and light. With these few steps back, he had already neutralized Yang Fan's attack and was about to launch a counterattack. But for some reason, he was startled and his movements slowed for a moment. His right hand that had already stretched out paused, and Yang Fan's whip viciously lashed across the left side of his chest. Even though it was only a branch, the front of Lu Boyon's robe was split open with a shua sound, as if it had been slashed by a sharp knife. The branch in Yang Fan's hand was also broken, but the branch in his hand was still more than 2 feet long. Yang Fan did not dare to give him a chance to catch his breath, and immediately raised the branch, shua 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 3 times in a row. Sword. For some reason, Lu Boyon actually retreated 3 steps, and did not have the slightest intention of counterattacking. Yang Fan only thought that the opponent was, after all, old and had already exhausted his strength. He could not help but feel excited, and did not notice the strange expression on Lu Boyon's face. Yang Fan was about to gather his strength and attack again, when he suddenly felt some movement behind him. The hair on Yang Fan's body stood up, and he hurriedly thrust out his sword, and with a twist of his body, he left the battle circle. He was worried that Lu Boyon had a helper, and wanted to sneak attack him from behind. But Lu Boyon did not move, and he was also looking in the direction that Yang Fan had noticed. Yang Fan turned around and retreated to a relatively safe distance, and also looked in that direction. There were 3 people in the bushes. Originally, they had only revealed their heads, but now that they had been discovered and could not hide, they slowly walked out from behind the tree. There were 3 people, a nun, a Taoist, and a Hu. There were still scattered maple leaves falling from the sky, but the forest was deathly silent. Among the 3 people, the nun was a very old nun. She wore a monk's robe and a monk's hat. Her face was full of wrinkles, but her skin was very white. It was hard to tell how old she was, but looking at her appearance, she was at least 60 years old. The second person was a Daoist priest. He was dressed in a roaming Daoist's grey robe with an 8 trigram scarf on his head. He had white hair and a ruddy complexion. His beard was as white as snow, even whiter than Lu Boyon's white hair and beard. He truly had the air of an immortal. However, looking at the wrinkles on his face, he seemed to be a little younger than Lu Boyon. It was unknown how old this Daoist priest was. The third person was a Hu. His face was covered in a light yellow beard that completely obscured his face. All that could be seen was a pair of sunken eyes, blue pupils, and a sharp nose. It was naturally impossible to tell his age. These 3 strangely shaped people. Yang Fan and Lu Boyon looked at each other, and a sense of wariness rose in their hearts at the same time. The white-haired and white-bearded old Daoist priest bowed to his chest, waved his horsetail whisk, and chanted, "Supreme Heavenly Lord Tai, who are the 2 benefactors? Why are you fighting in the manner of Marquis Loren? Don't you know that there is still law in this world?" As the old Taoist spoke, he lightly flicked his sleeve. The sleeve lightly brushed against a large tree. He didn't seem to use much force, but the tree fell down with a cha-la sound. Yang Fan was shocked when he saw this scene. It wasn't that soft objects couldn't hurt people, but to be able to break a big tree with such a light brush, what kind of soft and terrifying force was required? Yang Fan had never seen this kind of martial arts. In his mind, perhaps that godlike Grand Master would have this kind of martial arts, but that old man who was over 100 years old was still lively like an old urchin who fished every day for fun. Yang Fan had never seen him make a move. The old nun at the side put her palms together and said, Amitabha, the heavens have the virtue of cherishing life, and the earth has the generosity of bearing things. We monks do not want to interfere with worldly affairs, but we are guests of Marquis Laran, so we cannot stand by and watch the two of you trespass into a private manor. We are outsiders and cannot bear to see such a bloody killing. Benefactors, please listen to this poor nun's advice and disperse. As the old nun spoke, she slowly took 2 steps forward. She spoke in a gentle and soft voice and didn't show any great magical power, but Yang Fan and Lu Boyan suddenly felt that although her voice was still calm, that sentence of go your separate ways was suddenly a little closer, as if this old nun was whispering into their ears. Yang Fan was shocked. If these 3 people walked separately on the streets of Luoyang, no one would find them strange, but a nun, a Daoist priest, and a Hu, these 3 people actually gathered together, anyone would find it strange. Sure enough, these 3 people were all unworldly experts. Lu Boyan, on the other hand, had a slightly puzzled expression. His pair of old but unblemished eyes quickly swept past the broken big tree, and then stopped at the feet of the old nun who was 2 steps forward. His eyes suddenly revealed a trace of understanding, as if he had guessed something, and revealed a faint trace of a smile. Lu Boyan indifferently glanced at the 3 strange people, and then glanced at Yang Fan. He suddenly turned around and in a moment, disappeared into the depths of the jungle. Yang Fan did not know that the reason why Lu Boyan retreated was because he had seen through his martial arts, and Lu Boyan had a close relationship with that person surnamed Zhong. Now that he knew that Yang Fan was the descendant of that person surnamed Zhong, although he still pitied Anu, he could not kill her. Yang Fan thought that old man Lu was afraid of these 3 people, so he retreated. Seeing him retreating, Yang Fan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, cupped his hands and thanked the 3 people, many thanks to the 3 seniors. Before Yang Fan could finish, the old nun wiped her eyelids, turned around and said indifferently, "You should also leave." Yang Fan saw that this master did not want to pay attention to him, but it was not good for him to continue chatting. He could only secretly remember the name Marquis Laran in his heart, respectfully bowed to the 3 people, and slowly retreated. Yang Fan was worried that Lu Boyan would be waiting for him in the distance, so he walked in another direction. He entered the jungle, turned left and right, and disappeared in an instant. The 3 unworldly masters were still standing there elegantly, until the 2 figures completely disappeared into the depths of the jungle. The Hu man took a few steps forward, looked around, and said in a low voice, "There's no one else." Just as the barbarian finished speaking, the floating old Taoist immediately slumped his shoulders and said with lingering fear, "How mysterious, how mysterious, how mysterious. If we could not scare them away just now, these 2 ferocious people might kill us to silence us if they continue to fight." The old nun's voice was slightly trembling, and she said, "Just now this poor nun plucked up the courage to take 2 steps forward. I was really afraid that they would disregard everything and attack me. Luckily I scared them away." The Hu man glared at her, and said, "If there's an ox nose, it's enough to scare them away. Why do you have to show your hand? We have spent a whole day here to make all kinds of preparations. In a while Marquis Laran will be here. When that time comes, how are we going to fool him again?" The old nun frowned, and said, "Aren't I just worried that the ox nose won't be able to fool them?" The old Taoist tried to mediate from the side, and said, "Forget it, how would we know that people will come? Those 2 can come and go, they are people of great ability. Looking at how fierce their methods are, they are probably not good people. Since they have discovered us, what if they really kill us to silence us? Using a magical power, we can scare them away in exchange for our safety, and that is enough." The Hu man glared, and said, "But we have already invited Marquis Laran here today. What do we do when he arrives?" The old nun said, "Don't we still have you? You can use your fire-breathing technique to temporarily stabilize Marquis Laran. As long as we can delay him for a day, we will be able to rearrange everything properly." The Hu man gave a heavy grunt, and said in a rough voice, "That is the only thing we can do now." Yang Fan dashed through the forest for a while, and after confirming that old man Lu did not chase after him, he immediately jumped to a high place to get a clear view of the direction, and ran towards WNR's manor. He was worried that if old man Lu could not find him, he would find trouble with WNR, and he was also afraid that WNR would be worried about his safety, and when she chased after him, she would be seen by old man Lu. The manor here had mountains, rivers, forests, and land, and it was not a vast grassland with a single glance. Young Fan could not shout out loud, and after returning to Wn's manor, he could only walk through the forest, looking for Wan's figure. Gradually, Young Fan returned to the place where he had just taken a stroll. This place was already somewhat familiar to Young Fan, and after searching for a while, his heart suddenly moved, and he quickly rushed to the place where they had lunch. Young Fan turned into a forest, and saw a white robe. Wan was indeed waiting for him here. As Young Fan and Lu Boyon ran and chased, they very quickly got out of Shanghai Wan's line of sight, and Shanghai Wan lost them. She was burning with worry, but she also knew that even if she chased after them, she would only cause trouble for Young Fan. Now that she could not find Young Fan, it was better to return to a familiar place and wait for him. As long as Young Fan was free, he would definitely think of coming here to find her. If she randomly walked in the forest, after Young Fan escaped, he would not be able to find her, and she was afraid that if she randomly searched, she would fall into the hands of that ferocious old man. Now that Young Fan had indeed returned, Wan was anxiously waiting for him. As soon as she saw Young Fan return, she could not help but be surprised and happy, and immediately threw herself into his arms, hugging him tightly, and then separated. She nervously looked at him, and seeing that he was not injured, she let out a sigh of relief, and asked, "Lang Jun, who is that old man, and why would he find trouble with you?" Young Fan said, "This is not the place to talk, let's leave first and then talk." Wan nodded in agreement, and the two hurried back to the pavilion. Wan called over an old servant who usually stayed here, and ordered him, "Go inform the 4 guards in front of the manor, tell them to immediately drive back to the city, and do not wait for me. Tomorrow morning I will prepare another carriage to go back to the city." The old servant complied, and then went to the manor to pass on the message. As soon as he left, Wan immediately pulled Young Fan away, passing through a dense forest, and entered Princess Taiping's Zzi Yuan. In Princess Taiping's Zzi Yuan, there were also servants who stayed behind. In the past, when Wan left the city to play, most of the time she came and stayed with Taiping, so most of the servants who stayed here knew her. Wan summoned a servant she was familiar with in the princess's mansion. She took out a small yin jin and gave it to him. She secretly gave him instructions. The old servant listened to Wan's instructions and did not dare to be negligent. He quickly wrapped the yin jin in his belt and secretly hid it. After he left, he immediately rode a fast horse and galloped toward Luoyang. Chapter 464. In front of Wan's manor, the 4 guards were having a barbecue, but they didn't dare to drink. After the old servant from Wan's manor sent the message, the 4 of them immediately packed up and drove the empty carriage back to Luoyang. At this time, the servant from Princess Taiping's manor had already left Jin Guyuan on a fast horse before them. Wana was meticulous and cautious. She thought that since there were people seeking revenge on Young Fan, it was possible that they already knew about Young Fan's whereabouts. If that was the case, if the 2 of them left in a hurry, what would happen if the old man with amazing kung fu was waiting for them on the way? The 4 guards could only use it to scare people, but they were no match for such a master. Wana had the 4 guards drive the empty carriage and leave first to confuse others. Then she snuck into Zzi Garden and had a servant from Princess Taiping's mansion take her personal keepsake back to the city to report. After the old servant left, Wana did not call for the other servants from Princess Taiping's mansion to wait on her. She left with Young Fan. Soon, Wana took Young Fan's hand and appeared in Zzi Garden in a cave covered in vines. This cave was half man-made and half natural. The entrance of the cave was hidden under a patch of vines. Only when the vines were pulled apart would it be revealed that there was another world inside. The cave was very spacious, with a stone table and stone stools. The ceiling of the cave was open and covered in vines. In summer, it was perfect for shade. In spring and autumn, the leaves were sparse, and the sunlight shone down. Because it was past the season to enjoy the cool in the cave, the servants were lazy and hadn't cleaned the cave for a long time. There was a layer of dust on the stone table and stone stools, and there were yellow leaves on them. Young Fan didn't care. He brushed away the leaves, lifted his robe, and sat down. He smiled and said, "This is a different world. If there weren't many mosquitoes and flies here in summer, We could make a bed here and sleep very comfortably. Wanna stood at the entrance and carefully looked outside for a while. Then she returned to his side and said coquettishly, "You still have the mood to talk about this? You are an official. How did you provoke these Jianghu people?" Yang Fan sighed and said with a frown, "It's a long story." Wana rolled her eyes at him and said, "Then make it short." Yang Fan stared blankly for a moment and said, If I were to make it short, it would be hard to explain." Shanghai Wana was both angry and amused at the same time. She glared at Yang Fan, took out a handkerchief from her sleeve, and spread it on the stone bench. She then sat down and said, "Then, Yang Langzhong, please start from the beginning. This little girl is all ears." In a simple yet elegant courtyard, the courtyard was covered with trees. The entire tree was bright red, and as the wind blew past, the red leaves drifted down, giving off a poignant yet beautiful feeling. The ground was covered with a thick layer of fallen leaves, like a red carpet. Young Master Jiang was dressed in white and stood under the tree with his hands behind his back. He looked even taller than the tree. Lu Boyan stood 3 feet behind him, his body slightly bowed, his expression calm. After he left the 3 strange people, he went back to find his donkey. He asked a passerby about the owner of the manor and found out that it was Princess Taiping's manor. He couldn't help but feel surprised. Lu Boyan asked in a roundabout way, and the passerby told him about the love affair between Princess Taiping and Yang Fan. Lu Boyan couldn't help but curse inwardly. At this time, he thought that the woman he met just now should be Princess Taiping. No wonder she had a noble temperament and elegant manner. Since she was Her Royal Highness, the fight between him and Yang Fan would probably cause big trouble. So Lu Boyan immediately rushed back to the place where the young master lived in seclusion to report the news. Young Master Jiang was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he asked about the situation at that time. Young Master Jiang said, "Who were those 3 so-called masters?" Lu Boyan's eyes revealed a faint smile. He replied, "Young master, they were just 3 Jianghu swindlers. However, their illusions were superb and were very experienced. At the beginning, even this old servant was deceived by them. I really thought that they were some hidden masters. Fortunately, this old servant roamed the Jianghu in his early years and was very knowledgeable. Even now, this pair of old eyes is not blurry, so I saw some flaws." Young Master Jiang grunted and said indifferently, "You are so old, how can you be so reckless?" Lu Boyan didn't say anything. Young Master Jiang looked at him unhappily. "We came to Luoyang to do something big. How can we waste time on a Yang Fan?" Lu Boyan explained, "This old servant happened to pass by and heard his name. I didn't want to make a move at first, but..." Young Master Jiang cut him off without a trace of politeness and asked, "How is this person's martial arts?" Lu Boyan squinted his eyes and said, "For his age, it is very brilliant. Very brilliant. If he can live to this old servant's age, his martial arts attainment will be much better than this old servant's." "Oh." Young Master Jiang's eyes flickered and he asked, "Then how is he compared to Sichu Liang?" Lu Boyan thought for a moment and said, "This isn't easy to compare. Sichu Liang is an expert in assassination. If Sichu Liang was fully prepared and suddenly assassinated, even this old servant might not be able to avoid it. Yang Fan naturally wouldn't be able to. If it was a one-on-one battle, it seems like Yang Fan is a level higher than Sichu Liang. However, during a battle, the ability to react on the spot, the use of the surrounding environment, etc., will affect a person's strength. Unless there is a heaven and earth difference in strength, otherwise, a slight difference can't determine victory or defeat. If Sichu Liang fought with Yang Fan, if it was a sneak attack, Yang Fan would definitely die. If it was a head-on battle, even if Sichu Liang can't win, he can still escape. Yang Fan won't be able to keep him. Young Master Jiang slightly frowned. Because of Lu Boyan's rash action, he suddenly thought of a possibility of Sichu Liang's disappearance. Could Sichu Liang be like Lu Boyan, because he felt injustice for Anu, or because he wanted to vent his anger for himself? That's why he acted on his own and went to look for Yang Fan. However, after listening to Lu Boyan's words, his guess was still a guess, and he couldn't be sure of anything. Lu Boyan pondered for a moment, then lightly stepped forward and said, "Young master, Before this old servant made my move, I asked him if he knew ANU. From his reaction, he didn't know ANU was already. Sichu Liang couldn't have gone to find him, or else he wouldn't have a blank face and kept asking me why I wanted to kill him, and why ANU died. Young Master Jiang responded with a "en." He still believed in Lu Boyon's judgment, and the cloud of doubt in his heart immediately dissipated. Lu Boyon continued, "This old servant was rash and rashly made my move. Yang Fan is an official, and he is also the Minister of Justice, in charge of justice. Now that he escaped, he definitely won't let it go. And Princess Taiping is even more so. Young Master, for the sake of safety, shouldn't we immediately change our residence?" Young Master Jiang sighed and said, "Go and arrange it. Remember, from now on, you are not allowed to make decisions on your own." "Yes." Lu Boyon responded and slowly retreated. Lu Boyon stepped on the maple leaves and walked out of the courtyard. His expression was a little excited, a little sad, and a little disappointed. Yang Fan is actually his disciple. Looking at the green mountain in the distance, Lu Boyon's mind was in a trance, as if he had stepped through time and space, and returned to the time when the smoke of war was everywhere. Before it was even 3 in the afternoon, there was suddenly an army of about 2,000 people rushing to the Golden Grain Garden. People shouted, horses neighed, and swords and spears shone under the sun, instantly breaking the tranquility of the Golden Grain Garden. The 2,000 people were all cavalrymen, clad in armor and red robes. They rode on tall and strong horses, armed with swords and shields, and had saddles and spears. On their red-tasseled spears, a 1.5-foot-long steel spear tip gleamed coldly, and the spear shaft as thick as a goose's egg had a heavy texture. After the 2,000 soldiers rushed to the Golden Grain Garden, they immediately surrounded the ZZE Garden. 2 generals wearing helmets and full armor led dozens of warriors in half-arm battle robes, each holding a shield in one hand and a saber in the other. They majestically rushed into the garden. Behind them, a dense group of cavalrymen formed a neat and orderly military formation. Such a large number of people stood solemnly and silently, like a mountain, with only their banners fluttering in the wind. The newcomers were the Dragon Army, the only unit in the Imperial Army that was fully equipped with cavalrymen. A few generals in bright armor were led to the backyard by the family members of the princess's residence. An oil cleaning truck was parked there, the curtain hanging down, and no one could see what was going on inside. One of the generals quickly caught up and saluted. "The right commander of the Dragon Army, Wei Lingfeng, requests an audience with Princess Taiping and Shangguan. The gentle voice of Shangguan Wnr came from the carriage. "Thank you for your trouble, General Wei. Her Highness has been frightened and does not wish to see any guests at this time. Please escort this carriage back to Luoyang, and at the same time, leave some men to search the entire Golden Grain Garden. If there is anyone similar to the person I've mentioned, capture him." "Yes, sir," General Wei replied. With a wave of his hand, the soldiers behind him parted to the left and right, making a path for the oil cleaning truck. The soldiers holding shields and sabers immediately guarded the oil cleaning truck in the middle. Soon, a strange scene appeared on the official road to Luoyang City. A whole group of about 500 cavalrymen formed a moving phalanx. The soldiers held red spears as thick as goose eggs in their hands. The blades of the spears were made of steel, and there were blood grooves on them. The scarlet tassels of the spears danced in the wind, and a murderous aura sprang up. In the middle of the 500 cavalrymen was an oil cleaning truck. With such a powerful formation, unless the enemy also used an army to attack, even if one was a hero from the 3 mountains and 5 peaks, or an expert who lived in seclusion in the valleys and valleys, they would not be able to fight against 500 well-equipped, well-trained, and well-coordinated soldiers. Yang Fan sat in the carriage and lifted a corner of the curtain to look outside. He just happened to see Ma Qiao, dressed in armor, riding majestically on a horse. One hand firmly grasped the hilt of his saber, and his expression was very calm. After a few years of military life, the somewhat lazy and ruffian boy had turned into a rather masculine soldier. Yang Fan quietly observed him for a while, then smiled with satisfaction. He gently let down the curtain, turned his head to Wnr, and said hesitantly, "Wnr, this formation, isn't it a bit too much?" Chapter 465. Wnr raised her nose and snorted, "What's wrong with that? If I don't show my power, he will think I'm a sick cat. Young Fan looked at her, her delicate and timid body, her snow-white skin. As she leaned back on the couch, she had a romantic posture. He couldn't help but laughed and said, "Tiger, you don't look like one, but a cat does look like 9 out of 10, just that it's not a sick cat, but a charming cat with seductive eyes." Wana giggled and blushed. She hit Young Fan's arm coquettishly and said, "The character Tiger is a taboo. Don't say it in front of others." She also lifted a corner of the curtain and looked out. She said casually, "I was really attacked. It's a righteous thing to ask the soldiers to escort me back to the city. It's not a big deal." She turned around and winked at Young Fan mischievously. She said with a smile, "I was just about to make such a scene to let them watch. In the future, if they want to touch you, they will have to think twice." The Imperial Army was divided into the North and the South. The 12 guards of the South were under the jurisdiction of the Prime Minister. In fact, they were under the jurisdiction of the Imperial Court. Without the Imperial Edict, the seal of the Prime Minister, and the approval of the Ministry of War, no one could mobilize them. They were the Imperial Army. And the Northern Imperial Army, such as the Yulin Royal Guards, the Dragon Martial Guards, and the Divine Martial Guards, were paid by the Imperial Court and even treated much better than the Southern Imperial Army, but they were actually the Emperor's private army. They didn't need those heavy restrictions. As long as the Emperor issued an edict, they could be mobilized at any time. Although the Northern Imperial Army was directly under the command of the Emperor, it was impossible for the Emperor to lead the army himself. Therefore, he had to hand over the Northern Imperial Army to his most trusted generals. He would also give some of his most trusted personnel the right to mobilize the army to deal with some accidents. For example, when the Emperor was surrounded by rebellious soldiers when he went out for inspection, the transfer procedures of the Southern Imperial Army were complicated. Moreover, if the officials of the Political Affairs Hall or the Ministry of War also secretly participated in the rebellion and deliberately obstructed it, it would be even more difficult to mobilize the army. At this time, only the Northern Imperial Army was the biggest guarantee. But if only the Emperor could mobilize troops, and the Emperor was surrounded, what should he do? Therefore, the Empress would authorize the most trusted people around her to mobilize troops within a certain range or within a certain number of people. Wana was one of the most trusted people around Wu Zetian. She was equivalent to the Empress' chief confidential secretary. Naturally, she had the power to act at her own discretion and mobilize troops. This was the first time Wana had used this power. She was truly enraged by Lu Boyon's defiance of the government and brazenly assassination of an official. She had grown up in the palace and worked by the emperor's side. When had she ever seen such a Jianghu man who dared to challenge the authority of the government? The carriage was escorted back to Luoyang by the army. It drove directly to Princess Taiping's mansion. The side door was opened, and the oil cleaners drove straight in. Princess Taiping did not know the inside story, so Wana had to discuss it with her, so that when the emperor asked about it, she would not give herself away in front of Princess Taiping. Since they had mobilized the army, this matter could not be hidden from the emperor. Princess Taiping and Shangguan Wana, one was the emperor's most beloved daughter, and the other was the emperor's most trusted female official. The two of them had unexpectedly been assassinated while traveling in the eastern suburbs. This was a very serious matter. After hearing the news, Wu Zetian flew into a rage. She summoned the 3 law departments and the officials in charge of the Luoyang government to the Hall of Martial Accomplishment and severely reprimanded them. That day, the Dragon Martial Army had turned Jin Guyuan upside down. The next day, the Luoyang government mobilized a large number of people to carry out a carpet search of Jin Guyuan. After the 3 law departments returned, they also sent out all the people they could. The patrol officers and bailiffs of the Luoyang government were all mobilized. The city of Luoyang was thrown into chaos. Because the new year was approaching, this action could be considered a thorough crackdown on the entire city of Luoyang before the new year. In a short period of time, countless swindlers and scoundrels were arrested, and the jails of Luoyang, big and small, were all filled. The problem was, at this time, other than prisoners who had no relatives or friends and were truly alone, the jails did not have meals. So every day, Countless people would go to the jails to deliver meals. Every time it was mealtime, there would be a spectacular line that was even longer than the Great Wall. The Ministry of Justice, in Yang Fan's detention room. Yang Fan sat cross-legged behind a table, his elbows resting on the table. He gently rubbed his chin, a thoughtful expression on his face. Tin Ano, dressed as a manservant, was pacing around the room. Her heart was filled with confusion. After learning of Yang Fan's experience in Golden Grain Garden, Tin Ano was shocked and afraid. She did not want to harm Yang Fan's life, but in her heart, the young master was a powerful existence that could not be offended. She had lived by the young master's side since she was young, and young Master Jiang's prestige had long been engraved into her bones. She was not even afraid of the emperor, but she did not have the slightest confidence or courage to oppose the young master. Moreover, the young master had saved her life, but how could she bear to let Yang Fan be in danger? Tin Ano paced around again and again before finally stopping in front of Yang Fan. She said decisively, "Don't be troubled. This is not a solution, I think. I should leave." Yang Fan glanced at her, his mind immersed in his own thoughts. He did not react for a moment, so he was at a loss. "What? Leave?" Tin Ano said, "Yes. From what you said, the young master should not know that I am alive. Lu Wang and Situ Liang came to trouble you one after the other because of the young master's anger, or..." Tin Ano bit her lip and said softly, "Lu Wang still loves me. Maybe he blamed me for jumping off the cliff on you, so I think I should hide my identity and go far away. After Lady Wn's disturbance, they are afraid that their plans will be affected. As long as I am not here, I believe they will not come to trouble you again." Yang Fan finally understood her words and a wave of anger rose. He stared at Tin Ano and said, "If young Master Jiang sees me in harmony with my family and is a little unhappy, what if he wants me to separate from my wife? Should I send my wife to the ends of the earth? If, after I have children, and young Master Jiang is not happy to see them, do I have to learn martial arts and ask them to change their surnames and names and live in seclusion?" Tin Ano hurriedly said, "Don't argue with me, okay? You don't know how much power the young master has. If I can resist and there is a glimmer of hope, do you think I want to leave?" At this point, Tin Ano's eyes were bright, and there were faint tears. Yang Fan slowly stood up and said in a deep voice, "I know, he is a behemoth, he has a huge hidden force. Don't think that I am an official and he is a civilian. I can't hurt his foundation if I want to. If I anger him, he has ways to punish me, whether it be in the open or in the dark. He will do anything to stop me." Tin Ano said, "Since you know, why do you still have this idea of overestimating yourself?" "I overestimate myself? Erlang, I don't mean to look down on you, and I'm not saying you are not as good as him, but he has several families that have existed for thousands of years behind him. He has countless people and resources at his disposal. How can you fight him?" Yang Fan said, "No matter how powerful he is, can he be more powerful than the emperor? He has countless people and resources at his disposal, but can he be as large as the emperor? He has a big backer behind him, but as an official of the court, do I not have a big backer behind me?" Tin Ano was startled and said, "He is in the dark, and you are in the light. How can you deal with him?" Like yesterday, Lady Wn mobilized 2,000 elites, enough to fight a war, not to mention a few Jianghu people. "The problem is, you have searched all over Luoyang. Have you found them?" Yang Fan said, "Since I have decided to fight, of course I will think of a way. No matter what, blindly defending is not a solution. I want to counterattack. Shenmu could chase him from Chang'an to Luoyang. Can't I chase him somewhere else? Even if I can't kill him, it is not impossible to chase him to a remote and desolate place." Tin Ano was still superstitious about the young master's power and asked worriedly, "What do you plan to do?" Yang Fan walked to her side and put his hands on her shoulders. He met her gaze and said, "This is a battle between two men, and also a battle between the imperial power and the aristocratic families. This is not something that can be settled with martial arts. You can't interfere, and don't ask. I understand your difficulties. After all, young Master Jiang has raised you, so you don't have to interfere in this matter. If I, Yang Fan, can't defeat young Master Jiang, then I am not worthy of being with you. At that time, You can go to the ends of the earth. Now, you just have to wait here obediently and watch how I defeat him. Yang Fan's methods were silent. To deal with such a giant hidden among the people, he could only use silent methods. Yang Fan began to get busy, but even Anu, who stayed by his side every day, could not see that his various actions had anything to do with dealing with young Master Jiang. Time passed quickly. The leaves silently floated away, and the snowflakes silently floated down. Yang Fan safely dodged the first attack, and also safely dodged the 15th. That old man with amazing martial arts never came again. In a flash, the first month of the lunar calendar passed. On this day, it was snowing heavily, covering the sky and covering the earth. When Yang Fan walked out of the Drunken Immortal restaurant, he saw that the eaves and corners of the various buildings were covered with a thick layer of snow. The misty snowflakes sprinkled down like a dream. There were not many people on the street, only a few carefree children laughing and chasing in the snow. In his drunken mood, Huli leaped onto his mount. He tore open his chest with both hands, revealing a clump of black chest hair. The snowflakes were swept up by the wind and flew towards his chest. Huli laughed loudly and said, "Awesome, awesome. Brothers, Big Brother will be leaving first." Yang Fan and the others greeted him, and Huli whipped his horse, laughing heartily as he galloped into the vast snow. Chapter 466. This road was one of the main roads in the city. Although it was not as wide as Ding Ding Street, it was still 6 or 7 meters wide. At this time, the snow was boundless and there were few pedestrians on the street. It was really carefree to ride a horse after drinking. Looking at the receding figure, Ma Qiao patted Yang Fan's shoulder and said excitedly, "Brother Fan, why don't we take advantage of the wine and ride a horse to admire the snow? My equestrian skills are not inferior to yours now." Yang Fan laughed and said, "You don't even know how to read, so don't try to be cultured and learn the manners of those poor people. It's rare to come back to the city, so you should go back and spend more time with sister-in-law." Chu Kuanga walked over with his horse and said to Yang Fan, "Are you going back to the mansion, Erlang?" Yang Fan said, "I still have something to do and need to go somewhere. If Brother Chu doesn't go out of the city today, why don't you go to Brother Qiao Er's place first? Come to my mansion tonight and let's drink to our heart's content." Chu Kuanga laughed and said, "Since you still have something to do, I won't disturb you. I'm going to Benevolence Square to see my old brothers. When we meet, we'll have to drink again." After chatting for a while, Chu Kuanga, Wei Yong, and Li Dayan took their leave and went to Benevolence Square. Lu Yang and Gao Chu returned to their respective mansions. Seeing that Yang Fan had something to do, Ma Qiao excitedly returned to Showan Square. Just now, he was just talking about it. How could walking in the wind and snow compare to cuddling with his wife? He was often in the military camp and really missed pasta very much. It was just that with his character, how could he show his love for a woman outside and make people laugh at him? The heavy snow covered the sky and covered the earth. In a moment, the footsteps of the few people and the hooves of the horses were completely covered. Yang Fan got on his horse and turned to the north of the city in the direction of Shanghang Square, where Zhao Yu's nest was. The bare willow branches on the trees were now covered with a layer of white snow, like a furry fox's tail. When the wind blew, the snow would rustle down and pour into the necks of passers-by. That person hurriedly wrapped his clothes tightly around himself and quickened his pace. Today, Yang Fan ate a whole Muyang Muhu and drank about 2 cups of the best Jiannan braised spring wine. Now that the alcohol had kicked in, his whole body was hot. The snow droplets fell on his face and neck, making him feel cool and refreshing. Therefore, Yang Fan did not avoid the trees and instead, turned his horse's head to the side and walked under the trees on the roadside. Yang Fan walked all the way until he turned the corner of Shongshan Square. Only then did the effects of the alcohol subside and his mind sober up. Not far ahead was the Tianjin Bridge. After crossing the bridge and turning right, they would arrive at Shangshangfang. Yang Fan had just picked up his horse and galloped toward the bridgehead when suddenly a group of sentries came out from Jishan Fang on the opposite side. The of the carriages of the carriages as the road was as they could. As they could. The guards on both sides of the carriage were all riding tall horses. They were dressed in bright clothes and had an air of arrogance. Yang Fan glanced at the carriage and was about to turn his horse to the bridge, but when his eyes swept past the window of the carriage, he suddenly felt something and immediately pulled the reins. This who looks very familiar. Yang Fan stared blankly at the person sitting in the carriage. He suddenly remembered that this person was one of the 3 extraordinary people he had met in the Golden Grain Garden. Yang Fan then looked at the carriage and saw a banner with the words Marquis of Luren written on it. Yang Fan thought to himself, that's right, it really is him. Yang Fan then looked at the 2 carriages at the back. One of the carriages had its curtains drawn and the other had its curtains rolled up. In the carriage, there was a person stroking his beard and looking at the snow falling outside. It was the old Taoist who had knocked down the tree with his sleeve. After Yang Fan returned from the Golden Grain Garden, he had asked around about this Marquis of Luren. He knew that this Marquis' surname was Yu and his name was Yu Haoran. In the current dynasty, there were as many princes and dukes as there were dogs, so this Marquis' reputation was not very prominent. This Marquis was good at longevity and rarely interacted with other nobles. Other than refining pills in his own residence, he only made friends with some extraordinary people. After Yang Fan heard about this news, he also thought of making friends with this person, and then getting to know those few otherworldly experts. However, he had only been in the officialdom for a few years. Although he had a good relationship with Xue Huai, Princess Taiping, and Wu Sanxi as soon as he entered the officialdom, his network was far from that of those real nobles. If it was Princess Taiping, it would not be difficult to get to know this Marquis. But Yang Fan did not want to ask Princess Taiping for help, so the matter was put aside. Now that he saw these extraordinary people, Yang Fan wanted to go forward and greet them. On one hand, he wanted to thank them for saving his life, and on the other hand, he wanted to get to know these seniors. Since Yang Fan left the Nanyang and returned to Luoyang, he had been practicing martial arts diligently for the past few years. Compared to when he left the island, he had made great progress. But when his martial arts reached a higher level, there were some new problems. Without his master by his side, he could not ask for advice. If he only relied on himself to figure it out, his progress would inevitably be affected. If he could get advice from these extraordinary people whose martial arts were not inferior to his Grand Master, wouldn't it be a wonderful thing? Thinking of this, Yang Fan raised his horse and went to meet the carriage. Stop. Who is it? Although the guards outside the carriage looked a little ostentatious, they were still very vigilant. As soon as Yang Fan approached, they pressed down on the hilt of their swords and shouted loudly. Yang Fan turned over and dismounted from his horse. He cupped his hands and said, I am the Minister of Justice, Yang Fan. I have met these seniors in the carriage once. Since we met at the bridgehead, I would like to come forward and greet them. Oh, the expression of the guard who shouted softened. He let go of the hilt of his sword and said, Since this minister is acquainted with the 3 old immortals, you can come to our manor to greet them in the future. At this moment, our Marquis is accompanying the 3 old immortals to the palace to meet the emperor. It cannot be delayed. Ah. Yang Fan was slightly startled. Why would the empress want to meet these 3 martial arts masters? Could it be that the empress was tired of being an emperor and wanted to learn how to fly the mast and walk the wall to travel in Jianghu? She was already so old. It was probably a little late. Yang Fan's mind was running wild. He smiled at the guard and retreated to the side. Watching the carriage slowly pass in front of him, he also turned over and mounted his horse. He slowly followed behind the carriage. After crossing the Tianjin Bridge, the carriage turned left towards the direction of the imperial city. Yang Fan whipped his horse to the right and went straight to Shanghang Square. Haha, the sage is asking about the art of immortality. This humble Taoist has cultivated for many years and has some small achievements in Taoist techniques. However, I have never heard of it or seen it. Everything in the world, if there is life, there will be death. How can there be an immortal? Even if one has really cultivated to become a Deluo immortal, there will be a day when he dies. At this moment, sitting in front of Wu Zetian was an old Taoist with a sage-like demeanor. It was the master who had knocked down the big tree in Jinjiyu Garden with one sleeve. Wu Zetian, who was sitting opposite and inquiring politely, heard this answer and immediately revealed an unhappy expression. Wu Zetian had always believed in those supernatural things. Marquis Le and Yu Haoran swore to her that these few were real living immortals. That was why she, as an emperor, made an exception and invited these few unknown people to consult her on the way to immortality. Who knew that she would get such an answer? Yu Haoran was shocked by Wu Zetian's cold stare and hurriedly said, "Sage, the people of the world think that immortality is immortality." The old immortal thought that His Majesty was talking about the art of immortality, so he replied that there is no such thing. In the Ksitigarbha Sutra, it says, "Sage, the Buddha has a lifespan of 400 trillion monks. It can be seen that although the Buddha has a long lifespan, there will be a day of nirvana. It is just that his lifespan far exceeds that of mortals. The way of immortality does not exist." As Yu Haoran said this, he cupped his hands towards the old Taoist and mysteriously said, "Sage, do you know that this old immortal was born in the era of Wu Chiwu of the Three Kingdoms? He is now almost 500 years old. Is this not a great magical power?" Wu Zetian looked at the old Taoist and asked in surprise, "Is the Taoist really 500 years old?" Wn who was waiting on the side, also widened her eyes in surprise and looked at the old Taoist in disbelief. The old Taoist gently stroked his snow-white beard and a trace of disappointment appeared on his face. He replied in a nostalgic tone, "Although it is not accurate, it is not far. According to my master, the year I was born, Sun Quan made Lu Meng the military governor and attacked Jing province. There was chaos and chaos everywhere, and the people were fleeing in all directions. My mother gave birth to me while she was fleeing. My mother died because of a difficult birth. I was still a baby in swaddling clothes and was abandoned by the side of the road without anyone to take care of me. If this had continued, I would have inevitably died. Fortunately, Mr. Crowhorn happened to pass by and was kind enough to take me in. He later took me as his disciple and taught me magic." Wu Zetian was surprised and said, "Mr. Crowhorn? So your master is Zwa Ci, immortals were?" The old Taoist nodded and said, "Yes. My master has passed away many years ago. That is why when your Majesty asked me about the art of immortality, I did not think much of it. My master's magic is ever-changing and he has great magical power that can go up to heaven and down to earth. In the end, he cannot avoid death. How can there be an immortal magic in this world?" Wu Zetian said with some reverence, "Taoist is actually nearly 500 years old. Then, this nun must be a cultivator with an extremely high salary?" The old nun smiled and put her palms together. "I am the reincarnation of pure light Buddha. I can know the past and the future, but I can't remember my own age. In this life, I am about 300 years old." Wu Zetian's shocked expression had yet to fade when the barbarian said in a rough voice, "You, pure light nun, can enter the cycle of reincarnation without losing your soul and memories. You can continue cultivating, so you naturally won't care about how old this body is. I, Moha, am not as capable as you, pure light nun. Now I have lived for 700 years. My salary is 999 years. In less than 300 years, I will die of old age." Wu Zetian was greatly moved and thought to herself, "A mortal's lifespan is less than 100 years. Even if I can't live forever, if I learn their magical power, I can extend my lifespan by 500 to 700 years. That is also possible." However, what these people said was too mysterious. Wu Zetian did not dare to believe them completely. She still wanted to see their methods before making a decision. Otherwise, if a dignified emperor was deceived by a few Jianghu magicians, she would be a laughingstock for all eternity. Wu Zetian made up her mind and said with a pleasant expression, "Today, I invited the three of you into the palace because I want to learn something from the three of you. I just don't know if the three of you can display your magical power here and let me broaden my horizons." Chapter 467. After hearing it, the three of them showed a slightly hesitant look. Wu Zetian saw it and couldn't help but feel suspicious. Old Nun Jingguang hesitated for a moment and reluctantly replied, "Amitabha, since your Majesty has decreed, then I will reluctantly show it in front of your Majesty. It's just a small trick and I'm making a fool of myself." Old Nun Jingguang looked in front of Wu Zetian and said, "Your Majesty, can you bestow this cup of wine in front of me to me?" Seeing that she was willing to use magic, Wu Zetian's face cleared up and she said with a smile, "Of course. Nun is a nun. Do you also drink wine?" Old nun Jingguang said lightly, "I usually only eat 1 grain of rice and 1 sesame every day and don't eat afternoon." As she said, she took the cup of wine in front of Wu Zetian and put it in front of herself. She took a look at the cup and said with a smile, "Your Majesty, please have a look." She gently brushed her hand, and with a sweep of her sleeve, the wine cup filled with fermented glutinous rice had already been emptied. The cup was as empty as a wild field. Wu Zetian suddenly opened her eyes wide, but she saw that the old nun neither retracted her hand nor moved it. Her hands were still empty, lying flat on the ground. The old nun smiled slightly, clenched her right hand and raised it in the air. She said to Wu Zetian, "Your Majesty, look here again." The old nun opened her 5 fingers, and a light suddenly flew out of her palm. The light flew straight out of the hall and suddenly turned into a crystal clear snow lotus. It slowly rotated in the air and slowly fell down with the snowflakes all over the sky. Wu Zetian saw this miracle with her own eyes and couldn't help but be stunned. She was surprised for a long time before she said to Shanghai Wn as if she just woke up from a dream, "Quick, quick, go get that snow lotus for me to have a look." Shanghai Wn answered. When she was about to take a step, the old nun had put her palms together and said with a smile, "Hey, snow lotus is naturally condensed from the essence of snow. Now it has turned back into snow and returned to heaven and earth. Where will your Majesty go to find it?" This action of mine can be considered as offering Buddha with borrowed flowers. Wu Zetian had always prided herself on being the reincarnation of Maitreya. As soon as she heard the words offering Buddha with borrowed flowers, she couldn't help but feel happy. She was about to praise her when the old nun suddenly coughed twice and pressed her hand against her chest. She frowned slightly, revealing a painful expression. Wu Zetian hurriedly asked, "What happened to Shatai?" Taoist Saifang suddenly sighed, he cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, it's not that we don't want to use our magic, but it's because this place is inside the palace, the center of the world, protected by the awe-inspiring righteousness. His Majesty is the true Son of Heaven, able to attract the heavenly light, in harmony with the righteous energy of the 4 directions, and all evils cannot invade. Of course, what I and the others have learned is not unorthodox, but true Daoist magic. But even so, if we use it in the righteous chi of the world, it will greatly damage our vitality." Just now, Jingguang Shatai didn't want to disobey the imperial edict, so she forcefully used her magic. Now, her vitality has been damaged. Wu Zetian heard that they were unwilling to use their magic here because they were the true Son of Heaven. This place was the center of the world, and the true Son of Heaven lived in the center of the world. The combination of the two could actually make these people with great supernatural power afraid. Wu Zetian couldn't help but feel a little proud of herself. She said complacently, "Cultivation is not easy. Since that's the case, I won't make things difficult for the 3 immortal masters." Wu Zetian happily turned to Yu Haoran and ordered, "Help the 3 immortal masters settle down first. I will personally visit another day and see the great supernatural power of the 3 immortal masters." When Yu Haoran heard that the emperor was going to visit his mansion, he couldn't help but be surprised and happy. He hurriedly bowed and said, "Yes, yes, yes. I will make good arrangements for the 3 immortal masters and await your arrival." Zhao Yu's current identity was still that of an informant, helping people find relatives and friends, and gathering information. After Yang Fan got into trouble and was arrested and sent to the Council of Censors, he quickly moved away from his original place and moved to Shanghang Square in the northern part of the city. Once he moved, his business became even more prosperous. Not long after, he used his powerful connections to make a name for himself in the northern part of the city. Zhao Yu's identity as an informant was getting more and more famous, and his reputation was also getting higher and higher. Not only were there all kinds of people who often came to ask him to do all kinds of things, even some of the rich and powerful families often had people come to this place to ask him to do things such as prying into other people's privacy and secrets. When Yang Fan arrived at Zhao Yu's residence, he happened to see a nobleman dressed in an expensive fur coat, accompanied by 2 personal servants, walking out with his head held high, his face immensely proud of himself. Zhao Yu respectfully followed behind him. When he reached the door, he happened to see young Fan dismount his horse. Zhao Yu smiled and nodded to him, then continued to see the nobleman off. When the nobleman got on the horse, Zhao Yu crossed his arms and bowed. He said with a smile, "This lowly one respectfully sends Lord Zhu off." You've done your job very well." Amidst the heavy snow, the Lord Zhu happily said, "In the future, if there's anything I need, I'll come to your place again. Take this. This is an extra reward from me to you." As he said this, a heavy bag of money flew out. Zhao Yu grabbed it in his hand and bowed deeply to the ground. With a smile, he said, "I'm willing to serve Lord Zhu. I'll definitely satisfy Lord Zhu." The Lord Zhu threw his head back and laughed 3 times. Then he whipped his horse and galloped away. The 2 servants hurriedly chased after him. Young Fan walked over and said with a smile, "Brother Zhao's business is doing very well. Even such a bigwig has come to take care of your business. Hehe, for this Lord Zhu to be so happy, could it be that you've found a long-lost relative?" Zhao Yu turned around and said with a smile, "This man is White Stone, the founder of the country. It's not that he's lost any relative. It's just that his wife had an affair, and we've helped him get the evidence." As they were talking, young Fan walked into the room. When he heard what Zhao Yu said, he tripped on the door sill and almost fell. "What?" Young Fan cried out. "His wife had an affair. Then what's he so happy about?" Zhao Yu laughed and said, "Not everyone hates their wife for having an affair. If there's someone who wants to divorce but can't find an excuse, or if the wife's family is too powerful and can't be easily offended, then they'd be more than happy to have such an excuse. Hee, this way, please." Young Fan shook his head and sighed. "The world is really big. Nothing is too strange." The 2 of them chatted and laughed as they passed through the main room. They went around to a small room in the back courtyard. This was the innermost room, with a thick curtain hanging over the door. There was a charcoal brazier in the room, but it still felt a little chilly when one was a little further away from it. Because the room was so tightly sealed, there was a lingering smell of smoke. Young Fan sat down on the couch. Zhao Yu moved the brazier closer to the 2 of them and also sat down behind the table. Only then did young Fan put away his faint smile and asked solemnly, "Brother Zhao, how is the matter that little brother discussed with you previously?" Zhao Yu's expression suddenly turned serious as he said to young Fan, "Has Erlang thought it through clearly? Do you know what this request of yours means to us?" Young Fan nodded and said, "I know this is a little difficult for you. However, I also know that defeating young Master Jiang is also your hope." Zhao Yu nodded and said, "That's right. We wish to defeat the obvious sect so badly that they will no longer be able to dictate to our hidden sect. At the very least, we must be on equal footing with them. However, we do not wish to perish together with them." "Perish together?" Young Fan's brows raised up slightly as he asked, "Why does Brother Zhao say that?" Zhao Yu said, "In order to fight for the position of Crown Prince, Wu Chengxi needed to control the military. Thus, he tried all ways and means to allow Qiu Shunji to control more troops. It wasn't impossible to do so. There are many things that can only be obtained through various means and not through rewards from the higher-ups. However, in order to seize military power, he colluded with foreign countries and used the enemy's hands to achieve his goals. This is a violation of the rules." Zhao Yu picked up a few more pieces of charcoal and placed them on the brazier. The fire grew stronger, and the red flames reflected on their faces, making them all look very solemn. Zhao Yu said, "In the end, Qiu Shunji was beheaded, and Zhu Xing was exiled. He died in an unknown way. Wu Chengxi also lost his position as the Grand Chancellor." "Why?" "Because there is a rule in everything. You can do whatever you want within this rule. If you break the rule, you will become the public enemy of the world. Similarly, we also have our own rules." The corner of young Fan's mouth curled up slightly. With a slightly disdainful tone, he said, "Your rules, what are your rules?" Zhao Yu's tone became heavier as he said, "No matter if it is the obvious clan or the hidden clan, our goal is not to destroy the other. We all come from the nobility of Shandong. What we are fighting over is who is the leader and who is the assistant. This is a family matter. If I tell you what we know about the obvious clan and have you use the power of the government to deal with them, then we will be breaking the rules." Yang Fan's brow rose up and he said, "So what?" Zhao Yu said, "Do you still not understand? This is treachery. Just like on the Green Forest Road, when the people on the two mountains fight to the death, any method can be used. But if one of them tells the government about the other's stronghold and uses the power of the government to attack the other, then he is finished. He will become the mortal enemy of all of the Green Forest. If we use the power of the court to deal with the obvious clan, we will lose the foundation of our existence, the support of those prestigious families, and become their mortal enemy. At that time, everyone will want to beat us and we will be seeking our own destruction." Yang Fan pondered for a moment and said, "As far as I know, Shen Mu is definitely not a stickler for rules. Is there no other way?" A hint of mirth came into Zhao Yu's eyes. "Third uncle said that we can tell you what we know about the obvious clan, but you cannot let others see that we have betrayed them. Also, you cannot appear and cannot act because you were too close to my third uncle on your last trip to the West regions. If you act, we will be suspicious." Yang Fan frowned and said unhappily, "We can't target them when we make a move. If they find out that you're the ones who leaked their information, and I can't make a move, what should we do?" Zhao Yu said apologetically, "I also do not know, so I am asking you if you really want to know. If your three law departments want to compete, why spend so much effort to use a case to attack the other's prestige and reputation instead of hiring a group of bandits to attack the Supreme Court or the Imperial Censorate and kill them all? Isn't it because your three law departments have the highest arbitrator above them? How you fight within the rules is your ability. If you fight outside the rules, you will become a black sheep. That high female emperor will not hesitate to kill you to maintain the rules she has set. It's the same for us. Please understand our difficulties." Yang Fan thought for a moment and slowly said, "I understand. How about this? If I can't think of a way to satisfy both sides according to your requirements, I won't use the information you provide me. How about it?" Zhao Yu said in a heavy voice, "Are you sure?" Chapter 468. Yang Fan nodded slowly and firmly. "I promise." Zhao Yu took a deep breath and said with a serious expression, "Good. Erlang, please remember what you said. If you can't do it, then we will become enemies who will kill you." Yang Fan said, "Take them out." Zhao Yu laughed bitterly and shook his head as he stood up. He turned around and walked to the head of the Kang bed. In front of Yang Fan, he lifted up the bedding and mat and opened a secret door. Inside was a dark, cast-iron cabinet. Zhao Yu took out a key from his bosom and after fiddling with it for a long time, he opened the cabinet and took out 3 thin pieces of paper. Zhao Yu walked back to the table with the 3 pieces of paper in his hands and gently placed them on the table. He touched the surface of the paper and stared at it for a long time before pushing it toward Yang Fan, inch by inch. Yang Fan reached out and picked up the 3 pieces of paper. Zhao Yu said, "Read them here. Once you've memorized them, I will burn them." An hour later, Yang Fan quietly left Zhao Yu's residence. Zhao Yu did not see him off. He remained kneeling by the table, staring at the brazier in front of him. The light in the brazier flickered, casting a shadow over his face. The papers in the brazier had been burned to ashes. The ashes were half black and half red. When the heat from the charcoal hit them, a piece of ashes curled up like a leaf floated up from the brazier. It rolled twice in the air, but before it could fall to the ground, it was already smashed to pieces. The charcoal was red, and the room was as warm as spring. The spring light came not only from the shiny copper pot placed in the middle of the table, but also from the women sitting around the table. Besides Yang Fan, there were 3 other women sitting around the table. All 3 of them could be said to be exceptionally beautiful. Their styles were all different. One was as beautiful as a lily, her pure aura seemed to come from her bones, giving off a feeling of crystal clarity. The other was like a proud plum blossom in the snow, full of vitality, elegant and beautiful. The last one was like a lovely and pure rose, bright and beautiful. She was both happy and angry at the same time, very likable. For example, Wn who was a lily, Nu who was a plum blossom, and Xiaoman who was a rose. They were all gathered together today. Yang Fan had begun to pay attention to making connections outside. He had maintained close contact with Xue Huai, Wu Sanxi, and the others. He also had a group of good friends he had made in the military, as well as a group of colleagues he got along well with in the civil service. From time to time, he would gather with them. At home, he also began to think of ways to create opportunities for Wana and the other two to get to know each other. It was easy to fall in love, but it was hard to get along. Even if they were a couple, due to their different temperaments and habits after marriage, they might not be as warm as they were before marriage. Moreover, there were 3 women with different temperaments and natures. It was much easier for Wana to leave the palace than before. Since Zhong Changzong entered the palace, he was regarded as a treasure by the empress. Zhong Changzong also introduced his cousin Zhong Yizhi to the empress. This pair of beautiful young men was very favored by the empress. The empress had 2 beauties in her arms and enjoyed the bliss of having multiple partners. The 3 of them were inseparable, so Wana was a little redundant. So Wana had more freedom than before. She could often leave the palace, and her excuse was no longer limited to traveling with Princess Taiping. Sometimes she said she wanted to go home to visit her mother, and the empress would generously agree. The next day was not the court meeting, so it was not impossible to spend the night outside. It was even more convenient for RNU. With her superb disguise skills, it was easy to sneak into the Yang family. Even if that young Master Jiang had the ability to see through the heavens and the earth, it was impossible for him to send people to spy on the Yang mansion every day. Moreover, unless it was an expert like Lu Boyan, it would not be easy for others to hide from Yang Fan and these 2 eccentric girls. Today was his first effort to let these 3 women come into contact. Xiao Man was quite like a hostess. She was enthusiastically pouring wine and serving food, and was very attentive. It was funny that Xiao Man was young and insensible, and Yang Fan also had no experience in this area. At first, Xiao Man's pregnancy reaction was very strong, and they both thought it was because her stomach were not very good. Later, it was a few old women in the inner chamber who noticed something was wrong and mentioned it to Erlang. When Yang Fan heard this, he did not dare to neglect it. He quickly drove the car and invited Dr. Jiang, the gynecologist who had seen his little brother in the past. After Dr. Jiang felt Xiao Man's pulse, he patted his chest and swore with his decades of medical practice that the Yang family's lady was indeed pregnant. This was naturally a happy event for Yang Fan, and Xiao Man was also very happy. But now the child was only 3 or 4 months old, so it was not very obvious. Xiao Man was also a martial artist, so her body was strong and her movements were not affected at all. She was also lively, so how could she walk without moving her skirt and smile without showing her teeth? At first, Yang Fan was still a little nervous. Later, he saw that she was alive and well all day long, so he didn't remind her every day like an old lady. Now, seeing that she, a pregnant woman, was still alive and kicking, picking food, pouring wine, and running around a charcoal stove, WNR and NU were very nervous. They quickly pressed her down to sit down and then they were relieved. Looking at Xiao Man's slightly protruding belly, Wana was really jealous. Xiao Man was going to be a mother. Thinking of this, Wana felt uncomfortable as if a cat's claws were scratching her heart. Now she had no other thoughts but to have a chance to leave Wu Zetian for a year and a half. As long as she could give birth to a child for her husband, she would feel at ease. After Xiao Man was pressed to sit on a stool by Wana and ANU took the responsibility of greeting everyone. When it came to cooking skills, Wana and Xiao Man were naturally far inferior to her. Seeing the boiling water in the pot and the fragrance overflowing, ANU seasoned, arranged dishes, boiled meat, and poured wine. Her delicate and white hands were like butterflies flying through the flowers. She was very elegant, busy but not messy. The dishes were very sumptuous. There were vegetarian dishes such as chicken fur and monkey head, cabbage and chives, etc. There were more meat dishes, such as deer ribs, chicken breast, humped lamb, and so on. Xiao Man had passed the period of severe pregnancy reaction, and now her appetite had increased greatly. Wana and ANU regarded her as the king of eating. From time to time, they picked up vegetables and meat, piling up the small bowl in front of her. Look. Xiao Man wanted to eat spicy sauce, and Wana immediately handed it to her. She even smiled gently and said, "Sour and spicy girl, how can Xiao Man like to eat spicy food? You should eat more sour food." Don't you see that some people are going crazy because of their son? Young Fan praised in his heart, TSK, 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 look at Wanna's cultivated manner. She is indeed from a rich family and is used to seeing men having 3 wives and 4 concubines. Not only is she not jealous at all, but she is also thinking about the problem of carrying on the family line. But I am so strong, I will have a son sooner or later, no hurry. Xiao Man answered well. Xiao Man said, I like to eat spicy food, and I also like to eat sour food. Unfortunately, this season is not good, and there are not many fruits. But Lang Jun is very considerate. He often runs around the city and tries his best to buy me some dried jujubes, dried plums, hawthorns, and so on. Oh, I can't think about it. Just thinking about it makes me drool. Young Fan was a little embarrassed. Haha, I am not that good. In Xiao Man's eyes, everything elder brother does is good. In fact, I just know old son who sells dried fruits in the alley, so I gave him a few more coins and asked him to send more to our house, so that we won't get tired of eating the same thing all the time. Our NU spoke in a light and soft voice. Oh, in that case, Sister Xiaoman might give birth to twins of a boy and a girl. Then the Yang clan would have both sons and daughters, and your husband would be relieved. Hehe, little sister congratulates you in advance. Sister Shangguan, you are much older than me and Xiao Man, and you are more knowledgeable. Don't you think so? Yong Fan even smiled. See, our NU is also sensible. She knows to respect Wanna and get close to Xiao Man. How appropriate is that? Cough, cough, cough. Wanna must have eaten too much of the mutton with the cornel juice. Look at how she choked. Her pretty face was as red as a little hen that had just laid an egg, and her voice was also gurgling. Yang Fan hurriedly reached out and gently patted her back. He said gently, eat slowly, don't choke. Drink some rice wine to moisten your throat. Just as he caressed it twice, someone next to him pulled his sleeve. He turned his head and saw Xiao Man smiling sweetly. She gently touched her belly and said softly, Lang Jun, if I really gave birth to a boy and a girl for you, would you be happy? Yang Fan quickly nodded and said, I will be happy. Of course I will be happy, but you don't have to think so much. Whether it is 1 or 2, whether it is a boy or a girl, as long as it is our own flesh and blood, I will be happy. Wanna gently patted her chest. It seemed that she had calmed down. She immediately continued Yang Fan's topic and said, Fan, you should be happy. It is not easy for the two of you to be where you are today. You knew each other when you were young and secretly promised to spend the rest of your life. But when you grew up, you did not know each other. I remember when you first got married, you were still husband and wife in name. It must be like now. That is sweet. To be able to love and be together, that is the happiest day. Just like me, I occasionally go out of the palace. There seemed to be some bitterness in Wanna's voice. Yang Fan did not know what to say at the moment. He gently held her little hand and held it. Wanna smiled and said, it's nothing. I just felt touched when I saw Sister Xiao Man. Actually, I am content. Although it is the golden wind and jade dew, it is still better than the time in the palace. Although you and I are together day and night, we can't stay together for even a moment. Yang Fan sighed, yes. At the side, Miss RNU suddenly picked up a cup of wine and gulped it down in one gulp. This was the Jiannan spring wine. It was at least half a liter. RNU put down the cup. Not only did her face immediately turn red, even her eyes were a little red. Yang Fan turned his head and saw her drunken look. He could not help but be shocked. RNU, why are you so greedy? Even if you are happy, you should not drink too much. Come, 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 eat more vegetables, eat more meat, and drink less wine. Before Yang Fan's voice died away, Wanna picked up a few pieces of Tongju lamb with chopsticks and fed them to our NU's bowl. Xiao Man gently filled her bowl with wine and said sweetly, there's plenty of wine. Drink it slowly. Yang Fan picked up a thin piece of mutton and dipped it in the pot, then dipped it in some sauce and garlic paste before putting it into his mouth. The mutton melted in his mouth and was incomparably delicious. He then tasted a mouthful of the blood-red wine. Looking at the 3 charming beauties being so affectionate with each other, Yang Fan was very happy in his heart. The Young family's situation is very good. Chapter 469. The first meeting of the main members of the Young family came to an end in a warm, peaceful, and united atmosphere. All the members of the meeting communicated with each other and expressed their confidence and wishes for the future development of the Young family. The first meeting was a complete success. After the meal, Daomai and third sister came in with towels, bottles, and cups. They helped them rinse their mouths and hands, and wiped their faces with hot towels. Then, they removed the leftover banquet and served some dried fruits, drinks, and hot milk. Wana and Xiao Man both came quietly. Third sister and Daomai had been strictly warned by Xiao Man not to reveal anything to the people in the house. Even so, they only knew that these two were Lang's confidants, but did not know their identities and names. Rnu and Xiao Man were close in age, and they had discussed robbing the execution field together, so they had a good chat. Xiao Man's back was sore from sitting for a long time, so she pulled Nu and intimately went up to the bed that was covered with soft bedding. They continued to chat excitedly, and from time to time, the two of them would even get together like a lotus flower, whispering to each other. No one knew what they were talking about. This was the most intimate behavior. If she treated the other party as an outsider, even if it was the closest guest, the hostess would not lie on the bed and chat with the other party. It was very rude. She could do this because she treated the other party as her closest sister. Even the closest relatives had different ages. If the other party was her elder or junior, it was also impossible to meet her like this. Women are really strange creatures. Young Fan secretly sighed with emotion. Looking at the intimate appearance of the two people, he even suspected that the secret fight on the table just now was completely an illusion of his. Seeing Rnu and Xiao Man chatting very intimately to the point that they completely ignored his existence, Young Fan, who was pushed aside, rubbed his nose. From the bottom of his heart, he felt that his sister Wana was still the most gentle and considerate man who knew how to take care of her. So, he took the bowl of lotus seed soup from Wana and put it on the table. He took Wana's fox fur hat from behind the screen and put it on her. He smiled gently and said, "Wana, come with me to the garden." Young Fan was only wearing a light fur coat. He did not mind that it was snowing outside. It was a cold and windy season. He stepped into the garden with Wan. "What are you thinking about?" After walking a dozen steps, Wana looked at Young Fan, who was deep in thought. She broke the silence between them with a faint smile. The beauty in the snow was especially charming. Although Wana was more than 10 years older than Rnu and Xiao Man, her appearance was not inferior to Rnu and Xiao Man, but her temperament was much more stable than Rnu and Xiao Man. At this moment, the side of her face was smiling, but there was a kind of playfulness to it. Young Fan laughed and said, "I'm not thinking about anything. I just feel that the snowflakes are especially quiet. With you by my side, my heart is very peaceful. It's rare for me to enjoy it." Wana curled her lips and mercilessly exposed his hypocrisy. "In front of me, you still want to wear your fur coat inside out. Pretending." Young Fan chuckled and said, "The emperor is the ruler of the world. The ruler of the world will wear a crown on his head. The crown will hang 2 pieces of jade next to his ears. That is called ear filling. It is to turn a deaf ear. The emperor, you don't have to listen to what you shouldn't listen to. Even if you hear it, you have to pretend you don't hear it. The front and back of the crown will hang jade, which means you have to turn a blind eye. You don't have to look at what you shouldn't see. Even if you see it, you have to pretend you don't see it. If the water is too clear, there will be no fish. It is like this in the court, and it is also like this in a family. A man is the head of a family. In fact, in this aspect, he is the same as the emperor. When it is time to pretend to be ignorant, you have to be ignorant. If you don't want to rub sand in your eyes, if you want everything to be under your control, if you want everyone to act according to your wishes, then you are a madman." Wana giggled and said, "I said, how can you be so dull? You are quite open-minded." She turned her face and smiled at Young Fan charmingly. "Are you really not angry?" Young Fan put his hands behind his back and proudly replied, "What is there to be angry about? I believe my woman knows her limits. I also believe that I can control this family. Wanna began to pout again. Shameless. Yang Fan laughed and puffed out white smoke, which turned into all kinds of shapes in the air. On the table, there was an undercurrent between the three girls. How could Yang Fan not see it? Even if he didn't feel it at first, he would have felt it later. However, he really wasn't worried. In fact, thousands of years of male society had built a strict and tight family system. Most successful men had 3 wives and 4 concubines. It wasn't strange for them to have more than 10 concubines. It was normal for women to have one husband and compete with each other for favor. It would be abnormal if they didn't do it. But this kind of competition was to be gentle in front of the Langjun, flattering him in every possible way. They showed their lovely side and used their advantages to win more love from him. Very few people would slander other women and play tricks to win their husband's favor. Because the risks and benefits of doing this were completely disproportionate. If you really used some despicable means, how many people could you hide it from? How long could you hide it? Especially for a man of such status, which one of them wasn't knowledgeable and scheming? A woman who was born in a house, grew up in a house, and raised in a house, could really play around with him? Men were all fools, and in the end, they could only be fools themselves. Of course, most of the harmony between wives and concubines was not because of feelings, but because of rules. If you broke the rules, you would become the public enemy of the house. Even if the husband didn't hate you, there were still elders, families, and above that, the government. There were laws and layers of restrictions that would punish you. Others didn't say anything, but if you dared to make trouble in the house, the first wife could use the family law to punish you. If there was really a family that made trouble in the house, it would become a rare big news. It would spread everywhere, and the whole family would be disgraced. They would become the object of ridicule by other men and women. Jin Ping Mai and Dream of the Red Chamber were all stories of wealthy families. She had never seen those clever, and beautiful women in those stories use such underhanded methods to win the favor of their husbands. Or they dote on their husbands so much that they forbid their husbands from touching other women. Even Wang Shifeng had never done such a thing. If she wanted to challenge the feudal system, even someone as shrewd as her would be crushed to pieces. The real drama of fighting in the house was a work that was produced in modern times to cater to the modern marriage system. Those who followed the rules took it for granted and used the methods of intrigue in the workplace and the government on a group of women in big houses. They deliberately made it more bloody and painted a tragic scene. Of course, it was different inside the imperial palace. Things like Wu Zetian's and Empress Wang's intense fight had happened in every dynasty. This was because that was the imperial palace. They were fighting to be the empress, and they were fighting to have their sons become the crown prince. Compared to fighting for favor in big families, the benefits were boundless. If you won, you could change the rules, and you could set new rules. There were no higher rules above you to punish you. Even so, the reason why Wu Zetian was able to successfully ascend to the throne, other than her scheming and collusion with foreign officials, Li Ji's own support was also an important reason. Because Li Ji hoped to break away from the control of the aristocratic families, and Empress Wang was supported by the aristocratic families. She was their spokesperson in the imperial palace. This already involved a political struggle. As for the healthy competition in the house, these 3 women were all smart. They knew when to advance and retreat, and they knew what was important. Wn was a lady of a noble family. Her breadth of mind was nurtured by her family background, and her vision was cultivated by the empress. As for Xiao Man, this girl was not jealous at all. She just liked to show off her husband's love to others. Anu was more meticulous, but she was not narrow-minded. Moreover, she knew that she was planning to deal with young Master Jiang, and it was very risky. If she was not careful, she would be hurt, and even Wn and Xiao Man would not be happy. Anu was self-abased and self-pitying. She had long taken the blame for this. She felt that she had implicated Yang Fan and Yang Fan's family. How could she sincerely oppose Wn and Xiao Man? During the dinner, the reason why the 3 women were like this was mostly intentional. They just couldn't bear to see Yang Fan like an old fox who had stolen 7 or 8 hens in one breath. They sat steadily and laughed happily. They might be a little unhappy in their hearts, but that was the extent of it. They would not cross the line, and they would not do anything out of line. What did young Fan have to worry about? The Empress said it well, I am not afraid of chaos, I am afraid of no chaos. Official Yang thought, I am not afraid of fighting, I am afraid of not fighting. Wan Xiao Man, and Rnu, which one of them would fight for status or family property? If they wanted to fight, they would fight for him to treat them with more gentleness and love. He was happy to see it happen. At first, Wan was worried that the little temper of the three of them would make young Fan unhappy. When she came out with him, she wanted to explain. Seeing that he saw it so clearly, she was relieved. The two of them chatted and laughed for a while. Then Wan chatted casually and talked about business. She walked side by side with young Fan and said, the Zhong brothers are now very favored by His Majesty. Zhong Yi has been promoted from Shangqing to the Minister of Defense a few days ago. Zhong Changzong was directly promoted from a Bai Yi to Yunhui General and Zhuo Qianyou Zhonglong General. He felt that his position was too low, so yesterday His Majesty made him a Zhuo Sanqi Chang waiter. This was information. If you knew many things one step ahead of others, you could grasp a lot of things in time, especially some changes in personnel. As long as Wan saw young Fan, she would tell young Fan about the movements of the court and the latest situation that she knew. Wan whispered to young Fan about things in the palace. In front of them, there was a small bridge. There was snow on the bridge. Young Fan was worried that she would slip, so he helped her. Wan smiled sweetly at him because of her Longjuan's considerate action. Young Fan was surprised and said, these two have only been in the palace for a few days, and they have risen so quickly. Wan charmingly looked at him and joked, yes, they have risen much faster than you. I think it won't be long before they will rise. Shui Huai is a marquis, and sooner or later these two will have the title of marquis. It's a pity that my Langjun has worked hard in the western regions, but he didn't even get a small baron. Do you want to go to the palace and serve His Majesty? Young Fan patted her plump buttocks through the soft fur of the fur coat and said with a smile, I don't have high ambitions. I just want to serve my lady Wan well. As for the Empress, I won't compete with the Zhong brothers for her favor, lest they come after me with their lives. Wan covered her mouth and laughed, serving others doesn't give you fame, wealth, and splendor. Young Fan gently kissed her cheek. It was cool and smooth like soft jade. Young Fan softly said, with such a beautiful family, it is enough. Crossing the small bridge, there was a forest in front of them. In the heavy snow, the branches that had lost their leaves were covered with a layer of white snow, like the branches of a jade tree. Stepping on the snow, the two slowly walked in the snowy forest. Young Fan sighed and said, Master Shui received the title of Duke 2 years ago. He has served His Majesty for more than 10 years. Even so, His Majesty first arranged for him to lead the army to fight against the Turks, and then used the great victory to make him a duke. Now these two boys. Isn't His Majesty worried that the court will criticize them? Wan said, at that time, although His Majesty held great power, he was still the Empress Dowager and not the Emperor. In order to ascend the throne, there were many obstacles. How could he act too hastily and give people a reason to criticize him? So it was inevitable that there would be some fear in his actions. But now it is different. Besides. At this point, Wan's delicate eyebrows slightly furrowed, and she said in a low voice, Wan feels that ever since His Majesty became the Emperor, he has gradually lost the ambition of the past. Now, other than indulging in pleasure and playing with men, His Majesty is only thinking about immortality. He doesn't even care about the affairs of the country. Young Fan laughed and said, immortality? Has His Majesty also learned from Emperor Qin and Emperor Wu of Han, and began to seek this ridiculous celestial magic? Wan looked at him and said, Lang Jun, you don't seem to care about celestial magic. Young Fan raised his head. Pure white snowflakes curled down, silently falling on his face and body. Young Fan seemed to think of something, and saw something else. His eyes looked at the misty sky, very deep. He smiled at the vast sky and turned to look at Wan. With confusion, he said, the current Her Majesty's actions have been criticized by others, But it cannot be denied that she was able to become a female empress that has never been seen before in history. Her wit and tactics must be superior to others. How could His Majesty still believe in such nonsense like immortality? WNR frowned and said hesitantly, since the saying of immortality has been passed down for thousands of years, perhaps it really does exist. Think about it, Emperor Qin and Emperor Wu of Han, which one of them was not a dragon among men? Didn't they also believe in the existence of immortality in this world? Yang Fan smiled and said mockingly, yes, Emperor Qin believed it, and so did Emperor Wu of Han. They were deceived by one necromancer after another, over and over again. Emperor Wu of Han was even deceived to the point of slaughtering 3 of his own clans. Did he continue to believe it, or did he continue to be deceived? His Majesty is a woman, and women believe in these strange things more than men. It is not strange that she is so obsessed. WANR asked curiously, Lang Jun, why are you so sure that there is no immortality in this world? Chapter 470. In response to WNR's doubts, Yang Fan smiled without saying a word. Yang Fan firmly believed that there was no such thing as a technique for immortality in this world. The reason was actually very simple, it was because his Grand Shifu didn't believe it. When he was young, Yang Fan also looked at the boundless ocean and curiously asked his Grand Shifu, who was over 100 years old but still healthy, Grand Shifu, is there really a celestial mountain on the ocean? Are there really immortals living on the celestial mountain? The Grand Shifu, who had just caught a big fish, was angry because he had caught an extremely large fish. It was a whale, and even though the whale was not yet an adult, it was still a whale. In the end, his fishing rod broke and even he was almost dragged into the ocean. This made Curly Beard feel very embarrassed in front of his disciple. The embarrassed Curly Beard had the temper of an old child and was looking everywhere for a steel fork, wanting to chase to the Crystal Palace and slaughter the whale that refused to obediently submit. Hearing his disciple ask such a stupid question, Curly Beard immediately blew his beard and glared at him, saying, Celestial Mountain? What is a celestial mountain? Immortals, what are immortals? Curly Beard, who had just fought with the whale, wore a hemp shoe on one foot and was barefoot on the other. His hair was unkempt and his face was dirty as he lectured his little disciple, saying, if there is a technique for immortality, there must be an immortal. Have you seen one? If I told you that I was from the Qin dynasty, and that I used a large iron chisel and Zhong Zifang to assassinate Qin Shi Huang at the Lang Po Sho, would you believe me? The young Yang Fan's eyes were filled with little stars as he held his chin with both hands and said to his Grand Shifu in adoration, if Grand Shifu says it is, then it must be. Curly Beard had just been refuted by a huge figure, and now he was refuted by this Xiaodong Shi. He couldn't help but stomp his feet in anger. Idiot. Truly an idiot. If I say I am, then I am. I am not a tree that can be cut open and counted to know my age. Which person from the Qin dynasty can live until now to prove that I am the Hercules who accidentally hit the passenger car? Curly Beard did not want to argue with little Yang Fan about this stupid question. He angrily came to a conclusion. Stupid grandson, when you grow up, if someone tells you that he knows something about immortality, help me pour some dog blood on his head. This guy is definitely a big liar. In Yang Fan's small mind, his great master was an existence that surpassed the legendary sword immortal. If there really was a god in the world, he believed that his great master was a god, an out-and-out martial god. He respected and worshipped this old man unconditionally, and believed everything the Grand Preceptor had told him. After growing up, Yang Fan still worshipped and trusted his great master. He believed what his great master had told him. However, when Yang Fan recalled his Grand Master's reaction in the past, he couldn't help but wonder if his Grand Master had believed in the art of immortality when he was young. Perhaps he had even listened to someone's nonsense and deliberately went to the immortal mountain on the sea. It was because he had suffered a great loss that he was so angry. Yang Fan did not tell WNR his basis. Many people, at least at a certain stage in their lives, would have an object of absolute worship. They would believe everything this person said without a doubt. But he would never tell this reason to others, because both he and his idol might be laughed at. In front of his woman, Yang Fan would especially not do this. He still had a little bit of male chauvinism. He did not want his woman to know that her man was like a child relying on and worshipping another man. He asked with confidence, Master Shunshio is the founder of the northern sect of Zen. He has a profound cultivation and profound dharma. When he came to the capital a few days ago, His Majesty also asked him for advice on the art of immortality. Has Master Shunshio ever taught His Majesty the way of immortality? Wanna was not convinced. She said, Zen Master Shunshio practiced the orthodox Zen method of Buddhism. What he practiced was rebirth. He believed in reincarnation. What he practiced was a body heart. To him, the body was just a stinky bag. He did not seek eternal life, so he was not good at it. Master Shunshio had already entered the capital a month ago. After he arrived, Wu Zetian had personally welcomed him. She did not care about the difference between monarch and official. She greeted him on her knees as an emperor. She also specially ordered that Master Shunshio could ride on her shoulder and go straight to the front of the hall. There was no need to salute. She also ordered the construction of temples in Yuchuan Mountain, where Shunshio used to live, and in his hometown, the Wei family, to reward his merits. She also issued an edict to abolish the order of Taoism before Buddhism and replace it with Buddhism before Taoism. Special funds were allocated to repair the temples, build a large number of Buddha statues, and translate a large number of Buddhist scriptures. Xuanzang's dying wish was finally realized, and Buddhism shone again in the land of Shenju. Wu Zetian also took the opportunity of Shunshio's arrival in the capital to add the honorific Ci to herself. Ci was Metria. When Wu Zetian ascended the throne, she announced to the people that she was the reincarnation of Metria. Now she finally added the honorific of Metria to her honorific title of the emperor. Her full title now was Zizu Gu Golden Wheel Saint God Emperor. Master Shunshio was already over 90 years old. His white beard fluttered, but he was still healthy and walked as if he was flying. Wu Zetian saw that Master Shunshio's physique was strong, so she suddenly had the idea of asking for advice on the art of longevity. But this great monk would not use those unorthodox things to flatter the emperor. He just smiled faintly and replied, I practice a Zen heart, and what I seek is the body nature. The way of longevity is not what I am good at. The process of Wu Zetian worshipping Master Shunshio and talking to him was carried out in front of all the civil and military officials in the court, so everyone knew about it. After hearing Master Shunshio's words, Wu Zetian was a little disappointed, but she was still very respectful to Master Shunshio and did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. But once the emperor's wish was spread, those officials who wanted to flatter the emperor began to have ideas. It was because of this that Yu Haoran, the Marquis of Leran, recommended the 3 living immortals, whom he treated like distinguished guests, to Wu Zetian. Yang Fan heard WNR's words and couldn't help but laugh. So, you believe it? WNR hesitated for a moment and said, I have read a lot of books since I was a child, and I have studied all the ancient and modern books. Most of these strange people and anecdotes are untrue legends, and there is no real evidence to follow. However, seeing is believing. That day in the palace, the few unworldly masters invited by His Majesty showed their supernatural powers in front of His Majesty. Wan saw it with my own eyes. Yang Fan was shocked and said hoarsely, You saw it with your own eyes? What kind of masters did His Majesty invite, and what supernatural powers did they show? Wan told Yang Fan about the supernatural powers performed by the old nun Jingguang that day. Yang Fan suddenly understood. So it was them. They are proficient in immortal techniques. Yang Fan thought of what he saw that day and couldn't help but have some doubts. Wan said, Today, His Majesty braved the heavy snow and left the palace in casual clothes to go see them. Yang Fan said, His Majesty went to the manor of Marquis Loren. Wan said, Not the manor of Marquis. These 3 people are not used to living in the manor of Marquis. They said that they are people from the mountains, eating wind and drinking dew. They can't stand the vulgar atmosphere of the world. Marquis Liren has an old house next to Xingjin Bridge in Jishan Square. Because of the flooding of the Luo River, it was often flooded. After the new house was built, it was abandoned. After these 3 living immortals heard about it, they insisted on living there. They were self-sufficient and didn't need anyone to serve them. Speaking of which, when Master Shinsu travels, he has countless disciples. Compared to these three masters, he really doesn't look like an outsider. Yang Fan narrowed his eyes slightly and said slowly, if that's the case, it really does seem like they are unworldly masters. If there's a chance, I also want to see their supernatural powers. At this moment, Yang Fan had already made up his mind to find out. He wanted to know if the god in his heart was wrong. If his grandmaster was right, then what was the purpose of these three swindlers who approached the emperor with their immortal techniques? As for whether he should splash dog blood on their heads, Yang Fan decided to see their abilities first. Wu Zetian rushed to the old house of Marquis Le'an in a light carriage. Before she arrived, the guards and hundreds of cavalrymen in civilian clothes had already surrounded the house. They searched inside and out. Even the rats hiding in the holes couldn't hide. In the courtyard, Wu Zetian was accompanied by the three living deities to inspect the inside and outside. Although the courtyard was extremely clean, it was still difficult to hide the desolate and dilapidated aura. Wu Zetian was a bit displeased. Marquis Le'an quickly explained, it's not that I'm disrespectful to the three immortals, but the three living immortals insisted on living here. He paused and embarrassedly said, the three immortals said that the secular atmosphere in my house is too strong, which is not good for their cultivation. Hearing this, Wu Zetian's expression became a little better. She asked Taoist Shifang with concern, is it convenient for the three immortals to live here? How about 3 meals a day? Taoist Sai Fang cupped his hands and said, thank you for your concern, Saint. I have achieved a small success in practicing Taoism. I have already stopped eating 260 years ago. Now, I only occasionally take some herbal elixirs and do not eat any food from the world. The old Human laughed and said, Sage, I'm different from them. I practice Western cultivation and have 3 meals a day. I don't abstain from meat, fish, or alcohol. But the exquisite food in Luoyang can easily make me indulge in pleasure. Therefore, I don't need Marquis Yu's care. I can cook my own food. Hearing this, Wu Zetian was more convinced of the three's cultivation. There were already a few praying mats in the empty main hall. Although the whole courtyard was heavily guarded, there was no hostile atmosphere around Wu Zetian. Zhong Changzong and Zhong Yizhi helped Wu Zetian to sit on the praying mats. The two youths were young, beardless, and had delicate features. The three immortals didn't know that they were the emperor's new favorites. They thought they were eunuchs or palace maids in disguise. They only knew that the emperor favored Shui Huai the most. As for Zhong Changzong and Zhong Yizhi, it was only recently that they were favored. The news had not spread among the common people and they didn't really have the ability to predict, so how would they know the details? Although they had made contact with Marquis Le'an, he treated them as living immortals. Naturally, they wouldn't tell these palace secrets and romantic affairs to dirty the immortals' ears. Wu Zetian sat down and immediately raised her desire to see the three immortals' cultivation and supernatural powers. This time, the three immortals didn't refuse. For a moment, they used beans to transform into soldiers, broken tongue to reconnect, see-through objects, paper cutting into fish, all kinds of methods, which fascinated Wu Zetian. Seeing such supernatural powers with her own eyes, Wu Zetian didn't doubt the three outsiders anymore. She couldn't wait to ask, the three immortals are all people with great supernatural powers. I want to ask, if I want to practice this art of immortality, is it possible? Taoist Sai Fang stroked his beard and pondered for a moment. He glanced at the old nun Jingguang and the Western Hu Taoist and said to Wu Zetian, to be honest, we have been practicing hard since we were young to reach our current state. Your Majesty, at your age, if you want to practice like us, it's already a bit too late. However, if I collect and refine immortal elixirs for you to consume, you can live for more than 260 years. Wu Zetian thought, 260 years is only 120 years. I'm 70 years old this year, so I can only live for another 50 years at most. In the world, there are some mortals who don't know how to practice, but there are some who can live for more than 100 years. I'm the son of heaven, and I can take all kinds of treasures from heaven and earth. With the help of his elixirs, my life can only be extended to 260 years. If it was before, as long as she could live to 100 years old, Wu Zetian would be satisfied. Now, seeing that the three extraordinary people in front of her had all lived for more than 300 or 400 years, the salary of 260 years was less attractive to Wu Zetian. Seeing Wu Zetian's expression, the old nun Jingguang put her palms together and said with a smile, "Sage, Taoist Sai Fang baits hundreds of grasses in the sun and refuses to smoke and fire. He uses the elixir of plants and the art of leading, so he can live a long life. I have a set of methods to refine qi and nourish the spirit, which can also help me live a long life. And old Hu Taoist is proficient in the Western Taoist methods and has the method of prolonging life with pyrrolite star. Since Taoist Sai Fang has helped, and we are favored by the sage, we should also do something for your majesty. How about this? We can let Taoist Sai Fang refine elixirs for your majesty. I will teach your majesty the method of breathing, and old Hu of the West will extend your majesty's life with the pyrrolite star. However, this is against the heaven's will. With our supernatural powers, we can only guarantee that each of us can extend your majesty's life by 50 years. Wu Zetian was overjoyed. If each of the three immortal masters can extend her life by 50 years, she can live to more than 200 years old. From now on, she can cultivate for more than 100 years and gather all the resources in the world for her own use. Maybe she can also understand the art of immortality. Although it's impossible to live forever, it should be possible to live for another 500 years. Wu Zetian immediately asked excitedly, "In this case, do I also want to be a vegetarian?" Old Nun Jingguang said, "Since ancient times, vegetarians live a long life. Your Majesty should be a vegetarian, with the help of elixirs and the method of breathing." Wu Zetian was now 70 years old and didn't have much appetite for meat. When she heard it, she agreed happily and said, "Yes, from now on, I don't need any meat anymore." Old Hu of the West saw that Taoist Sai Fang and old Nun Jingguang were echoing each other, and this Empress of the East was becoming more and more respectful to them. He had always been bad with words and was not as important as them in the Emperor's heart. He was afraid that he would shortchange his benefits, so he hurriedly said, "The sage is the reincarnation of Maitreya Buddha, so you should practice what you preach and cultivate your body by eating vegetarian. In my opinion, the sage should also prohibit the people of the world from slaughtering livestock and fishing for shrimps, so that the people of the world and the people of the world don't eat meat from now on. This will be a great achievement, and the people of the world will be blessed. All living things will pray for the sage, and the sage will not be afraid of longevity, right?" Wu Zetian boasted that she was the reincarnation of Maitreya Buddha just to build momentum for her ascension to the throne, and even she herself didn't believe it. At this time, when she heard old Hu of the West said that she was the reincarnation of Maitreya Buddha, she couldn't help but be secretly surprised. But she couldn't deny this, so she had to pretend to be surprised and said, "Immortal Master knows my predecessor?" These swindlers were the best at observing people's expressions. When old Nun Jingguang saw Wu Zetian's expression, she knew that she was suspicious, so she couldn't help getting angry secretly. "This old Hu, I told him to talk less, but he just talked too much. It was not easy to fool the Empress into trusting us, but his words provoked the Empress's suspicion again." Old Nun Jingguang hurriedly remedied and pretended to be mysterious. "Hehe, we Buddhists talk about cause and effect. A drink and a peck, is it predetermined? There is a rumor among the people that the sage is the reincarnation of Maitreya Buddha. Do you think this is the people of the world flattering the sage? Sage, you should know that everything in this world is in accordance with the heaven's way." Wu Zetian was a smart person. When a smart person heard such a few vague words, she immediately made up for it. Wu Zetian was surprised and happy. She didn't expect that the reincarnation of Maitreya Buddha that she deceived the world to build momentum for her ascension to the throne turned out to be true. Yes. There are so many gods and Buddhas in heaven, why did Huai and the 9 eminent monks choose Maitreya Buddha as my predecessor? Was it just a coincidence? Now it seems that there is a heaven's way guiding them secretly. It turns out, I am really the reincarnation of Maitreya Buddha. Mo Lei didn't realize that he had said something wrong. When he saw the Empress talking to him, he couldn't help but boast complacently, "I have traveled the world for 500 years. 200 years ago, I have seen Master Huai." Taoist Sai Fang and old Nun Jingguang were speechless. How much does this big mouth want to boast? The old woman in front of us is the current emperor, not an old woman in the street. What if she shows a flaw? On such a cold day, the nun and the Taoist were so shocked that they broke out in a cold sweat. Wu Zetian was also shocked, and then said in surprise, "What? Immortal Master Mo Lei saw Huai 200 years ago? How is this possible? Has Huai lived for more than 200 years? Mo Lei stroked his beard and laughed. No. What I saw was not the Master Huai of today, but the previous incarnation of Master Huai. Old Nun Jingguang didn't dare to let him continue. This Mo Lei was different from the two of them. Mo Lei was careless. Originally, he made money by performing the magic of reconnecting broken tongues, swallowing charcoal and spitting fire in Quanju. When the two of them found out that this person's magic could be used, they roped him in as an accomplice. This person was not a professional liar. If they let him continue, they were afraid that he would be exposed. Old Nun Jingguang hurriedly took over the conversation and said, "Hehe, since Mo Lei has exposed it, then I will tell the truth to the sage. To be honest, this Master Huai is the reincarnation of the Buddhist protector Wei Tuo Bodhisattva. As the saying goes, when one Buddha comes into the world, thousands of Buddhas will protect him. Wei Tuo came into the world first to pave the way for the sage." Old Nun Jingguang was quite quick-witted. Not only did she help Mo Lei cover up the lie, but she also flattered Xue Huai. In her opinion, Xue Huai would be happy after hearing this, and the Empress would also be happy. This was the so-called killing two birds with one stone. Taoist Sai Fang coughed, stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Nun Jingguang, the secrets of heaven have been revealed enough." Old Nun Jingguang let out an ah and hurriedly showed a regretful expression. Mo Lei had worked with the two of them for a long time. When he saw the two of them trying to salvage the situation, he realized that he had said the wrong thing. He hurriedly laughed and said, "Our Western Dharma is different from your Buddhism and Taoism. Using the pyrolite star to prolong one's life is originally a move that goes against the secrets of heaven. It's not a big deal to reveal a few words now." He said it was not a big deal, but to Zhong Changzong and Zhong Yizhi, these few words were very important. Zhong Changzong and Zhong Yizhi were now doted on by the Empress. Their wealth, glory, wealth, and power all came from the Empress. What they were most worried about was that the Empress still couldn't forget her love for Xue Huai. Now, these people said that Xue Huai was the Maitreya protector Wei Tuo Bodhisattva. If the Empress took it seriously, how could they only dote on him? Originally, when the two beautiful youths saw how skilled these people were, they were intoxicated. But now, they were secretly disgusted. The three immortals never thought that they had accidentally bragged too much. Now, they had completely offended the people who slept with Wu Zetian. Moreover, they had offended two of them at once, and they had planted a big seed of trouble for them. Wu Zetian, on the other hand, was overjoyed. She thought that Xue Huai was strong and powerful, but she got along well with him at first sight. Moreover, she had conferred him the title of Protector of the Kingdom. Wasn't this kind of opportunity just like the Buddhist protector General Wei Tuo Bodhisattva who wielded the Vajra scepter? Thinking of this, Wu Zetian was even more convinced that she was the reincarnation of Maitreya. She said happily, "Thank you for enlightening me. I am the Maitreya, so my country is naturally a Buddhist country. I should not kill or eat meat. Tomorrow, I will issue a ban on slaughter, forbidding people from slaughtering livestock and fishing for shrimp." Taoist Saifang, pure light old nun, and Western old man who put their palms together and announced the Dharma name, Supreme Heavenly Lord Tai, Amitabha. Very good, very good. As for Mo Lei, no one knew what Dharma name he was chanting, but he just mumbled it. After the female warrior happily promised to issue a ban on slaughter to forbid killing, she said to Taoist Saifang, "Immortal, you have made pills for me and ensured my longevity. You have done a great service. I will confer you the title of Counselor and Phoenix Pavilion's Luan Tai Ping Zhong. You will accompany me in the imperial court so that I can learn from you." With one sentence, Wu Zetian gave this old Taoist the position of Prime Minister. She then said to pure light old nun, "I will confer Nun Tai the title of Master of Linji Temple. She can teach disciples in the capital and enter the palace without restriction." Hearing this, Mo Lei couldn't help but be shocked. Although he had swindled people everywhere, it was the first time he had deceived a big figure like the emperor. He only wanted to use the pyrolite star to prolong his life, so he needed to practice Dharma to swindle more gold, silver, pearls, and jade, and then leave. If he became an official or a temple master, it would be nice to be surrounded by people, but it would be difficult for him to run away. Thinking of this, Mo Lei quickly declined and said, "Although I practice spells, I don't know how to read. The Western method I practice is wild fox Zen. I can't be an official, nor can I establish a sect. May I ask the sage to bestow me a house beside the Linji temple? If there's a summon, I'll be there." This barbarian didn't look good, and although his magical power looked dazzling, he couldn't tell her his sect. He was far less powerful than Taoist Saifang and pure light old nuns Buddhism and Taoism. In Wu Zetian's eyes, he was indeed not as important as Taoist Saifang and pure light old nun. Since he said so, Wu Zetian naturally agreed. Following that, Wu Zetian listened to them talk about picking herbs, concocting pills, immortality, and all kinds of magical powers and anecdotes. Zhong Changzong and Zhong Yizhi were already disgusted by these three living immortals, but seeing that the Empress was obsessed with them, they didn't dare to show it. They could only patiently accompany her and listen to their stories. When the sky gradually darkened, Zhong Changzong couldn't wait to remind the Empress that it was getting late and they should return to the inner palace. Only then did Wu Zetian reluctantly bid farewell. Yu Haoran sent the Empress to the outside of the square door and happily rushed back to his residence. As soon as he entered the reception hall, an extremely charming and adorable girl came up to him with a sweet smile. This was his most beloved concubine, surnamed Li Jing. She had been married to Marquis Yu for just over 3 months. Jing'er came up to him and helped him take off his cloak. She took a broom from a maid and swept the snow froth on his sleeves. She said gently, "Marquis, look at how happy you are. The sage must be very happy to come to our house." Yu Haoran pinched her pink cheeks and said with a smile, "Xiaodongxi, you have good eyesight. Hehe. Just you wait. It won't be long before our family's fortunes will soar. Who knows, I might even be conferred the title of Duke because of my merit in introducing the immortal teacher." Yu Haoran said with a smile and sat down on the couch beside the brazier. He suddenly thought of something and said to Li Jing, "That's right, I remember that brother of yours is in the chicken and goose business in Bay City. Is that right?" Li Jing said in a sweet voice, "It must be hard for Marquis Yu to remember him. Nu's brother is in the meat business in Bay City. With Marquis Yu's protection, the square owner doesn't dare to make things difficult for him. Now that his business is doing better and better, he is planning to open a branch in Nan City." Yu Haoran chuckled and instructed, "Yes. Hurry up and send someone to send a message to your brother. Tell him to sell all the chicken, duck, fish, goose, pig, lamb, dog meat. Let's put it this way, if there is any meat on it, sell it all immediately. Don't leave a single bit. As long as it is meat, don't put in any more." Li Jing's expression changed. She thought that something had happened to her brother. She quickly asked, "Marquis Yu, what happened to my brother?" Yu Haoran sat down on the couch and the servant moved the brazier closer. Marquis Yu warmed his hands and said absent-mindedly, "Nothing much, don't ask why. In short, just sell them all. Do it quickly, or it will be too late." Seeing this, Li Jing hurried over, bent her slender waist and moved her round but into Marquis Yu's arms. Then she took Marquis Yu's cold hands into her arms and let him pinch her hot and warm breasts. She swayed her buttocks in circles and acted like a spoiled child. She did not care that there was a servant beside her. Marquis Yu, Nu's brother, is indebted to Marquis Yu's care. His business is getting bigger and bigger. It's winter now and it's easy to store. There are a lot of sheep, pigs, chickens, and geese. They are piled up into a mountain in the backyard. If we want to sell them all at once, how can we sell them all? Besides, he relies on this business to make a living. If we don't let him sell meat, what will his family eat?" Yu Haoran twirled the pair of chicken heads and said with a smile, "Can't sell them? Then lower the price. Don't the nearby meat shops get their goods from these few meat shops in Bay City? If your brother sells them cheaper than anyone else, are you afraid that they won't sell? If they still can't sell, then continue to lower the price. Lower it to a price lower than the purchase price. Then they should be able to sell, right? As for their future livelihood, if they can't sell meat, they can sell vegetables. Miss Jing-er's buttocks became even rounder, and there was even a little bit of skill. She wrapped her arms around Marquis Yu's neck and said coquettishly, "Marquis Yu, since you have said so, then it must be for the good of Nu's brother. But you should at least reveal why you are doing this. Marquis, you can rest assured, Nu's mouth is very tight." Miss Li Jing's buttocks were like honey peaches, firm and tight. This Marquis Yu had always liked to play with them. Usually, as long as she used this move, if she had any requests, Yu Haoran would not refuse. But today, for some reason, Yu Haoran refused to say anything. Hee. Your mouth, of course, is very tight. But you shouldn't ask about things that you shouldn't know. Yu Haoran caressed Jing-er's pink lips, an ambiguous smile on his face. The words he said were also very ambiguous, but there was already a bit of coldness in his eyes. After all, we are relatives. Don't say that I don't take care of you. If you can sell it for a coin, then it is a coin. Otherwise, when you lose everything, don't come crying to me. Jing-er finally realized that this matter was not normal. Her man's eyes were very serious. She did not understand why. This matter could not be explained with reason. The capital of the great Jew under the emperor's feet, how could it not sell chicken, duck, fish, and meat? The poor could not afford it. Did the nobles also not eat meat? She could not understand, but she knew that something big must have happened. If she did not listen to the Marquis's orders, she would definitely regret it, really regret it. Miss Jing-er hurriedly pouted and kissed Yu Haoran on the cheek. She hurriedly stood up and said, "Yes. Nu will go now." She hesitated for a moment, then said, "If we just send someone, I'm afraid my brother will not bear to lose them. I want to go personally." Yu Haoran waved his hand and said, "Go, the earlier you go, the earlier you can speak. Keep your mouth shut, otherwise don't blame me for not recognizing you as relatives. Oh yes, bring back 50 chickens and ducks. As for pigs and sheep, buy 3 each. While the weather is still cold, place them in our backyard." After Wu Zetian left, the Yu family's old residence next to Xingjin Bridge quickly quietened down. The public servants who were patrolling around the old house, the peddlers who were pushing their carts, and the residents who were carrying baskets, all disappeared without a trace. The scene of public servants patrolling, hawkers hawking, and citizens wandering around was actually abnormal for Jishan House. The current situation was the normal state. Jishan Lane was connected to Xingjin Bridge to the north, and was the lane closest to the main entrance of the Imperial Palace. Most of the high officials and nobles lived in the lane. Therefore, Jin Wu, Marquis Wu, and BSHS men were the most well-equipped. There were people patrolling the streets from time to time. The people in the lane could walk freely, but outsiders would be subject to the strictest interrogation. In fact, apart from the people in the lane, there were no outsiders. When people came, they were mostly accompanied by relatives and friends. When going in and out of the rich and powerful, they had to hold an invitation card and wave official banners. Miscellaneous people would not enter, and the hawkers on the streets would not come here. Although there was a small urban area here, doing small business here was not as good as doing business in the lane where commoners lived. The security of Jishan Lane was tight on the outside, but loose on the inside. No one liked to take a walk on the streets, and there would be several pairs of eyes watching them, especially the rich. Not only did they have to protect the nobles, but they also couldn't make them feel restrained. The mayor and bad marshal, who were responsible for the security and affairs of the workshop, as well as the Golden Guards, who were responsible for the safety of this area, had put in a lot of effort. However, their hard work was not in vain. Jishan Lane had always been one of the few lanes with the best security in Luoyang. It could not be said that they did not clean the lane, but they did not close the doors at night. This was because thieves would not come here. Nobody dared to come to someone's house in the middle of the night. Today, bad luck Li Yiqiao was drinking at BSHS Qin Huaida's house. Qin Huaida's wife, Liu Guixiang, had prepared a sumptuous banquet to entertain her husband's old partner. Li Zhengqiao was about to be promoted. He had been bad luck at Jishan Lane for 6 years. Because of his outstanding achievements, he had caught the eye of Luoyang Commandant Tang Zong, who wanted to promote him to the Luoyang Prefecture. To be able to work in a place like Jishan Lane, where even a brick could hit a nobleman, Li Zhengqiao, who had been bad luck for 6 years, was still an ordinary person. It was more than enough for him to be promoted to the Luoyang Prefecture. In the past few years, his results had always been excellent, and there had not been any major cases in Jishan Lane. In 3 days, he would step down from his post and go to the Luoyang Prefecture. Qin Huaid was also very happy. His BSH contract had expired at the end of last year, but without any objection, he had been appointed as the BSH Lane's lane again. Being a BSH Lane's BSH Lane in the midst of a group of high-ranking officials and nobles was indeed hard work. However, being a BSH Lane's lane was also very profitable. Don't think that all high-ranking officials and nobles were unreasonable people who bullied others with their power. Not to mention his grey income outside, just the big red envelopes that were given to him by high-ranking officials and nobles in the lane when they held happy events or during festivals could accumulate to a considerable amount of income. Of course, the nobles were not afraid of him not doing his work diligently. However, when it came to the neighbors, especially the neighbors that they dealt with all year round, only fools would use high-pressure methods and not know how to be gentle. Qin Huaid was already old. He was 57 years old, and he could not afford to get up in the middle of the night to work. However, he planned to grit his teeth and hold on for another 3 years. In another 3 years, he would be able to make his son the next BSH Lane's lane. Fang Jie, who was now the deputy BSH Lane's lane, was eyeing his position covetously. Hihi, let that old guy wait. You're only 4 years younger than me. If I become the BSH Lane's lane, I'll rely on you to death. Old Qin and old Li drank very happily. When old Li got drunk, he slept in old Qin's house. They had been partners for many years, and they had that friendship. This was called family bonding. The youngest daughter of old Li's family had already been betrothed to old Qin's youngest son, and they were going to marry each other. When they were lying on the bed and sleeping soundly, they would never have thought that the young man who was called the God of Plagues by the people in Yang Mingxing's residence, and later by the entire Ministry of Justice, the entire 3 law divisions, and even the entire great Jew officialdom, had already stepped into the gate of Jishan Lane. Yang Fan wandered to the side of the courtyard of the Yu family's old residence. Seeing that there was no one around, he suddenly jumped up and reached out to touch the top of the wall. Like a bird, he flashed into the wall. The moment his body passed through the wall, he let go and deliberately rubbed his body against the top of the wall. He fell down with a clump of snow, and the handprint on the wall disappeared. A moment later, Yang Fan appeared in front of a door. The whole house was divided into several small courtyards, and each courtyard had many houses. The inside and outside of the houses were frighteningly deserted, as if there was no one living in them at all. Yang Fan used some very subtle clues to confirm that there must be people living in this house. He carefully approached and pressed his ear against the door. He held his breath and listened. He heard a heavy snort from inside. You made me wait for so long. Chapter 471. Yang Fan cautiously leaned over and gently put his ear on the door. He held his breath and listened. He heard a heavy snort from inside and said, "You made me wait for so long, and now you're here." When Yang Fan heard these words, his feet became weak, and he almost rammed his head into the unlocked door and went in. He didn't know if these people living in the Yu family's old mansion knew celestial arts, but he had seen their exquisite martial arts. So when he approached the door, he was especially careful, but he didn't expect to be discovered by the people inside. In Yang Fan's view, this was an impossible thing. The 5 senses of people who practiced martial arts were indeed more sensitive than ordinary people, but it was impossible to reach the magical level that laymen imagined. If a person's breath was similar to the movement of an ant, then it was impossible to be heard. If a person really had such magical hearing, then he would have died long ago, died from the ravages of noise. This old nun really has great supernatural power. Yang Fan stood still in shock. He had already heard that the person who asked was an old woman, and there were only 3 people living in the Yu family's old mansion. Among the 3 people, There was only one woman. Except for the old nun Jingguang who came from Hanoi, Tang Dynasty's Hanoi refers to Henan's Jiyuan, it couldn't be anyone else. Yang Fan took 3 steps back, gently tidied up his clothes, and decided to greet her without knowing what was going on. He cupped his hands, and just as he was about to speak, he heard another voice in the room. This time it was a man's voice. Is this still slow? I have to wander around, just in case. Moreover, cooking this thing required a lot of heat. All right, this courtyard is empty, there are no outsiders, quickly eat. Yang Fan heard this and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that this old nun was talking to someone else, causing him to think that she had discovered him. Yang Fan leaned over again and put his ear on the door, but he didn't hear the conversation between the 2 people. Yang Fan guessed that the 2 people had entered the inner room, so he went around to the side. Jumping onto the roof and lifting the tiles to see what was going on inside was just a fantasy in some TV dramas and novels. In reality, it was impossible. In a house where people lived, after the roof beams and sandalwood were set up, they would have to be laid with boards. The boards would then be smeared with yellow mud mixed with straw. Only then would a thick layer of yellow mud be laid with tiles. The tiles would fit seamlessly to keep out the rain. It was impossible to see the interior of the house by lifting a tile. Furthermore, if the roof only had tiles, it would be impossible for people to stand on it. Yang Fan wanted to go around to the inner chamber to spy on what was going on inside. When he reached a window and looked up, he could not help groaning inwardly. It was a mullioned window. Instead of window paper, it was covered with bright tiles. The so-called bright tile was a kind of thinly ground oyster slices. Its light transmission was not even half as good as modern frosted glass, but it was already an excellent light transmission material at that time. If it was the kind of flexible paper that could be made into an umbrella, he could use the tip of his knife to poke a small hole to spy on what was going on inside the house. If the oyster slices were broken or pried off, then the people inside would have already discovered it. There was no point in spying. Yang Fan was startled for a moment. He gritted his teeth and went back to the front room. He pushed lightly and the door opened silently. Although this place had not been inhabited for a long time, Yu Haoran had done his best to repair and maintain the place after the 3 living immortals moved in. He had also filled the hinges of the door with oil so that it could be opened silently. Yang Fan let out a sigh of relief and went in like a leopard cat. He had already made up his mind that if he was discovered, he would say that he was here to thank them. He was a junior, so if he acted shamelessly, these seniors would not really lower themselves to his level. This room was not big. There was only a wooden screen separating the inner and outer rooms. The room was also not big. The outer room was the hall. There was only a painting hanging on the wall, a low table, and 2 couches. There was not much space left. It was not that there was no big room in the Yu family's old house, but it was winter now. The big room was not good for heating. Even if there was a fire kang and a fire wall, it was difficult to make it as warm as spring. This room was not bad. As soon as he entered, he felt a hot current blowing on his face. The screen was completely made of wood. Yang Fan tiptoed to the side of the screen and quietly looked into the room. The inner room was slightly bigger than the outer hall. There was a row of cabinets against the wall. On the side was a fire kang. The old nun Jingguang and Mo Lei were sitting cross-legged on the kang. The old nun Jingguang was eating under the lamp. It was said that the old nun who only ate 1 grain of rice or 1 sesame every day had a food plate in front of her. There was a big hoof on the plate, which was shining under the light. More than half of the hoof had been eaten by her. The corners of her mouth and cheeks were greasy. There was also a plate of pancakes on the side. The old nun Jingguang, who had eaten more than half of the hoof in one breath, was not very hungry now. She picked up a pancake and took a bite in a more polite manner. She wiped the grease that flowed to her chin with the pancake. Then she picked up a tin wine pot. She didn't pour it into a cup, but just drank a big mouthful from the pot. Mo Lei mocked, "You two are really asking for trouble. Can't you just say that you know the necromancy and can live forever? If you have to brag, Wei Fang will brag that he can abstain from eating. He takes 3 pills a day and doesn't need to eat or drink. At least the pills made from rice and flour are the size of a longan. He can live for a while after taking 3. You are better at bragging than him. You even said that 1 grain of rice a day and don't eat afternoon. Now look at you, the sage has spent the whole afternoon here. In the morning, there will be officers and soldiers coming to search and be on guard. I can feast on fish and meat at noon. You can only starve there and pretend to be a deity. You reap what you sow. The old nun Jingguang glared at him and said, "What do you know? If we don't do this, how can we make people believe that we are really people with great abilities? You are a barbarian, you can feast on fish and meat, how can we be? You said that the deities in your place all have 7 emotions and 6 desires. They will be jealous of others and will be partial to their relatives. The Lord of Heaven can descend to the mortal world to seduce a group of mortal women and give birth to a bunch of half-god illegitimate children. The deity who is the son can kill the deity who is the father and become the king of deities. Is this still called deity? If your nonsense is said here, it will be good if people don't beat you to death. How can they treat you as a distinguished guest?" The old nun Jingguang persuaded him to take a bite of the hu biscuit and a pig trotter. She said proudly, "The deities in the east are all heartless and selfless. They only drink from the celestial spring and eat celestial fruits. They live in the free and unfettered celestial realm and cultivate in the immortals' cave for millions of years without moving. These are the real deities. If we want people to believe that we are living deities, how can we do it without putting in some effort?" Mo Lei muttered, "This kind of deity is like a piece of stone. What is the use of cultivating?" The old nun Jingguang ignored him and drank another mouthful of wine. She asked, "Has Taoist Shifang rested?" Mo Lei replied, "Not yet. The secret doors, mechanisms, and instruments that we prepared a few days ago have all been used in front of the Empress today." Wei Shifang said that he wanted to set up a few more supernatural powers just in case. Speaking of this, Mo Lei leaned forward and said nervously, "Jingguang, you guys really plan to stay in the capital to be officials?" The old nun Jingguang glanced at him and said, "Why?" Mo Lei rubbed his hands and said worriedly, "This time we are deceiving the Empress. I think, why don't we deceive the Empress, cheat her of some gold, jewels and jade and run away? We are not young anymore. How many more years can we run in Jianghu? Why don't we make a lot of money and stop here?" The old nun Jingguang held a pig trotter in one hand and a wine pot in the other. She glanced at him and said disdainfully, "Cowardly trash." Bad luck. Li Yixiao slept in his old in-law Qin Huaida's house for a night until the next morning. The morning bell was rung on the gate of heaven. The sound of the bell and drum passed through the misty morning mist on the Luo River and was clearly sent to every household in Jishan Lane. Then the bell and drum in Jishan Lane also rang in response. The morning bell rang 800 times. At first, each workshop responded at different times, but after a while, they were all in sync. The bells and drums rang at the same time throughout the city, forming a huge sound wave that woke up Li Yixiao, who was sleeping soundly. But he was very happy when he woke up. The sound of the bell and drum meant that he was one day closer to his promotion. Li Yixiao secretly prayed, "God bless me. I hope that in the last 2 days before my promotion, Jishan Lane will be safe and no accidents will happen." The heavens seemed to have heard Li Yixiao's prayers. Today, the Jishan Square was still peaceful. Marquis Yu went to the old residence early in the morning to pay his respects to the 3 masters. When he left, he was also smiling. The whole square was very peaceful, very happy, very peaceful, and nothing happened. Early in the morning, Yang Fan rode a horse to the Ministry of Justice. There was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, which made his handsome face look even more charming. After leaving the old house of the Yu family in Jishan Lane last night, he had been wanting to laugh. He didn't expect that a few Jianghu swindlers could even deceive him. Not only did they make him think that the 3 people were martial arts masters, they even made him waver in the words of the Grand Master. It was true that different professions were different worlds. Jianghu swindlers also had their own skills. They were not easily seen through by outsiders. Yang Fan didn't think of exposing this matter to the emperor. In terms of evil, Wu Sanxi used 2 years of the Tang dynasty's steel production to make a useless Qianshu. He was 100 times more powerful than these 3 illusionary masters who wanted to cheat money out of it. The ruthless officials in the Imperial Envoy Station who always wanted to show their existence by harming people were 1,000 times more powerful than these 3 swindlers. If he didn't beat the tiger, would he beat the mice? Moreover, these 3 mice were not easy to beat. If he wanted to expose them, he would need evidence. If the emperor knew that he, Yang Fan, questioned the emperor's choice and secretly investigated the emperor's most distinguished guest without the emperor's permission, then the gains would not make up for the losses. This morning, when he crossed the Tianjin Bridge and turned to the Yamen of the Ministry of Justice, he turned his head to look at the old house of the Yu family across the Xingjin Bridge. He smiled even more happily. Ever since he memorized those 3 pages from Zhao Yu, he had some understanding of young Master Jiang's secret forces in Luoyang. He knew that this was just the tip of the iceberg. He believed that Zhao Yu couldn't possibly know all of young Master Jiang's strength in Luoyang and wouldn't provide him with all the information that Zhao Yu had. However, this was enough. There was a saying that went, "Follow the vine to the melon." Shen Mu had 2 requests for him. First, he couldn't personally deal with young Master Jiang. Second, he couldn't target young Master Jiang's strength. That would be equivalent to telling young Master Jiang that he, Shen Mu, was the one who revealed young Master Jiang's background. If that happened, young Master Jiang would do whatever it took to expose all the hidden forces of the hidden sect in the world. The 2 major forces that were supported by the aristocratic families of Shandong would break through their bottom line and start a fight to the death. They would be severely punished by the aristocratic families of Shandong. At that time, whether it was to give an explanation to his brothers who had their families destroyed because their identities were exposed or to prove his innocence to the aristocratic families of Shandong, Shen Mu had no choice but to deal with him. Therefore, even though Yang Fan had made a lot of preparations, he still hadn't made his move. Just when he was walking on the road and turned his head to look at the Yu family's old house that looked like an immortal's residence, Yang Fan suddenly thought of an idea. He decided that he would go and worship the gods this afternoon. Chapter 472. Yang Fan arrived at the Ministry of Justice. He had just finished dealing with a few documents when a NU, dressed in blue and dressed like a manservant, walked in. She bowed and said, "Lang Zhong, the minister requests your presence." There were also a few low-ranking officials in the room who had just received their approvals. A NU's words and actions were very proper. Yang Fan nodded and did not display any special attitude toward her in front of his subordinates. He gave a few more orders to the low-ranking officials who had just received their approvals. Then he stood and left the room accompanied by the other low-ranking officials to hurry to Dolu Qinhuang's room. "Yuan Fang, you've come. Sit, sit." The assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, Dao Wenjie, was also in Dolu Qinhuang's room. Dolu Qinhuang smiled wholeheartedly and invited Yang Fan to take a seat. After casually saying a few official words, he dismissed his attendants and impatiently returned to the main topic. He said to Yang Fan solemnly, "Yuan Fang, it's already past the 1st month. When do you think we should make our move?" Dao Wenjie immediately said, "As long as the ruthless officials in the censorate do not fall, they will be a great threat to the court. Prime Minister Li is very concerned about this matter, and Her Highness the Princess has asked many times." Yang Fan knew that they had called him over to discuss this matter. Although his official position was the lowest among the 3 and if the court officials were determined to start this battle against the ruthless officials, they did not need his approval at all, but the weapon that the court officials used to attack the censorate was the Ministry of Justice. Among the 3 people in the Ministry of Justice, he was the one responsible for going into battle. In this way, without his approval, it was not good to act rashly. This was not the first time they had urged Yang Fan, but Yang Fan had always used the excuse that it was not the best time to delay. Dolu Qinhuang and Dao Wenjie did not expect him to readily agree today. They had already prepared a speech and planned to continue persuading Yang Fan if he refused. But today was very strange. The 2 had just made an opening speech when Yang Fan said with a smile, "Ever since this lowly official accepted this mission, I have always been waiting for an opportunity. I think that it's about time. Let's begin." This time, Yang Fan agreed too quickly, causing Dolu Qinhuang and Dao Wenjie to stare blankly. Dolu Qinwang was startled, and immediately asked excitedly, Yuan Fang, have you decided to take action? Yang Fan nodded solemnly and said, the days of wind and snow are almost over. Before spring comes, we should start preparing to catch the pests. Dao Wenjie said happily, good. Since Yuan Fang has already made the necessary preparations, I will immediately make the necessary arrangements and proceed according to the plan. Yang Fan said, the two of you must not be happy too early. Although the power of the imperial censorate is not as great as before, it is not a stray dog that can be shouted at and beaten by anybody. This is an advantage that the officials of the imperial court, the Ministry of Justice, and the Supreme Court do not have. We must be wary of their retaliation. Dolu Qinwang twirled his beard and said with an optimistic smile, there is no harm. The officials of the imperial court are all very shrewd. As soon as we act, Minister Li will notify them. Everyone is of the same breath and branch, looking out for each other. How can the imperial censorate take advantage of this loophole? Yang Fan smiled faintly and said, even if the officials of the imperial court do not make any major mistakes, there is no guarantee that all of them are as clear as water, as clear as a mirror, without any faults to pick. Although the imperial censorate is used to fabricating facts from nothing and using torture to extort confessions, they do not rely solely on these abilities. Moreover, Lai Junchen has already been demoted because of torture and the fabrication of evidence. With this as an example, will the people of the imperial censorate not be careful? Dolu Qinwang and Dao Wenjie looked at each other, the smiles on their faces gradually fading. Yang Fan said solemnly, to kill 1,000 people, one will lose 800 people. To want to eradicate the cancerous tumor that is the imperial censorate and come out unscathed, that is wishful thinking. The people of the imperial censorate used to be a group of ruthless wolves, but now they are a group of starving dogs. As the saying goes, even a rabbit will bite when it is cornered, not to mention that they have sharp teeth and claws. Dao Wenjie took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, to eradicate traitors for the country, how can there be no sacrifices? If some of the officials are not disciplined enough, then there is no need to care. About an hour later, Dao Wenjie and Yang Fan left Dolu Qinwang's detention room. After another half an hour, some of the officials left their rooms one after another. Some went to the Supreme Court, some went to the Political Affairs Hall, and some changed into clothes for traveling. Riding tall horses, carrying official documents, they left the city of Luoyang. Similar situations happened every day in the Ministry of Justice, so no one noticed anything different today, and even more did not know that something was about to happen. In the afternoon, Yang Fan left the Ministry of Justice's yamen and rode a fast horse to White Horse Temple. He had been delaying and unwilling to make a move. At first, it was because the first month had just passed, and the various departments of the court had just returned to normal. Some of the officials who were away from home were still on their way back. A farmer's family would not choose to hold a wedding for their children and grandchildren when they were busy with farm work or when the elders of the family were away, not to mention dealing with the people of the imperial censorate. So Yang Fan had been waiting, patiently waiting for the best opportunity. Yang Fan was inspired by the 3 swindlers who claimed to be immortals and successfully gained Wu Zetian's trust. As long as he used them well, as long as the methods were ingenious and the timing was right, he could also do great things. Yang Fan wanted to use the 3 immortals to make a big fuss. Now that he had launched an attack on the imperial censorate, it was a cover for his plan against young Master Jiang, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. On the Yi River, the small boat was rippling. In the clear river water, a school of fish could be seen swimming over. The sunlight shone through the clear river water and shone on the school of fish. The fish's scales reflected the sunlight, and the water surface was covered in scales. The old fisherman who had been fishing for his entire life grabbed a fishing net and cast it down skillfully and elegantly. The net spread open in the air, and a faint shadow was cast on the water surface. However, the fish at the bottom of the water did not notice the impending disaster. They continued to gather together, swimming and dancing happily. Ever since the Luo River was conferred as a godly river, fishing was not allowed, but the Yi River was not an exception. Some of the people of Luoyang who had been fishing for a living all their lives, did not have the financial resources to change their profession, or did not have other survival skills, so the Yi River was their only source of survival. Fortunately, the Yi River itself was fertile. Although most of the fish had a fixed habitat and would not migrate with the flow of the water, there would still be some schools of fish that would swim into the Yi River and replenish the water in the river. It was barely enough to ensure the survival of these fishermen. The fishing net was dragged onto the small boat, and the silver fish were jumping around desperately in the cabin. The fishermen on the other boats looked at the old fisherman enviously. Not everyone was as experienced as him, able to block the path of the school of fish and catch so many fresh fish with one net. Young Fan was also watching happily from the bridgehead. He watched as the old fisherman cast the net down, and the net slowly fell into the water. The school of fish seemed to have crawled into the net of their own accord, and he smiled happily. He really hoped that he was that experienced fisherman, and the ruthless officials of the Imperial Censorate and young Master Jiang's enormous hidden forces were like the school of fish that would all walk into the net. He was just about to go see Xue Huai, and the scene before him was clearly a good omen. However, his happy mood did not last for long. A group of officials dressed in black suddenly appeared on the shore and shouted at the fishermen on the river. Yang Fan, who had wanted to circle his horse and leave, stopped. He did not know what was going on. The fishermen on the water didn't know what had happened, but no one dared to disobey the officials' orders. One by one, the fishing boats docked, and the fishermen gathered in front of the officials, nodding and bowing with a smile. In the end, they heard a piece of shocking news from the officials' mouths. "It can't be like this. I beg of you, officials, please have mercy and let the commoners catch some fish and prawns to survive. We poor people have to rely on this river to make a living. You can't let the fish and prawns live and starve the commoners. Heavens, are human lives not as valuable as animals?" The fishermen knelt on the shore and kowtowed. They did not dare to resist the officials, so they could only cry and beg. However, their begging had no effect. One by one, the fishing boats were overturned by the officials, and the fresh fish in the cabins fell back into the water. Some of the fish swayed their tails and gradually regained their vitality, while some of the fish that had already suffocated to death floated on the surface of the water. The officials also looked helpless. This imperial edict was clearly not in everyone's interest. Although they did not rely on fishing for a living, they also wanted to cook a fat fish to go with wine during festivals or when there was a joyous occasion at home. In the future, would everyone in the world be vegetarian? The white-haired supervisor could only sigh helplessly and said to the fisherman, "This is the decree of the saint. Who dares to resist? The saint has said that from now on, killing is not allowed. However, dead animals can still be eaten. Here, those dead fish floating on the water, you can fish them up." As soon as the supervisor finished speaking, the fishermen did not even have time to take off their clothes. They jumped into the river and desperately fished up the fish. The supervisor sighed and turned his head to order his subordinates, "Sink these fishing boats. The nets are all broken." Yang Fan stood far away at the end of the bridge and did not hear the conversation on the shore. When he saw this strange scene, he quickly galloped his horse down the bridge and rushed over to ask what was going on. Nan City's butcher Zhong tied a big fat pig firmly to a blood-stained chopping board and asked his disciple to bring a large wooden basin to put under the pig's head. He had only taken this disciple in for a month. He was specially learning the art of slaughtering pigs from him. The child was clever and sensible, so Butcher Zhong liked him very much. Butcher Zhong did not have a son, so he planned to pass on his pig slaughtering skills to this little disciple. When this child grew up, if he could get along with his precious daughter, he would take him in as a live-in son-in-law. Therefore, he was even more diligent in his teaching. "Kid, you have been learning from master for a month. You know how to slaughter pigs, right? Come, today you will do it." "Yes, start from here." Butcher Zhong let his little disciple hold the ox-ear knife and move it under the pig's neck. The pig's heart was at the side of the front leg. Only by stabbing at this position would the blood be completely drained. His little disciple had been working for him for a month. This was his little disciple's first time being the chief surgeon. Unfortunately, his little disciple did not have the chance to stab down. The courtyard door was suddenly kicked open with a bang. A few bailiffs rushed in with steel knives in their hands. They were murderous, scaring Butcher Zhong and his disciple. They stood there and did not dare to move. They thought that these bailiffs had misheard some news and came to their house to arrest the thief. If they dared to move at this moment, they would suffer a stab for nothing. However, they were surprised to see that these bailiffs were not coming for people, but for the pig. One of the bailiffs rushed forward and raised his knife. With two cha sounds, he cut the rope that was tied to the pig. The fat pig fell to the ground, groaned a few times, and ran away. Butcher Jong was dumbfounded and said, "Dukes, you are." A bailiff slowly walked over and looked at the few fans of fat pork hanging in the porch. He said loudly, "The saint has decreed that from today onwards, killing is not allowed. Butcher Jong, put down your butcher knife and become a Buddha." Pa. Just as he finished speaking, he received a slap on the back of his head. A bailiff who seemed to be the head of the bailiffs glared at him and said to Butcher Jong, "The saint is the reincarnation of Maitreya. He is merciful and has already issued an imperial decree. From today onwards, fishing, hunting, slaughtering, and killing innocent living beings are prohibited. Tomorrow, even meat is not allowed to be sold, so you can't do this job anymore." Cough. "The pigs under the porch have already been slaughtered, so there's no other way. I'll take the half on the left. Consider it a little cheaper. If you can't sell it today, you won't have a chance tomorrow." Butcher Jong stood there with a blank expression. He didn't hear what the head bailiff said at all. His grandfather was a pig butcher, and his father was also a pig butcher. He had been slaughtering pigs his whole life, and this was the only skill he had learned. Now that the emperor forbade him from slaughtering pigs, how was he going to live in the future? "Chin Hua-eyed, you've killed millions of people. Your son doesn't even have an asshole. Get out of my house." Granny Liu, who lived in the East Second Alley of Jishan Lane, was chasing after a few workers at lightning speed. She cursed as she chased after them. In her haste, she even forgot to put down the egg she had just picked up. That egg was laid by an old hen, so it was still warm. The old hen was being chased by a few workers. It spread its wings and flapped all over the yard, causing dust to fly everywhere. Chin Bsh had been watched by Granny Liu since he was young. He didn't dare to talk back even when the old woman scolded him a few times. He just stood there with his head tucked in. He looked resentful. "Chin Bsh, this is your fault." Granny Liu's son, Du Tianwei, was the second-in-command of the Qi family's silk shop. He was very knowledgeable, so he didn't panic when he heard the grievous news. He said to Chin Bsh, "Who said we raised this old hen to kill and eat it? We did it to eat the egg. That's not a crime, right? It's not like we killed it." One of the workers spoke up for Chin Bsh, "Brother Du, who would believe your words? It's laying eggs now. It's laying eggs, so of course you can't bear to kill it. But what if it stops laying eggs? If you kill it secretly, we won't know. This is a violation of the imperial edict." "How can that be?" Du Tianwei smiled wholeheartedly and said, "At worst, you can register it like the government controls cattle. I have a few hens at home. You can all record them down. If you kill one without permission, you can throw them in jail and eat the plank. Isn't that fine?" The workers were greatly moved when they heard this. They also raised chickens at home. Just now, they had already told their families to kill them in advance, so that they wouldn't be released in vain. But if they also protected the chickens like cattle, they could only eat the egg and not kill the chicken. That would be fine, right? Chin Bsh, who had just been scolded, snorted unhappily and said, "Nonsense. Aren't eggs meat? Aren't eggs living things? Then where did the chick hatch from?" Du Tianwei said, "Eggs have no skin, no hair, no meat, no bone, and no blood vessels. How can they be considered meat? If you have the ability, pick out a bone from the egg and let me see." Chin Hua-eyed still wanted to keep his position as Bsh. He didn't want to ruin his and his son's future because of an old hen. He immediately said, "If eggs can hatch into chicks, then it means that eggs are living things too. If they're not living things, how can they give birth to life? So, you can't let the old hen lay eggs. These eggs can't be eaten." At Grandma Liu's house, Chin Bsh and second steward Du started a heated philosophical debate on whether eggs were meat or vegetables. The prices of vegetables in Bei, Nan, Dong, and more than 100 other markets doubled in 2 hours. Countless people rushed to slaughter their chickens and ducks before Marquis Wu and BSH arrived. The whole of Luoyang was livelier than the new year. Some cried, some cursed, and some didn't know what to do. Luoyang city was in chaos. At this time, other than those vegetable sellers who were beaming with joy and desperately raising their prices, perhaps only Manager Li from Bay City's Litang Mountain was happy. Manager Li wholesale pigs, sheep, chickens, and ducks. Yesterday, he received news from Marquis Laren's concubine sister. That morning, he started lowering his prices by a large margin. He even found an excuse for his actions, saying, "It's my mother's birthday, so I'm lowering my prices to benefit the people." The other large wholesale meat sellers laughed at him for losing his mind. "How about now? Ha ha ha." When the wholesale meat sellers in Nan City heard that Manager Li was lowering his prices, they all came to his house to stock up. They praised him for his filial piety and tried to take advantage of him. The weather was still cold, so he wasn't afraid that the meat would go bad at home. The other large wholesale meat sellers just watched coldly, but now, they couldn't cry even if they wanted to. The market only opened in the afternoon. The vendors from each market would come in the morning to stock up and sell their goods in the afternoon. They didn't have enough time to stock up now. The meat mountains in the big wholesalers' houses could only be sold by the few households nearby. How much could they sell? Head shopkeeper Li smiled happily. He turned around to look at the remaining pork and mutton that hadn't been sold in time, and his face was covered with tears as he smiled and said, "As the Son of Heaven, how can you be so preposterous? It's fine if you believe in gods, Buddhas, ghosts, and monsters. It's fine if you're willing to change the year name every now and then. It's fine if you're willing to take away all my iron and bronze tools to build Tianshu. I've tolerated it. But now, you don't even allow me to sell my meat." Similar scenes were playing out in the entire city of Luoyang. Along with the hooves of horses carrying yellow cloth bundles and triangular flags on their backs, a similar situation would soon spread throughout the world like a plague. An absurd scene was playing out in the Great Zhou dynasty. After running to the river and asking what happened, Yang Fan found out the truth. He couldn't care less about the fishermen's grievances. This was an imperial edict. He didn't have the right to say anything. Yang Fan galloped to Nan City. He had to hurry to buy some chicken, duck, eggs, pork, and dog meat. Xiao Man was pregnant. How could he let her and her son eat vegetables and tofu every day? As a good husband now and a good father in the future, Yang Fan joined the buying army without any hesitation.